There we go. All right. Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well today. Record button. All right. Good morning, everybody. Hey, we got everybody getting logged in this morning. Welcome to day two of the obviously Note Camp 2021. Honored to have you all join us here. We've got a very busy, packed day of content, actions, marketing, and profit generating nuggets for you all. Excited for you. We've also live streaming this to Clubhouse as well. If you're on Clubhouse, you can join us live at notecamproom1.com. Look at the notes on the actual details of the Note Camp room there in Clubhouse, and you can join us live. But honor to have you. We've got an amazing lineup of speakers today for day two. We've got Randy Dickinson. We'll be talking about a couple things you can start implementing in marketing to increase your profits in the next 90 days. We've got the Airbnb and short-term rental queen, rockstar queen, I should say, Avery Carl join us. After that, then we roll into raising capital. We've got Joel Block from Bullseye Capital to talk about how to get all the money that you need to close all the deals that you need to do to take the opportunities that are going on in the market right now. Rolling into the asset protection side, we have Brent Biscay from Laughlin Associates join us. He'll be talking about how to protect your corporate veil, how to make sure you don't screw that up in setting up your entities and what you're doing. Followed up, we have Kevin Day from Trust Data Associates, the nation's premier asset protection and estate planning attorney. He's coming on to talk about how to protect your assets like the Rockefellers. And then we're going to wrap it up day two with Bethany Humphrey from the ACI Legacy Group. We'll be breaking down due diligence and her strategies for evaluating assets that she and her firm will look at and buy for their own portfolio. So we've got a very big day, along with some breaks throughout. Obviously, a little bit. Day one was a very busy day. For those of you that are joining us right now, because we've got people all across the country join us. We have people in 10 different countries as well, probably 11, but we've got a very busy couple days for you. Day three tomorrow is a full house of speakers. Day four on Sundays, also a big day of content for you. So hopefully, I think you're getting your money's worth, ladies and gentlemen, out there. But for those of you guys that are joining us for the first time, there are some basic rules here. Just want to go over some housekeeping for you. First and foremost, let's have some fun. There's nothing worse than sitting around and not having fun. And have fun. Enjoy what you're doing. Feel free to ask me questions. The idea here is to make this an enjoyable experience for you. And it is. Our events are a fun thing. Our speakers aren't dry. Sometimes the content can be a little dry, but our speakers do a good job of really going through it and liveling it up. Be respectful and courteous of not only your fellow campers, but also our camp counselor speakers. Look, rudeness will not be tolerated. Not that anybody is. You guys are a great group of people, but every once in a while we'll get that troll in here and we'll have to get them out. But be respectful of your speakers. If you don't agree with something, that's okay. It's all right to have a different opinion today. Okay? Ask questions. Our speakers love getting questions, and you guys are phenomenal at that. We had a great set of questions coming in from day one with all of our speakers, from Mark Willis talking about owner finance. I mean, not owner finance, about insurance and how to be the bank and infinite banking. We had obviously a great session with Amy Ransdale on virtual assistants. Then we had Mike Jimenez on commercial note investing. And then we wrapped up day one with Bill Marnett talking about owner financing and stuff like that. So if something happens weird, we're expecting some storms here this morning in Austin, Texas. If the internet goes out, don't worry. We've got backup plans. Just hang around 10 or 15 minutes here on Zoom. We'll be glad to get back on here. We've got a couple of plans for to do that, okay? All sessions are being recorded, so you can't miss anything here at Note Camp, guys. We're excited to have you guys here. You only need that one link, Note Camp Room 1, for all 4 days. We want you to expand your network and knowledge, and there's some great ways for you guys to do that we'll be talking about this morning here on Note Camp here on Zoom for you. So pretty excited about that. If you've got a business partner, friend, family, colleague that takes value in learning about note investing, then feel free to invite them to the Zoom with a link. Like I said, the only link that you need to join us live here on Zoom is notecamproom1.com. And we've got just south of 500 people attending this throughout the 4 days. So we're pretty stoked about that. But big thanks again to our sponsors, Laughlin Associates, Rentometer, You'll be hearing from obviously Brent Biscay at Laughlin today. We've got a special promotion from 10K Cards just for you guys here on Note Camp. Note Pros is offering something pretty cool out there for you. You heard from Amy Ransdell at Riva Global yesterday. We've got Chris Palmisano from Rocket Dollar speaking on Sunday. We got Darren Adams speaking tomorrow. TubeBuddy is a service that we use to help get our stuff. We are live streaming this to YouTube as well. So if you want to, you can always go to weclosenotes.tv to catch the live stream on YouTube. And we had 66 people take advantage of that yesterday and watch on YouTube. Okay. Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, David, out there. But we've got an amazing group of sponsors. We'll be highlighting these throughout the day as well for you. But anyway, like I said, 484 specific RSVPs for the event. That number keeps growing each day. Thank you so much for making this a successful event. We're so honored to have you all join us here. But just to give you a bit of an idea, 34 plus different states, 10 different countries. People are all across the country. And that's one of the biggest things. If you join us for the first time here, you have to realize Note Camp is a nationwide event. And it is that way for a couple of reasons. Obviously, we have people across the country, but one of the most important things that you can take away from this is you have people everywhere for you. There are obviously note investors in just about every market, but the beautiful thing is they're all part of the Note family. And so if you want to take your LinkedIn user ID or your LinkedIn URL and drop it in the chat roll for everybody else that's here, feel free to do that so you can connect it all on LinkedIn. We've got another way to help you guys connect a little bit here in just a second, okay? All right, moving on here. How can you make the most here from the next today, tomorrow, and Sunday remaining? Here, obviously, 10 as many sessions as possible. That's an important thing. Obviously, if you've got a paid ticket, the replays are included for you to be able to catch everything. We want you to ask relevant and timely questions of our speakers. They love that. It helps you get a lot out of it. Share your favorite nugget, lesson speakers. That's what I want you guys, for you guys though, guys and gals that were here from day one, what's your favorite nugget? What was one thing that you took away from day one? And feel free to share it. Share it in the Note Nation Facebook group. Share it. Take a screenshot of the speaker. Share it on your social media profile. Hashtag NoteCamp. Hashtag NoteCamp21. Feel free to tag the speakers. Connect with them on their social. We will gladly give away social media awards each day for those that are active on social media. Okay. Now, one of the big things everybody always loves coming to Note Camp. They're like, oh my God, Scott, how can we follow along? How do we get access to all the Note Night in America and the replays when you release them and stuff like that? The easiest place to go to catch most of our information is going to our YouTube channel. If you go to weclosenotes.tv, that's weclosenotes.tv, that'll take you there to our YouTube channel. Subscribe. I know you guys can't make everything that we do with our podcast episodes, our Note Night in America, our special trainings, Note Camp, stuff like that all the time. But hey, go there, subscribe. We'll catch most of it there for you when we do release it. We are not releasing the replays on this immediately. We'll be probably releasing it 90 days out as we kind of work through everything here for you. But like I said, we are on live on Clubhouse. You can just follow me at One Scott Carson Clubhouse if you want to listen in while you're out traveling around. Once again, you can always, one of the great things too is the Zoom link that we gave you. Note Camp Room 1 is also wireless access. And watch on your smartphone and listen while you're traveling around there too for you. If you've got a deal that you're trying to fund, you're trying to sell, feel free to reach out to me. You could have your deal featured here on Note Camp. Trying to raise funds for a deal you're closing, trying to cash out an investor with a new investor. If you're trying to sell an REO, trying to buy a note that you have under contract, need some help with funding, feel free to reach out to me. Not only on Note Camp, but we've got such a strong presence on social media, almost 30,000 people on LinkedIn and I don't know how many thousands on Facebook and Twitter. And then we also have our big email database of over 100,000. There's some opportunity for you to really raise a lot of capital and make some things happen. So if you're interested in potentially having your deal featured not only on Note Camp, but later on, feel free to reach out to me. So also make sure if you have not filled out the Note Camp survey, please do so at this time. We've got a few minutes here before our first speaker comes on. We're going to go through a couple things here, but take the time, fill this out. I want to thank those that have already filled it out. If you've already filled it out, kudos. Thank you so much. But this is one way that we help you in the long run. The The survey, we ask you some basic questions there. What are your biggest needs? What's your biggest wants? What's 3 things you're looking forward to at Note Camp? What do you want? What's your experience? What's your birthday? Not your year, but your month and day, so we can make sure and follow up with you. What's your LinkedIn handle? How do you listen? How do you a couple actions on there? What are you doing? We're asking you some questions on there so that it helps us with content in the future. We're not selling your information. We want you to simply fill this out so it helps us over the next 6 months with content, Note Night in America, podcast episodes, and then really want to deliver what you need the most help with. That's what it comes down. Pure and simple. Take the time, fill out, go to notecampsurvey.com. I think it's 32 questions. What's your focus? What are your top 3 states? So as we get deals in that fall into your category, we can email them out to you and say, hey, here's a deal for you. Here's an opportunity. Here's something in your backyard. Oh, hey, you said you're looking to partner. Here's a deal that you could take down, or somebody's looking for a deal for funding on it. You want to partner with them. It's there. It's designed to help us help you. Pure and simple. We don't sell that information out to people. It's simply there for us to help you. So help us help you by going to notecampsurvey.com and filling that out there today while you've got a few minutes. Okay. Now, a couple other things. I put the link in the chat roll for you guys as well there for you to just click on and take you right there. Now, I'd love to get to know you guys. If you will do me a favor right now, obviously we had 4 amazing speakers for day 1. If you'll take a second and type in your biggest takeaway, your biggest aha moment from day 1 in the chat roll. We had, remember, Mark Willis, CFP. We had Amy Ransdale talking about virtual assistants. We had Michael Jimenez talking about commercial note investing. We had Bill Barnett talking about owner financing. If you want to, share your URL in the chat roll right now for everybody so everybody can connect with you. Or just tell me one nugget. What's one big takeaway from day 1 for you guys? Okay. Norman really liked Amy's, the Riva Global. That's a good one. Yeah, virtual assistants. If hopefully you took the opportunity to schedule an appointment with her or with the Riva team next week, and then downloaded the 100 things that you can outsource. Good. Glad to hear that, Norman. Glad to hear that you did. It's a powerful thing. And if you need some ideas once you've talked with them about what you want to do, hey, feel free to reach back out to me. I'm glad to go through and walk you through some things there on how to outsource that stuff. Okay. Donald Ellington really liked the Mark Willis with the Bank Yourself plan. Yeah, that was good yesterday. Mark is always phenomenal at what he does. And hopefully you took the time to schedule some time with him, Donald. David says, Riva Global sounds like a game changer for me. I don't plan on signing up right now, but this looks like a great way to go once I get up and rolling. Okay. Sounds good, Riva. David, yep, definitely good stuff there. Good morning, Daniel. So Daniel joined us on Clubhouse. Daniel, you can join in the fun by going to notecamproom1.com. That's notecamproom1 if you want to join us all day long here at Notecamp Day 2. What else, everybody? There's got to be more of you that had some aha moments. I know there's a lot of stuff. I like the fact that how Mike Jimenez shared his kind of step-by-step process for going through how he finds commercial notes direct from some of the banks, and then how he also sells them. I mean, Exchange.loans, they're growing by leaps and bounds and do some really great some stuff out there as well. Okay. Joanna says, really loved Mark Willis' presentation, learned how to use whole life insurance to be my own bank. Yeah, exactly. Hope he scheduled some time with Mark's a great guy. We'll probably have him back on a Note Night in America webinar here in the near future, probably in the next month or so, because it's such a powerful tool and I love what he does. All right. So what other nuggets? I know you're waiting for the coffee to kick in. I know it's early for some of you guys. We got people all across the country, all across the world joining us here today on Note Camp Room 2. While you guys are hopefully filling out that survey, Charlie actually liked combined note investing with seller financing, caught my attention. Yep, that was a great thing. Norm says, Michael's clearly describing a bank loan decision maker's position of being busy and not in the selling business, focusing on making new note flowing. Exactly. It was really good how Mike walked through that mindset of where they're at. He's been doing it for over a decade. And so I loved his presentation. Love the questions you guys asked, but yeah, definitely describe the bank loaner's decision-making process. I think it really goes a long way out there for you. Now, one of the things that too I want to throw up here while you guys are putting in your comments and your questions. If you have any questions about day 2, what are you looking forward to the most? What speaker are you looking forward to the most here on day 2? Okay. While you're doing that, I wanted to bring this up here. Our buddy JD Bates at Note Pros designs websites. I know many people are looking for a website, and you really need to have a website now in the note industry. Okay. If you need a note website done for you, JD Bates can do them very quickly. They look professional. If you want to see a sample one, you just got to go to Baldwin Advisory Group. There's a few other of our students who've taken up on this. Reach out to them. Pretty inexpensive as far as website creation. They look professional. You're not going to drop $5,000 on it. But the beautiful thing is what he does, not only with helping you keep the site up, but also they have the opportunity to help you with your social media if you need some help, idea creating stuff like that for your VAs to go out. But check it out. If you go to email him at info@notepros.com, mention Note Camp in the email. That's info@notepros.com. Mention Note Camp website, and he'll get you taken care of there for you. Now, a couple of comments, a couple of questions here. Charlie really liked Bill Barnett. Norm's looking forward to more information on protecting assets. Great. You're going to love Brent Biscay and Kevin Day back-to-back sessions later this afternoon. Okay. Now, one way we've got a thing here before we've got our first speaker of the day coming up on here, and I'm excited about this. This is something I put in place with somebody there for you. If you will all take your phones out, okay? Take your phones out. All right. Click on the photo like you're going to take a photo. And what I want you to do is just scan this image. You know how to use a capture. Just pull your phone out and scan this image. All right. Now, what it should do is that should take you to my virtual business card. Okay. Now, you all have the opportunity to also have something very similar like this. This is a virtual business card with 10K cards. Now, Sean over at 10K Cards is giving you all, each and every one of you, a virtual business card, something that you can use to share in your social media, your Instagram, your LinkedIn. It shows everything at once. And I was so impressed with what Sean did. I met Sean in Clubhouse and we connected. He put together this business card for me, virtual business card with all my information. Now, if you scan the card, it'll pull stuff up there. You can literally get your digital promo card, okay? So if you click down here, digital promo card, and click on that, literally you'll just fill your information out there, your 4 points of contact, your name, your phone number, your email, who referred me, it's Scott Carson, and then upload the image of what you want and the name of the card, and it'll create it for you. It'll create you this virtual business card, okay? Okay. Norman says he's looking for notes in Las Vegas, California, Texas. Great, Norman. Fill out the survey so you can put that information down. That's where we go to pull all that information. I can't go through the individual chats here and try to do that. That doesn't make any sense. Go to the survey, fill it out, notecampsurvey.com. Okay. All right. Do so. But literally, if you go back to that image, scan that image, you can get that free promo card here for you. Let me go back and hit a new share here and go back to this slide here. So you're like, what? I get a free business card? There you go. Right there. Free business card, free promo card for you to be able to use at events, use it when you're out networking. You can put this image on the back of one card. You can save your image on your phone, and then people come to you, hey, do you have a business card? Yeah, I sure do. Right here. Just scan my image and it gets everything in down to it. So it's such a really cool tool. Free promo card for you guys all to put up to 4 points of contact. If you want a full card, great. It's pretty inexpensive, cheaper than what you pay for a bunch of business cards, but something that looks professional, something that you can share everywhere, every medium, everywhere you go. Many of you guys don't have a business card. I always find that funny when I go to different conferences. Oh, I don't have a card. What? You don't have a card, a way for people to get a hold of you? This is one way for you to be able to do this at no cost to you right now. And the promo card, if you want to upgrade to the better card, yeah, there's a little bit of a cost, but well worth it. A one-time for you, one-time little fee. I think it's $100 for a permanent one with everything on. But the promo card is free. You got to give a big shout out to 10K Cards and Sean over there. We put this together. And we'll be sharing a little video that him and I recorded at one break today or tomorrow during one of the breaks. So, but 10K Cards there for you guys. scan it once again. That will take you over to my business card. Sorry, here. Let me go back here. And then you can click down here, digital promo card, fill it out. You can add to, one of the beautiful thing is adding people to your contacts there directly from the thing. You can add to your home screen. You can share your cards out with people. And they also offer an affiliate stuff. But literally, it is a beautiful thing. You can share everything where you're at all in one spot. I love it. I think it's a cool thing. And I got you the promo card for free, which is, something you can share across the board. So love it. One of the things you could even do is you could take your image, your face on Zoom here in your profile and share your CAPTCHA card, that scan card as your profile so people can scan with it. That's one of the things I'll be doing. You can send an email blast out. Hey, connect with me. Here's all my information. Okay, you can take the link that they create and put it in your Instagram as the link to follow, or on your Facebook. Hey, make sure you follow me. A lot of people are using this to grow connection. Put it on your LinkedIn profile for a period of time. Put a photo on there in your background. The idea here, ladies and gentlemen, is I want to help you. These are little things that help along the way, and you can add a variety of different things on here for you. So do it. Take the opportunity. Leverage the 10K cards there for you guys. I'm not making anything off it. This is something that's solely for you guys here at NoteCamp. All right. Solely for here to use at NoteCamp going forward for you. All righty. Anybody like that? Anybody like, oh, that's kind of cool. I like that. I can use that for my businesses. I can use it for a variety of things. Good times. One of the things that stood out the most to me yesterday that I like, besides Michael Jimenez's things, I love Bill Barnett's, tsunami training on what he was sharing about owner financing. I love the conversation that some of you guys were having, talking about owner financing with your mobile home parks or mobile homes and using it to leverage and getting a low interest rate. I mean, taking over something subject to, or getting somebody to owner finance something to at a low interest rate and then going and doing a wraparound mortgage is such an effective strategy. We've done that for years. It's how I first got started in the note business, was creating owner finance notes and doing wraparound mortgages and going from there. Janelle says, I love it, Scott. I have one, but I like this one better. Yeah, there you go. I'm glad you like it, Janelle. So once again, I'm going to pull this back up here. We're going to flip back here to new share. And that's all you guys. Once again, you can scan that card and it'll take you into the 10K cards, my card, and then you can use that to sign up for your free promo card for your NoteCamp special. Just trying little things to help in your business, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Once again, if you've not filled out the survey, do so now. Go to notecampsurvey.com, get filled out there. 31 questions. It's not hard. Trust me, if you filled it out, you're going to love it. How can you love a survey? Somebody asked. It's because of the fact that if you want to, we're glad to share your top 3 states. If you're looking to partner, there are questions on here that are designed to help you take your business to a whole new level. Okay. Janelle says, Bill explored some ideas yesterday. Yep. Donald likes the virtual card. Yep. That's cool. Glad you like it, Donald. Glad you like it. All right. Here's one thing that I'm looking forward here on day 2. I'm really looking forward to Avery Carl's presentation. Am I wrong? I'm looking forward to everybody's presentation. Randy Dickinson on a couple tools that you can use to immediately impact your bottom line. That's something I think most everybody needs. I'm always interested to see what Randy has to say about that. You guys know I love marketing. Looking forward to what Avery Carl's doing in the short-term Airbnb stuff. She's been one of our number 1 downloaded podcast episodes and YouTube videos over the last year since she was on. So that's why we brought her back. And then it's always good having a conversation with Joel Block about raising capital and putting a fund together. It's also interesting with the asset protection side, Brent Biscay, and then also Kevin Day. And then, of course, having Bethany Humphreys come in. I always love seeing how other investors do their due diligence, because you can often take away a nugget or two from listening and seeing how other people walk you through things. And Bethany's already shared her presentation with me, and I was looking at it, and I was really excited for it because it's a good presentation. You have to give Bethany it's her first time speaking too at an event like this. So she was all nervous. I'm like, no, you're going to be fine. Everything's going to be cool. So great stuff, everybody. Big nuggets. Come on, guys. What's another nugget from you guys? A few of you guys have shared. A few are like, oh my God, coffee. I needed my coffee first. I know we have a lot of stuff. Somebody raise your hand. Norm, do you have a question? You raise your hand? That was a whoop, wrong button. No. Whoop, there it is, baby. Whoop, there it is. So one of the things that we will be doing here, just so you guys know this, is obviously we've got a lot of content. And what we will be doing is releasing the replays. Somebody asked me, hey, how soon do we get the replays at? Well, if you're a ticket holder, if you paid ticket, you'll get the replay sent to you on Monday or Tuesday, probably Tuesday. If you're not, then what we'll be doing is releasing one video each day for the next 4 weeks. All right. So like we'll release Mark Willis's probably on Monday or Tuesday. We'll release, it was second of Mark Willis, Amy Ransdell will be the following day. Mike Jimenez the third day, Bill Barnett the fourth day, and so on and so on. We're releasing that one a day for the next 4 weeks for you, okay? Mary asked a question. Biggest question so far is getting past the gatekeeper to the right person and calling banks, okay? You've just got to, it's Mary more than anything else. If you can't get to them, it's always good to say, hey, if they want to get past that person, so do you mind, can I send you an email? Can I send you my information so that you can forward it on to the right person? And that's one of the great things that works out well, because now if they've given you their email address, like let's say, Mary, you're the gatekeeper. Oh, okay, what's your email? Well, it's mary.washington@ABC Bank. Awesome. Do you mind tell me who your boss is so that I can attention that to you? Attention, Scott Carson. Well, if you know that the Mary tells you that, oh, it's Scott Carson, well, Mary gave you her email at mary.washington@ABC Bank. It's pretty good to tell that that email may very well be scott.carson@ABC Bank is the right email. All right. So gatekeepers, it's a process. This is why we always talk about following up with calling banks, following up on a regular basis, because 80% of sales are made in after the fifth contact. And Amy talked about that, having that repetition that most people never follow up because they don't have the time or the energy. And that's one of the great things about what you're doing, Mary, along with about 20 other people, and calling banks on a weekly basis. And you're doing a great job out there in reaching out to banks and, getting those right contacts for everybody so that you can reach out to them afterwards and make some things happen. Okay. Good stuff. All right, guys. If you have not filled out notecampsurvey.com, please do so ASAP. Get you guys on that track so we can start offering some other better webinars, other training materials for you guys to take your business to the whole next level. Okay. All right. Let's see. I think Randy, there he is. Good morning, Randy. How's it going today, bud?
Oh, good morning from Southern California. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Your coffee kicked in for you?
Well, I'm one of those guys that I can get up at 6 o'clock and at 6:15, I'm doing my first set with full weight. So
there you go.
I don't need the coffee, but I do need a lot of water.
There you go. Exactly. Well, glad that you got your worked out in this morning. Good stuff. How's the weather out there in Southern Cal this morning? Good.
Well, we've been going through a little bit of a heat wave, not compared to you all, but humidity. We're not used to 80% humidity. So right now we're getting those monsoon coming up. So we're dying out here at 80 degrees.
You know what? It's a beautiful thing. We've had a very mild summer here. I think we've only hit the century mark once or twice. So I'll take it compared to what we usually at there for you. But Randy, you are a marketing rock star. You work with a lot of entrepreneurs, business owners, doing some amazing things for them. And so I don't know, you got your presentation set up. I don't take anything for your presentation, but
no, I'm good.
You're good. But talk about how'd you get into what you're doing now these days?
Well, marketing actually really dovetails with what you do. Back in 2008, I was in the financial services industry, and I was also running a nonprofit, director of Philanthropy International. And when the real estate crisis hit and everybody scrambled and died, the charities came back and said, we need help.
Right.
Our donors don't donate anymore. And so we need a story. We need to, create more donor opportunities. So I took my financial background and I began working with nonprofits, and I focused 100% on marketing. And like most of us today, the internet was was going, but not like it was. But if you wanted to learn something, you read a lot of books and you scoured the internet. And so for a couple of years, I did nothing but just accumulate knowledge and information about marketing, what worked, what didn't work, and began applying it to nonprofits. And then, of course, from there, it began to kind of word of mouth spreads, and you're doing it outside of the nonprofit world. You're doing it in all worlds. Mm-hmm. And of course, then the interesting thing about marketing, and you know this, Scott, is you can't rely on yesterday's knowledge, because soon everybody's doing that, and now you're looking like your old hat. So I'm always having to read. When we go on vacation, my wife often talks about how she's planning it, and I say, but when am I going to get my reading time? Doesn't win me over a lot of points, but it's a true fact in marketing. You got to stay ahead of the game.
And that's so true. And that's why I'm so glad to have you on here, because oftentimes, especially as I'm out talking with people and talking with investors, especially a lot of people, when they come out of their job or they're still working at their job while they're trying to transition into real estate as an investor, whether it's notes or fix and flips, or whatever like that, it's a total different mindset, because most people don't come from that marketing mindset world. They have not had to do it in their job. Now they're having to do it for themselves. They're having to brand, build a brand, create a brand, get their word out there for you. And it's oftentimes like speaking, Latin to them, because they're not used to those type of activities. And it's just like working out. And you get better at it when you put in more reps at it, and you build that marketing muscle, right, Randy?
Absolutely that way. So, by the way, I know you like technology a lot. Let me make sure. Are you seeing and hearing me okay?
Your audio sounds good. I see you crystal clear. So yeah.
Because I'm using my DSLR camera this time. And in fact, if everybody wants to know what's the difference if you get a good camera versus didn't mean to do that. Sure. A not so good camera. So this is what I would have looked like before in a different view. And you can see the difference when you do that with upgrade your camera when you're doing these things. So, but I had to make sure it worked here. And that's what gets when you have your FaceTime video on at the same time. So anyways, technology, marketing, you got to stay out of the game.
Yep. Norm, you might audio looks good on our side over here, Norm. So you may just want to hit the refresh button on your side, Norm. Okay. You got a presentation I'll pull up and dive into, Randy, there?
Yeah, let's see if I can get everything set here, make sure that thing's working, and bingo. Okay, let's hit share, and let's hit.
Perfect. Now, do you want to take questions during, or you want to wait till the very end, Randy? What would you prefer?
Yeah. I'll let you judge. Scott, I have no problem during. I don't need the flow to make it work. If you see one that's, hey, this would be important to stop this and let's do it, then just interrupt me and say, hey, Randy, we got a clarification we need here.
Sounds good,
whatever it happens to be.
I'm going to shut down my videos, so it's all you, man, and I'll jump in as I see things pop up, okay?
Okay. Well, good morning, and I appreciate you taking the time here today. I know you've got a full day ahead of you. As I look at the schedule, and I know some of the speakers, you've got a great day ahead here. When Scott and I talked about what this talk would be about, we came across an idea that really marketing hacks, the idea that maybe there's some things that we can do. And of course, this begs the question right away is, well, if I buy notes, or if I'm into debt refinancing, or I'm buying real estate, or those kinds of things, what in the world does this have for me? How is this going to help me? And I get the question, because if you're not selling anything, the immediate response is, well, what do I need marketing for? Well, let me give you two answers to that. Number one answer is, in reality, you're being marketed to every day. And so if you don't understand a little bit what's going on, you might end up in places you don't want to be. Let me give you an example. Have you ever had to go into a used car dealership and buy a car? Or it could be a new car dealership. And we make jokes about it. And we all know what that felt like when you walk in and someone walks up to you, and the first thing they say is, hey, good morning, how you doing? And they don't know you. They really don't care how I'm doing it. And so when they say those words, I'm immediately triggered to think, they're gonna sell me. And then they go through and they tell you their price. And then before long, they say, what? Well, let me go ahead and let me go talk to my boss and see if I can do this. And so he goes in the other room and they're talking and you're sitting there watching. And maybe you're sitting there with your wife or your husband or friend or whoever, and you're wondering what they're thinking. They come back and says, my boss thinks it's a great deal, but we need to sweeten it up a little bit. And so he raises the price a little bit, or he changes something, and then you go back and forth like that. We've all experienced that. And if you didn't know it, realize that that's all been orchestrated ahead of time. Those calls back and forth, they automatically know what's going on. In fact, here's a marketing hack that's really kind of different. If you ever go in to buy a car and you're going, sit down, go in there and leave your wife or your whoever you're with outside in the lot, they're looking at other cars. And then when you go through and he comes back and says, well, here's my deal, you're ready to go, say, well, just a minute, let me go talk it over with my wife. And then you go outside and you talk to her and you have the conversations and you walk back in. Well, it sounds really good, but we need to sweeten the deal a little bit. You kind of reverse the deck on them. And it's just a marketing strategy is the point of saying all that. So in every day, you and I are either exposed to marketing because others are doing it to us, or we get to do it ourselves. So with that, realize here that marketing is just really a part of everyday life. It shows up in the things people say to us, how we talk, how we respond, how we're triggered. And when you and I are having a discussion about some things, and you'll see that in a second here, we're actually marketing our ideas. And so if we understand how to do that well, or how to do that better, the things that we're talking about, we're more likely to be successful. The outcome we're looking for is more likely to occur if we understand some of the marketing principles. Let me give you something. And if you're a business or you've had a business, this will make sense to you, but I want to give you a point here up front. This is a business here, and you see the numbers here. There's 1,000 leads and they convert 25% of them. And that means they've got 250 customers. And let's say that each one of those customers does 10 transactions and the average sale was $100. That's going to generate $250,000 of revenue every year. And if they have a particular profit margin, we'll just say it's 62.5%, or 62.5 in terms of thousands of dollars of profit. But what if I change that number and say, I just want to increase it by 10%? And here's where people make a mistake a lot of times. I'm taking a conversion rate of 25 and I'm going to 27.5. That doesn't sound very much. Let me jump you back there a second. That looks like, well, that's just a 2.5%, but actually it's 10%. And you can see the difference. A 10% increase, bottom line, took you up over 100K, and you started at 62. Just a 10% increase can make that kind of difference in your business. And if you had a 50% increase, you go from 62,000 to 474. So sometimes we use the numbers and we say, oh, that's a 10% gain or a 50% increase. But when you're running a business, and you see the impact on leads, conversions, and transactions, that compound effect isn't just additive. It goes from 62 all the way up to 474 by a 50% increase. So that's the business reason why marketing can be so important. It's not just words, though the words are important, but the numbers can and will be significant. So if marketing isn't just all about the numbers, and if it's, well, what is it then? If it's not just that? Well, have you heard this expression before? If you try enough times, or if I make enough phone calls, it just means I'm closer and closer to success. And the reality is we've been told that over again and again. In reality, it's not true. If I'm 68 years old, if I walked outside and I put on the bench press 500 pounds and I tried and tried and tried and tried, I guarantee you I will fail every single time. I may be strong, but I'm not that strong. And there's nothing I can do to overcome that. So this is something we hear and people are conditioned to think that. Well, imagine if you're in the internet and you're hearing people and a guru gets up there and he tells you these kinds of things. And every guru says that. They all say, you can have whatever you want. You can create whatever you want. And that becomes your mindset. And you begin believing that and you begin taking action. And that can be a very positive thing. But what if what you're believing and acting on is absolutely impossible? There's nothing that you can do to make it happen. Again, I'm 68. There's probably not a single investment I can do today that could 100x my business in the next 10 seconds. Just isn't going to happen. Maybe a minute I could do it, but not in 10 seconds. And so there's a point in understanding that people are giving us marketing messages. They say we see 2,000 to 3,000 marketing messages every single day. So it's always coming at us. We're always having to respond to it. So we need to be aware that they're there. And one of the nice things about language and the things that happens, it doesn't happen by itself. You and I would, if Scott were to share an idea with you right now about a note, it wouldn't just be you evaluating what Scott says now. You'd be thinking about what he said yesterday, what you heard yesterday, what you think you're going to hear later on today, maybe your past experience over the last 12 months, the last 24 months. All that's going to work together. And when that ball hits, it's going to come out the other side. And it's that accumulation of all those things that's going to create a response in you. So it's never just isolated. Now I'm going to show you, I think I got 4 slides here. And tell me if these things trigger. And it's not because of what you're seeing here. It's because of what you've been thinking up until now. So if I'm marketing and I don't understand what my audience has been thinking by the time I'm speaking with them, well, then I'm going to miss the boat. So we're going to need a bigger boat here. And you can see it, it's talking about inflation. Now, for some people, if I talk to my granddaughter who's 15, this wouldn't mean anything to you. But if I was talking to a senior citizen on a fixed income that doesn't have any notes or anything providing additional income, this might scare them. And they're going to respond, and they're going to be more perhaps apt to listen to you as opposed to my 15-year-old granddaughter. Here's another one, it happens to be about inflation. And for certain people, that'll trigger a reaction, and they'd be more inclined to listen because they're concerned about fixed income. And it has nothing to do with just, King Kong stomping here. It's because of what's already been going on in their mind. They're preconditioned to think that. There's another one, another popular idea here on the 4th of July. We must never revise or discount the sacrifices made. Nobody would be so foolish. Well, there's a certain part of the country that this would trigger a response. Other parts, another kind of response, and we see it in politics all the time today. And it really has nothing to do with what's being said right in front of us. It has to do with where they're coming from. Here's another one, even more recently, just a couple of days ago. Civil war is bad, but about as bad as our party requiring voter IDs. It's a hot topic today. And it's not just because of what we're saying today. It goes back generations in many instances. And here's another one. People today talking about Facebook, and Jen Psaki the other day making a comment about she's going to Facebook and how they're going to, note out disinformation. And is that a good thing or a bad thing? Is that a scary thing or not? And people have all kinds of ideas on it. These are all marketing messages. They're meant to create a response, and they're triggering people depending on which side of the aisle they're on here. And so you and I are being triggered all the time by marketing messages. And you and I have the opportunity to trigger when we sell or when we market our services. And perhaps sometime in the next year, you'll start a business and you're going to say, how do I get people to like what I'm doing or want what I'm doing? And you're essentially asking, how can I trigger them to do that? So here's our first hack. And this is written by a guy, Herbert Simon. He was a Nobel Prize winner back in the 50s, and he has degrees in economics and cognitive psychology. And he says this, he goes, while people strive to make choices, human judgment is subjective to cognitive limitations. And you go, what in the world did he just say? Basically, he's saying there's all kinds of things going on in your head that limit your ability to freely and without encumbrance evaluate something. You can't do it. There's all kinds of triggers going on and you're not able to do it effectively. Well, if you're a good marketer and you know that's going on in your audience, then you play to those things. And that's what we see in politics today. People are playing to those things. So whether you're buying something or you're selling something, there's all kinds of these cognitive functions going on in your brain. And some happen automatically and we can't stop it. We can't help it. And I'm just going to point out 3 of them to you here. The first one is one we call availability. And this is when you make a decision based on how easy it is to bring something to mind. So right now, if we were to talk about, let's be upfront, if we were to talk about race in this country, it comes to mind because we hear about it all the time on the news. We see it everywhere. And so if you're going to make a decision about it, it's so prevalent on the news in different places. It's hard to make a decision without bringing that up. And so what the news does and what politicians do in a voting cycle and what we can do in business, if our message is permeated, in fact, Scott does this wonderfully, and he speaks out in 5, 6, 7 different channels all the time across the country, to where when people hear about notes and financing, they base their decision on how easy it is to bring something to mind. And they bring up that past information that Scott gave out. And so making a decision on a note is reflective of what they've already seen and how easy it was to remember it. And so we see that all the time in the world today. Second one we do is we call anchoring. And it's the tendency to be influenced. So you ever had an older person say, well, you know, Scott, buying a note would be really interesting, but my dad always said the safest place to put the money is in the mattress. And so they go into their bedroom and they open it up and there's hundreds of thousands of dollars in mattresses, because that was the first thing they got. It was the information that made the biggest impression. And sometimes we're that way. We don't listen to what may be good economic advice from some of the people we're going to hear about in the next couple of days, because it's not what we heard first. And so we have to fight against that cognitive bias to overcome that. And sometimes you're going to sell somebody something and you're going to come up against that wall and you're thinking, I can't believe they're this stupid. Don't they see how logical this is? And it's not because they don't see it's logical. It's not even because they're emotionally detached. It's because this anchoring has been so strong in their past. Unless you understand that, it's been very difficult to overcome that kind of objection. The last one is one we call affect. And this is making choices that are influenced by emotions that a person is experiencing at that moment. And this is what commercials do for you. This is the guy that sees a commercial right then and there. It's a pizza commercial during Super Bowl day, or it's a beer commercial and he's suddenly thirsty and hungry and he goes out and he wants to buy it right then, right now. It's the commercial that says, boy, if you could see yourself in this car driving down the street and you come to the corner and the car drives up next to you, and in that scenario, it was the pretty girl next door and she looks over at him and he smiles and she smiles. And the guy's thinking, I've got to get a Ford Mustang. And he goes into the Mustang dealer and the guy goes, hey, did you see the commercial? And they play it there in the showroom. And everybody's triggered by that emotion. And it's something we all have. There's probably 15, they call these things heuristics. And there's something we all have. And we have to be aware of the fact that whether something's available or it's anchored or there's an effect in our life, that those are the things that oftentimes trigger our buying decisions. And if we aren't aware of it, we'll end up doing things and then wonder down the road, why did we do that? And we can't understand it necessarily. At the same token, if you're in the business of marketing something or selling something or trying to get someone to join you in a venture or some opportunity, and they're not willing to do it, it may be because of one of these three, and maybe many others as well. But these are things that are happening every single day in our life. These heuristics, these cognitive biases are going on, whether we like it or not, whether we're aware of it or not. So when you lead today, and you're out walking and someone says something to you, you can always ask yourself something. Am I basing this on the emotion that I'm feeling it? I'm basing it on something I've always thought for a long time. And I'm basing it on something because I've heard so much about it. And if you can say yes to all those things, then you can at least be honest enough to say, wait a minute, I need to look at this a little bit differently. And if you're selling, then you want to make sure that you're becoming very available, that you're anchoring with your people, that you're going back to those things they probably heard when they were the first time they heard it, or you're trying to create an emotion in the marketplace so people have a tendency to choose you because their emotional response is cognitively predisposed to do that. So hopefully that makes sense. So that's one of the reasons why marketing, whether you're selling or not, it's important to us every single day of our lives, because we are being marketed to, whether it's politically, whether it's socially, or whether it's economically from the banks or from speakers that we hear all day to day. They're all going to be using these things because it's what we do. We're human, we're social. This is how we work. So the more we understand about it, the better off we'll be. So here's the second one. This is what we call network effect. And this is something you and I need to be aware of because it happens around us all the time. And if we're marketing or selling, it's something we can take advantage of. And so a network effect is this. And let's take Amazon. And Amazon, they say right now, is poised to be the first $1 trillion company, if it hasn't already. And in fact, one of the questions I have is, how do you put your hand around a trillion? Well, if you think of it in terms of seconds, 1,000,000 seconds is 11 days. 1,000,000,000 seconds is 32 years. And a trillion, which is 1,000 times more than that. Okay, hopefully my camera just flipped at me, Scott. Hopefully everything is okay.
Yeah, we're good. You still see your slides, all good.
Okay. A billion seconds, excuse me, a trillion seconds is 1,000 times more than that. So it's 32,000 years. Amazon is poised to be the first with $1 trillion of profits. So when you think about that, what they're doing, maybe we should take effect. So here's what network effect is. You have a selection here, and it could be, just think of all the things you shop for on Amazon. And there's a customer experience as you go down here. And then from that customer experience, more and more people, if they have a good experience, they get good reviews, they get more and more traffic. And if they get more and more traffic, you might be someone out there saying, I'll never sell on Amazon, or I'll never buy on Amazon, but there's so much traffic. If you're a seller, you can't avoid it. And if you're a buyer, well, the more and more traffic there is, the sellers say, well, we got to join too. Now there becomes more and more sellers there. And if there's more and more sellers there, then more and more of the things you want to buy are there. And so Amazon keeps growing more and more and more. That network effect can't stop because now there's bigger selections, there's better customer experiences, they get more and more traffic, more and more buyers, more and more sellers, increases, and you can see it just becomes a circle that goes around and around. So this thing can speed up, or it can slow down. Like during the pandemic, it slowed down. There weren't as many customer experiences, or maybe there were more because everybody was buying something now. So maybe it sped up during the pandemic. The negative side of this is sometimes it can go counterclockwise. You have a selection and it's, not so good. And so you have less sellers selling now, or less buyers, which means you get less traffic. And if you don't get as much traffic, you don't get as much customer experience. So in your business right now, you can see how, well, I want to really go on the clockwise way. I want to get a great customer experience. But sometimes our business is slowing down because we're not taking advantage of a network effect. And sometimes, and if you're a seller right now in the marketplace and you're selling notes, for example, is there a network effect anywhere in the note market or in the debt market or in the financial services market where this is happening that you can join in, that you can become one of those additional sellers, and that you can then ride the wave of the network effect? Another way of looking at it is taking it really down to the bone here. I'm a business. I'm a coach. I'm a business coach. I coach clients. I create additional revenue for them every single time. And it takes time for me to do that. So I need time. And then with that time, the client wants more of his needs met or less of his needs met. And there's a client experience from that. And if the client experience is good and they talk about it, I get more clients. But I have a limit on how much time I can spend. And if I don't have enough time or I max out, then my client needs aren't being met. And then I get a bad experience, and then I get a bad review, then I get less clients. So there's a point where each business has its own little network effect. That's a micro effect for me. And Amazon is an example of how it works in the world. But this is a marketing tool that you and I need to take advantage of. There's a cycle that goes on. In fact, there's a cycle above a cycle that says if this thing goes, they get more and more economies of scale, and they get more opinions. They get prices can go down. They get buyers can actually create economies of scale, so they can buy it cheaper, and the price for everybody goes down, and it gets cycles faster and faster and faster. Not because of anything you did, but because you're part of that network effect. So, as a business, looking for network effect. Number 3, and this is probably one of the most exciting ones that I see today, is there are things we can do in the pricing world that can change our business completely and turn it upside down. So let me ask you a question. And Scott, you can see if anybody does this. And you can just put in your chat box there, which to you makes more money? Upsell. And think of going to McDonald's, if you're never doing that, where they say, or I'd say, I want to supersize that. I buy a medium Coke and I want to supersize it. I don't know if they say that word anymore, but the idea of going from a medium all the way up to a super big one, whatever that is, or maybe a big gulp if you're going to 7-Eleven out here. That would be one way to increase your revenues. Another way is where you cross-sell, and after they buy their Big Mac and all their stuff, you say, do you want fries with that? It's an easy offer, and it creates additional revenue. Which one do you think creates the most revenue? So put in your chat box, put a 1 if you think I should upsell or supersize it because they're already spending it, or cross-sell where they add something additional. Which one do you think has the most revenue? And let me tell you, most people guess wrong or choose wrong in this one. And then one is 21 times more profitable than the other.
Wow.
So Scott, I won't tell you what anybody else has put, but what do you think?
I said 1. I want to supersize that basically. Because it's little add-ons. Look at the cost.
And you know, Scott, I love that you said that because everybody knows that you're a genius when it comes to money and managing money and things like that. And the reality is I want to supersize that.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that, and you say, well, why is that? And sometimes, you know, upselling is just a better way to go than cross-selling. And if you didn't know that and you were having an offer and you did it wrong, you'd be missing out on 21 times the possible income that you could have. So if you've got somebody already buying something and all you're having to do, and sometimes we call this making it a very low cost opportunity. And I don't mean dollar cost. To supersize something, I'm already drinking it. I'm just going to have a little bit more. It's not a big issue. Do I want fries with that? Well, I got to have fries over there. I don't know if I'm that hungry. It's a different mental process. It's higher cost. So when you're thinking of your particular offer, sometimes that add-on, another product, is not as valuable as just upping the service. And you'll see it now if you're not selling a business, but you buy things. If you go online and you buy things, oftentimes this is a big deal. You go buy something. Some people will say, well, hey, listen, if you get this, then you can get my extra bonus thing over here. It's another training or another video or another marketing tool. And they make that offer to you over on the side. And some people will say, well, since you've got this, why don't you go ahead and get the hard videos of this so you can watch them on your DVD player at home. So it's not getting anything more. It's the same thing, just more of it. And that one is far more powerful than just to say, cross-sell into a new idea. So it's valuable for both of us, whether we're selling or whether we're buying. So here's another question. This goes into price increases. So today, because of inflation, we're seeing everybody raise their prices. Well, can you or should you? I guess the operative question is here, can you afford to raise your prices by 10%, let's say, for example, here? So let me take you through that. So let's say you want to sell a widget for $100 and you decide to increase it by 10% to $110. Does that small increase lead to a loss of customers? Oops, I went quick too fast there. Will that lead to a loss of customers? And the answer to that is probably not, but it could, depending on the elasticity of your price, whether, you know, 1 penny more means everybody bails, or, you know, you could go 100, you could double the price. So let's say you sell your widgets for $100 and it costs you $70 to produce and deliver each widget. That means you make a profit of $30. So if I had to go from 100 to 110 per widget, now I'm making an additional $10. And that's pure profit. That $10 I didn't have, there's no cost associated with it. It is pure profit. And that was a 33%, jump back there. That's a 33% increase. That $10 over the 30 I made, I just raised my profit by a third, a 33% increase, that $10 here. So for this business, if they wanted to make $1,000 of profit and they sold for $100, they'd have to sell 33 1/3 widgets because they make $30 a widget, right? So $30 times the 33 1/3, they get their, make sure I see that, 33 1/3, they're $1,000. But if I increase it by 10%, I only need to sell 25. I make $8. What's that? $8.30 more. So if I take that $8.30 and I divide it by the $33 the $33 that I was going to sell it for, I found out that I can actually lose. Boy, my slides are going automatically here. I could lose 25% of my clients. So let me go back there because these were automatically, I don't know why that happened. So here, if I raised it, I could actually take it to the 110. I could, let me stop here a second here. My slides are going really crazy on my screen. Is that doing it on yours too, Scott? I can't tell here.
It looks like it's doing okay.
Yeah, mine's it's just auto advancing back and forth, and I'm not sure. I've never seen PowerPoint do that. So I'm not touching it. It's just doing this on its own. I got somebody taking control here, and there's no automations on the slides. So the bottom line, I won't look at the slide then. So if we had $100 and we go to 110, and this is a big global picture here. If you go from 100 to 110, that $10 that you increased is pure profit. Compared to the $30 that you had originally, it's a third more. So if I go back and I say, well, if I'm making that third more and I want to make $1,000 of profit, how many customers do I need to do that? Well, if I'm making 30, I need 33 1/3 customers. 33 1/3 times $100 gives me my $1,000 of profit. If I raise it to 110 and I'm selling it the widgets, then I only need to sell 25. Well, that means I've got 8.3 customers difference between those two. So if I raise my price and I wanted to make $1,000 of profit, I could afford to lose 8.3 customers down to 25, and I'd still make my $1,000 of profit. So when asking, can I raise my prices? I can afford to lose 25% of my customers and still break even. Now, I did it on $1,000 with the widget. On this slide, what you see in front of you now takes a guy making $1 million a year. He's got a profit margin of 15%. So he's got a net profit of 150 grand. He wants to do a 5% increase here. Net revenue is $1,050,000. So he's got an increase of profit of 50 grand. His new net profit is 200 grand. So you see the 50,000 increase. His increase in profit percentage was 33%, the 5 versus the 15. We have a gross profit margin, not important to us here. So we had 1,000 customers. How many did he lose by that price to get the same revenue? And if you look down toward the bottom, number of customers you could lose and still maintain the same original net profits. I could lose 250. I could lose 250 customers. Percent of those customers, it's 25%. I started out with 1,000. I could lose 250. So if you're in your business today and you're thinking about a price increase or wondering why are prices going up, is because businesses realize a 10% increase isn't going to affect most people. They'll keep buying. Some people will go into another store, another vendor perhaps, but most people will stay. And I know that I can afford to lose 25%. When I was growing up as a kid in New York, there was a car. It was called a Corvair. And it was a Chevy, and Chevrolet made a decision. It was Ralph Nader, a consumer advocate, wrote a book called Unsafe at Any Speed. And he just blitzed that Corvair. It caused death. And Chevy made a decision. They said, if we just keep this car out here, we know that we're going to have 50 people that are going to die. And if we lose the lawsuits, we're going to have to pay $100,000 times that. And so they figured that's a bottom line number. This is costing us to repair this. And they said, but if we go back to our production lines and make the modifications, it's going to cost us 5 times that amount. So they left the bad car in place, and people lost their lives, but it was an economic decision. They could afford to lose 50 lives because the economics made sense. And it's a terrible example of the morality of a car company, at least back in the day, but it shows the power of economics. If you're in your business and you're looking at raising a price, what you need to know is if you did raise your price by 10%, how many people would leave? If you had a commission product and you raised your commission percentage, if a company raised their commission, would you still buy it? Because they're looking at saying if 25% or less leave, then we're raising our prices. This is another reason why consumer advocacy works so well in the marketplace. Somebody makes a political decision and they've made the decision that said, majority of people aren't going to change how they think about us. And so they move forward. Then the public outcry goes up and they get a response. And if it's more than 20, I'm using the number here, but it could be different. If more than 25% of our voting bloc responds to this, we need to change because we can't afford that. And so they look at those numbers, the responses coming in, and if it's too big, they back off. If it's not, they just say, hey, that's the cost of doing business. And it's not a situation where they're ignoring you. It's an economic decision. So for you, if you're selling or you're marketing in your business, you can evaluate whether or not you can do a price increase. It's pure math, because the increase revenue per client times the total number of clients, you compare that against your old revenue. And how many clients at the new revenue do I need to break even? And that's a fixed mathematical number. All you have to do is do the calculation. And for most people, it's 25%, give or take. So that's a great tool for you to, how can I create revenue right now in my business? You can do this. I said 90 days. You can create revenue in the next 15 days, the next 10 days, by just raising your prices 10%. Now, there may be a reason you don't want to do that, but if you want to increase revenue, the easiest way to increase revenue is to increase your price by 10%. Here's another one. It's called the obvious. And what the obvious means is you tell them in your marketing something that's really, really obvious, but no one else is telling them. I was working with an auto mechanic, and he was trying to figure out how he was losing money on every oil change. Oil costs $5 to $7 a quart. And if you're putting 4 to 5 quarts in, you're talking 35 bucks, $25 to $35 just for the oil. And then he's got to pay the reclamation fees. Then he's got to pay for the filter. And then he's got to pay for his mechanic's time to do it. And he said, there's no way I can do this for less than 75 bucks, Randy. And he goes, but the auto guys down the street are selling it for $19.99. He goes, that doesn't even cover the cost of oil. And you and I know the only reason they do that is because they want to get more customers in to sell them something else. So what's he to do? He's not going to play that bait and switch, get him in there and then try to sell him some kind of service that costs $300. He doesn't want to do that. So what I suggested to him, I go, what do you obviously do for a client that nobody knows, but it's very obvious to you? And he goes, well, I do a 30-point safety inspection. I go, tell me about it. So he told me about the safety inspection. So today what he does, he doesn't sell an oil changing service like that anymore. He sells a bumper to bumper safety inspection that includes oil and filters and inspections, and it has 5 or 6 or 10 different points. And he markets, a lot of times he's sending it to the spouse or the wife of the husband, because she's concerned about safety more than he is many times. So, and when we got done with that, I was talking to another guy and he goes, well, I do that too. In fact, that 1995 said to do the same thing. The point of it was nobody was telling anybody. Nobody called it a safety inspection. They were telling them, this is what we're doing. So in that sense, telling them something that is obvious that perhaps even everybody does, but nobody knows everybody does it, can be a very quick way to generate business. I had a financial planner that I was working with, and he had a CFP designation, which is Certified Financial Planner. And you might see it advertised. Maybe the generation people you work with are CFPs. And the organization suggests that everybody should be working with the CFP. So if you're working with the CFP, you've got the best of the best. But nobody tells anybody what it takes to become a CFP. To become a lawyer, you have to pass the bar. Everybody knows that. But to become a CFP, what does it require? Well, I took the tests. There's 5 exams you've got to take. You've got to pass all 5. Then you got to take a cumulative test at the end that takes all of them together. And it's not easy. You've got to become an expert and an HP 12 calculator to do all the kind of work. So to go through it, it's a significant accomplishment to do that. So what this financial planner did is began to market what it takes to become a CFP. And he was telling his future audience that if you're concerned about people that have competency and have understanding of financial principles, a CFP is where you want to go. And oh, by the way, I got one. Well, it changed his marketplace. And every other CFP told me, well, that was kind of foolish. Every CFP does that. But the clients, the customers, the consumer didn't know that. So if you tell them the obvious, you can change things. Another one was a school that had every teacher had to go through, there's a preschool, had to go through background checks. And every school does. Everyone, at least in California, I don't know if it's around the country, but every preschool has to go through background checks so that parents would know their children are safe. Well, when you read their materials, their marketing materials, nobody talks about that. It's almost like it was a stigma. Well, this particular school I was working with, they decided, after talking to me, let's tell everybody about background checks. Let's talk about that safety and make it front and center of your offer. And so they did that. Well, other preschools says, well, we do that. That doesn't make any difference. Everybody does that. But again, it's the consumer, the eyes of the customer. Nobody realized it. Their business grew significantly. In fact, all three of these had significant upticks in business because they told the audience something that they cared about, but something that was obvious to them, but the audience hadn't heard before. So that's a hack that you can do to change your business. Now, I must say to you, there's some things you don't want to talk about. Some things, for example, if you said right now in a restaurant, well, we wipe down everything. If you kind of announce that, someone might say, well, duh, I hope so. Everybody's wiping stuff down. So you got to be careful. You don't take something that's so obvious that maybe it's government mandated that everybody has to do it. So if you announce something that's been mandated, you might look a little bit foolish, or it's a little bit risky to, again, when we talk about wiping things down, or something that is so obvious that you're insulting someone's intelligence. So don't do that if you're going to tell them the obvious things. And if it's expected, obviously that would be something like that. The last one on the hacks here is what I call a market dominating position. And if you're marketing or you've been marketed to, you've experienced this. Something I always say, the easiest way to grow your business is to clarify your message. And if you want to dominate in your market, then you need to have a crystal clear message, what it is you do, the problem you solve, and how somebody can get a hold of it. You've got to become crystal clear. You don't want to become high cost where people have to try to figure it out. And you and I have experienced this. If you go to websites today and look at them, you can read it and you'll say, what in the world are they selling? I have no idea by looking at the website. So clarify your message. Become relevant, valuable, and meaningful in what you offer. And what does that mean? And I'm going to use Scott as an example because I know Scott. So how does Scott become relevant? How does he become a market dominator? Well, he's got to talk about something that people care about. Do people care about making additional income, making more revenue, having a new channel for revenue, having passive income? Do people care about that? You bet they do. So Scott's offer becomes relevant. Is Scott valuable? Does it help people avoid threats to their life? Yeah, avoid the threat of running out of money, avoid the threat of not being able to provide. Does it help them fulfill obligations that could become threats later on? Yeah, they fulfill obligations of paying their rents, of paying off their mortgages, of taking care of their kids, paying for college education, all those things. That's a valuable offer. It helps them perhaps take advantage of an opportunity. They've got some cash and Scott can show them how they can actually create passive income for their future and retire early. So Scott's offer becomes very valuable. And then lastly, it has to become meaningful. There has to be an intersection. And I think I've got this one here. There has to be an intersection between what people care about to see and the action that people take. So if you're very, very, let's go back. That's wrong way, guys. Sorry about my slide presentation just ended, Scott. Let me go back here. That was funny how that happened. So to become meaningful, you want that intersection between what people care about and the action they take. And if they cross over and they intersect, and I'll show back that If they cross over, like in the first one here, that becomes more meaningful. If they're just touching, it's less meaningful. And if they don't touch at all, they're meaningless. So if you're making an offer and it's people don't care about it, and how do you know they care about it? Because the actions they take, they don't cross, they're not consistent. If you sold bicycles and people said, yeah, they're concerned about fitness, but they don't ever get outside the home, they don't do any activity physically at all, that's kind of a meaningless offer if you're going to sell them a bike. If they go out and they go along the beach sometime and every now and then they might rent something, well, there's a little bit of meaningfulness there. And if they're a person that already has a bike, then offering another bike is very, very meaningful. So for Scott has, if people are concerned about money in the economic future, yes. Are they already taking actions to fulfill that? Yes, they're already doing things. So Scott has a very meaningful offer. So he's relevant because it's something people care about. It's meaningful. And dare I go back? Oops. It's valuable because it allows them to avoid a threat, fulfill an obligation, and to exploit, take advantage of something in the future. So all those things mean Scott has a great market dominating position. Now, the only question is for Scott is, how is he phrasing that? So you know that he's relevant, valuable, and meaningful. What are the words? What are the languaging that Scott says? And then you can ask yourself openly and honestly, why would anybody choose you over your competition? Why? If you're in the buyer market here, let's say you don't have your own business, how does this become helpful for you? When you're out in the marketplace and you're looking at something, you need to ask yourself these three questions. Is what these people are offering, is it relevant to what I really care about? It's either it is or it isn't. It may look really, really great. I could go to a car dealer and I could see say a Maserati, and it looks smart and sexy and all those things. Is it relevant to what I care about right now in my life? No. So I don't care how much the price is. Anything else he tells me, it's irrelevant. I'm not going there. Is it valuable to me? Does it help me avoid a threat? A Maserati? No. Is it help me fulfill any obligations that I have? No. Is it meaningful between the actions that I'm taking in my life now and the things that I care about? No, it's not meaningful either. Valuable. And is it meaningful? Is the actions that I'm doing today? Well, I'm driving. So maybe you could say, but do I look for spending $250,000 on a car? Is anything I do consistent with that? No. So I've got a separation there. I'm completely meaningless. So I'm not going to buy a Maserati. But you could run that same three tests against anything else you do and determine whether or not this is logical, it makes sense. Now notice, there's nothing emotional in here. This is really deciding something, kind of going back to our very first statement here in terms of, our biases. This is looking at trying to eliminate bias as much as possible and asking ourselves some very honest questions. And then lastly, the asking yourself, why would anyone choose you over your competition? If I'm talking to Scott, why should I choose Scott over the competition? Asking myself that question. Because Scott's asking himself, why should Randy choose me over somebody else? And he knows he has to have an answer for that, because whether I say it or not, I'm asking myself that question. So if you're in business, you need to make sure you have that answer. And it can't be common. If you say, well, my prices are low, what happens next month when someone else has a lower price? You just taught somebody how to buy a lower price product. If you say it's because we've got a great inventory, a supply of product right now, well, what happens when you don't? Does that mean they should go to somebody else? So your market dominating position has to solve those three questions. If it's something that's just so common that it's not valuable anymore. So ask yourself openly and honestly that question. So market dominating position. Here's some ways you can phrase some of those things. If you were a guy that did Facebook or you knew somebody, I said languaging is the next thing Scott would do. Well, if you were in Facebook, you might call yourself the Facebook guy. Somebody that says something, someone hears that, and it's going to trigger, right? The first time they heard that, you had the term Facebook guy. It's anchored now. So now every time they hear the Facebook guy and they see it all over, that's talking about something you see all the time. We talked about that at the very first time. Now we're going to see that. And if I have the Facebook guy and I put some emotional twist to it, I'm taking those 3 triggers right up front and I'm tying it to my name. So when Scott does those things, or whoever's doing the Facebook, they're in a better position from a marketing. Networking, the first lady of marketing, the first guy of note selling, the note guy. I do this. I find you 100,000 in 45 minutes without spending another dollar on marketing or advertisement. That's what I say every single day, many, many times. I'm trying to be the only guy that says that. I'm trying to trigger those biases. What if I put $10,000 in your pocket in 18 days, or I put $10,000 in your pocket in 45 minutes? I am trying to trigger some of those things. I'm trying to dominate by becoming valuable, relevant, and meaningful in the marketplace. The general of new business, if you're a military man and you're running in a uniform, you're running an ad, that might be how you're going to position yourself. A speaker coach for small business coaches, the general of new business for accountants. All these things are ways to put language. They're going to go back to that becoming relevant, meaningful, and going back to those cognitive biases that we talked at the very beginning. So the language that you use with some of these marketing principles can set yourself apart. And if you're on the buying side, then listen for the language that people use and then ask yourself, am I being triggered? Do I see the value? Do I understand the relevancy? Do I see the market value of what's going on here? So here's something that I wanted to close with, and kind of shows you what I do and why I do what I do. In our business, I've got 50 different strategies that I deal in marketing. And these are strategies. Digital marketing might have 20 different tactics that you can do. Facebook, the kinds of channels that you do, each one of those is a different tactic under the digital marketing strategy. So what I did here is I took 10 of them. And you can see there's a market dominating position, leads, alliances, joint ventures, digital marketing. And I said, if you were in a business today, and you can see in the center there, it says, and you had $1 million of revenue. And I took each of these 10 categories and I just increased them, your revenue, by 2%. Remember that slide very earlier? I said the opening slide was 62,000. If I increased it by 10%, we'd go to 100. And then if I said we went 50, we'd go to 474. I'm just raising these here by 2%. Each one of them, 2%. So collectively, that's 20%. So if you were doing $1 million, 10% is 100 grand, 20%. So you can see where I'm going. But you can see the new annual profit is 325,000. Impact over 5 years is 600,000. It's a 63% increase by just doing 2%. Imagine if I did 10%. How much would that number grow? So you see, the math can be incredible. This is an example of what we do in each one of these things. And you can see here how to downsell. We talked about upsells and cross sells. Can help you going straight down there, bundling, how to get more appointments, how to lower your overhead costs, how to raise your prices, how to increase longevity, frequency, how to lower your cost of goods. Each of those are strategies that have tactics. And imagine if you could change any one of those things by 2%, your business could have an impact of 63% revenue over the course of a year. So with that, whoops, did I skip one? No, that's what I did. So bottom line is here, marketing is something you and I do every single day. We are being marketed to every single day. There's some things that you and I can do. There's some languaging we can do. There's the understanding of what's going on in our minds, what's taking place, that if we understood it, we might see why we're so prone to buy something or not buy something, how we need to listen differently because we see what's going on and how it's not going along. There's some very specific things we can do if we have a business, if we promote an upsell. It's a 33% increase in revenue if we just have a single upsell in our business. 33% revenue. You don't need to wait 90 days. You can do it right now. These changes in mental thinking over the course of a quarter, you can absolutely change your income and grow significantly just by changing how you think and becoming aware of it. You can actually raise your prices by 10%. And you'll you could have a 30 to 50% increase in revenue depending on your product and the pricing of it, just by raising it by 10% and realizing most people won't leave. But even if they did, 25% of them could leave and you'll still be at the same revenue value. And lastly, I shouldn't say lastly, if you're in the marketing space, consider having a message that talks about the thing that's obvious, but nobody's saying, and that you can become anchored in people's minds by being the first guy that said that. It's Avis and Hertz. Avis used to say, we're number 2. And people said, why would you broadcast that? Well, it became anchored in everybody's mind that they were number 2 and that everybody feels sorry for the underdog. And so they created that emotion, that underdog emotion that helped them become number 1. So they used 2 of those heuristics at the very beginning. And they didn't mind being called number 2 because the bottom line is what they were looking at. If they were making 100 million, they didn't care if Hertz was making 101 million. Their shareholders were thrilled with making 100 million. And then lastly, look at yourself and say, how can I begin to dominate my marketplace? I can't afford to become common, because if I'm just another player in the market, then the only thing I can offer someone is a cheaper price. And that's a quick road down if the only thing you can do is offer or lower your prices. So those are 5 things you can do in marketing. Those are 5 things you can consider if you're just a buyer of products that can change and actually make you as a person more profitable by understanding how the money is working before it ever gets to you and how people are trying to get you to make a buying decision. Making buying decisions is great. And it's great when you realize I made a great one, to be redundant with my words there. So make really good buying decisions by understanding how you're being trained to make buying decisions. And then you'll make better ones when you understand that. So if you want to get some more information on this, or you want to have we go through an exploratory conversation, you see the phone number there. In fact, Scott, I should take your text thing and I should have it right up on here now and they could take a picture. But I didn't do that this time. So if you just text the word Randy to that phone number there, 714-706-1040, you'll get a text right back. And I'm not even asking for your email. You can go there. I'm not here to bother you. I'm not here to send you 60,000 text messages. You might get that one and one more that says thanks, and that's it. So, Scott, I appreciate the opportunity, and hopefully that will, at least as you go throughout the day, in your mind, you're going to be thinking some of these thoughts are, wow, I'm being triggered. That guy's triggering me. and you'll find out people, it's funny, when I've done this before, people come back and they'll write the next day. Sometimes, you know what? I didn't think about it so much my business, but realize my husband's doing that to me every day. He takes me back and says, do you remember when we were first married, when we said this? And so he goes back to those anchors. And so we use these things all the time. It's just, we've never been explained to us before.
Yeah, we do often forget sometimes the obvious things, especially when you're in the business of doing stuff on a regular basis. You forget some of the basic stuff that most people don't recognize. What is a note? You mentioned the note guy. That was something that I took on because it's what people said when I was out speaking. Like, hey, you're that note guy on YouTube. You're that note guy. And it stuck. And it was an obvious thing to embrace and market with going forward. And that's the thing is, I think everybody gets so bogged down. It's like, I got to try to replicate, or I'm competing against Scott or Donna Bauer or Desi Arnaz or anything like that. Standing out individually works in your favor versus trying to replicate most of the time. Would you agree to that, Randy? I mean, it's good to borrow or steal ideas, but make them always your own. There's always room for more, right?
Yeah. I had a realtor, and he was just only 1 year in the business. And every time I saw him, he was always going barefoot. He just liked being barefooted. So I told him, I said, why don't we go take pictures of houses and always show your feet and then cut away? And so now he markets himself as the barefoot realtor. And as he goes in the community, everybody knows who that is, just because it was unique. Mm-hmm. It had nothing to do with selling real estate whatsoever.
Yeah. I think one of the best things I always crack up is if you've ever seen the movie I Love You, Man.
Yeah.
Paul Rudd. And the billboards that they put up in that article about, the Bond, or, the Pistol Pete, or, in the beach, or, you know what I mean? It's okay to be unique. And we all have our own unique story. The barefoot realtor, the the short sale queen, we got Bill Twyford tomorrow, the rock star investor. There's a lot of things that we all can use to leverage and helps identify. That's one of the greatest things we have found from our masterminds, our one-on-one coaching. There's a lot of things that people have in common besides note investing, and that can lead, single moms, or we found a lot of people homeschool their kids that are investors. We found also a lot of people are musically inclined. You know what I mean? And that's the thing is, I think so many people get so bogged down. Try thinking inside the box. It's okay to be different, and that thinking outside the box can help you increase a little bit at a time. I mean, we're not talking huge. You don't have to try to double your income. You just increase it a little bit, or increase your marketing a little bit, goes a long way.
Yeah. Well, and Scott, one of the things that I realize about you, and you look at the caliber of people that you have on these conferences, somebody could ask, well, how do I evaluate Scott's stuff? And if you think of some of the things that we've talked about here, and I did it with you in a sense, is Scott meaningful, valuable? Is he relevant to what my people care about? Does Scott do that? Scott can be called the note guy, but if I know that that's kind of a marketing positioning, what's behind that now? And you start to examine, kind of peel away the onions. So don't get caught up into the name. Don't buy from the Barefoot Realtor because it's a clever, name. Buy from him because he can take care of what you need.
Yeah.
So if we realize on the surface, that's always going to get us in the door. But once you're in the door, you've got to say, whoa, now that I'm here, I need to do my due diligence on this side of the fence. And you've done that, and you've done it for people, which is the great thing, is they don't have to worry about, you don't have people on here that you haven't vetted, that are already, they're relevant, they're meaningful, they're valuable to the kinds of people that you talk to. So you've done that for them so they can actually do this freely. But people wouldn't know that's part of your process. It's kind of like what we said, Scott, tell them the obvious. Tell them what you do when you vet people, because it tells people, wow, I didn't know Scott did all of that. They got to go do this. They got to do this, got to do this. It's one of those tools that sometimes we take for granted. People will just assume I do all that stuff. No, they don't. They don't know that.
Mm-hmm. Well, and it's also too, I hate to say this, but a lot of people won't even do the bare minimum.
Oh,
like when I would teach live workshops, one of the things that I would always do is I'd give everybody the registration list. Like, hey, we got 50, 100 people at a workshop. You hang around on the fourth day, I'm going to give you the list of everybody here. So you don't have to worry about trying to run around and catch business cards. It allows for you to focus on it. And then I was always judge success by those that sent an email out within 48 hours of the end day. They got the list, and you would know who would be successful because they would start implementing things or start doing some things. They start reaching out and building those connections. And religiously, 90% of people won't even send that hello email out afterwards. It was nice meeting you, let's connect, or stuff like that. But the 10% that did, it didn't have to be notes. They were successful at notes or fix and flipping or short-term rentals or whatever it was. I like notes, but whatever it was, because they did take that action. They implemented, they found the value. They wanted to build upon that little bit of a connection and go from there. And that's a simple thing. It didn't have to be anything fancy. It was just that first email. And most people won't even do that little bit extra to get above it. And that's the thing about real estate or investing in your business. A lot of people, if you were to build a house, Randy, you wouldn't want your contractors cutting corners. Can we agree to that?
Amen to that.
I'm going to cut some corners off here. So using 2x6s, I'm going to use 1x4s. You know what I mean? Instead of putting,
ouch.
instead of putting a concrete foundation down, we're just going to put it on dirt with no, pier and beam or anything like that. A lot of people's businesses, when it comes to marketing, they're marketing like they're trying to cut corners, and that's the worst thing you can do. It doesn't have to be expensive, because you said there are simple things you can do to get the word out on what you're doing and just stand out. And that's the thing that always bugs the heck out of me. What's the least amount that I have to do to be successful? Well, the least amount is nothing, because you can be successful at doing nothing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, one of the things we hear all the time in sales and marketing is that, a sale's not made until you've made 12 touches.
Yeah.
So we hear that all the time. But the fact, or this stat that's even more critical, is that nothing really happens before the fourth one. So a lot happens after 4, but if you're not doing 4, you're not in the game.
Yeah.
And so I ask, how many people have a follow-up process of at least 4? And no hands go up.
Less than 5%, I bet you.
Yeah,
Less
no
than
hands
5%.
go up.
Yep.
No hands go up. And to take to our talk here, if you're ever doing a cold calling, there's one word you never, ever want to use. And that's the word follow-up. Don't call someone up and say, well, listen, I'll follow up with you. That is a sales trigger. Only salespeople follow up. Everybody else gets touch bases. I'll get back with you. I'll do this. But you don't typically say follow up unless you're in a sales or marketing situation. So don't have your talk on the phone and say, well, listen, can I follow up with you? No, because follow up is the thing you do before you close. Mm-hmm. And people don't have to react to it, but it's one of those, cognitive biases. When you hear that, you tighten up because you go, oh no, I know what he's going to say when he calls me back. I don't want that. And so they're suddenly too busy, and you don't know why you're not getting the appointments, because some of the language you use just triggers. That's why those triggers are so critical. There's so many of them. We just don't know what they are.
Yep. That is definitely the truth. There are triggers out there all the time. And it's so easy today to continue those relationships, those touches. Mm-hmm. Can I touch base with you next month? Not follow up. Do you mind if I touch base with you once a quarter? What's the best time to touch base with you? We see that in banking with us contacting asset managers a lot of times, once a month. Pretty easy to create an email campaign. It's pretty simple. It goes out to it. Heck, our speaker earlier yesterday, Michael Jimenez, talked about that, reaching out to people on LinkedIn and touching base with people there, sending an email blast, or just little simple things that you can do once a month, but it builds long-term success. And most people, this drives me batty. It just drives me. Don't follow up. It's the one email, the one phone call, and they never follow up with anything. And I wonder why they don't have success. Either raising capital or finding deals or making connections and networking, grow your audience. It's all about a touch point, and that people are watching you. Most people are used to that first email, but that they don't see a second, third, fourth, fifth one. They know that you're flaked off and gone on to something else for the most part.
And Scott, behind that, more than just the quantity of the number, when you do it, and not everybody does it like you do it, but that you do it, you're providing something that's helpful to that person. So it's not just, I'm in your face 12 times, buy from me. It's those 12 times provided meaningful or valuable content. It helped me make a decision, or gave me peace of mind about a decision I already made, or gave me information about a future decision. So that not contacting is really missing the opportunity to that one-on-one relationship that you're trying to build. You can't build it unless you're talking with them. And if you don't start that, it'll never happen.
Yeah, and that's all about the adding value side of things. You got to add value. That's why we have the survey that we do, getting people to fill it out. Because if you want us to focus on a subject, just put it on the survey. We'll cover it at some point. And that's the adding the value aspect of it. Hey, what's your biggest need or your biggest strength, or your biggest goal? How can we help be accountable for you, or help hold you accountable? Not cannibal, accountable. Sorry.
I'm not even going to touch what that subliminally you were doing there.
We don't want you to eat yourself, but anyway.
Oh my gosh. You know what's funny, Scott, and I'll segue out here is, marketing is a topic that, believe it or not, it really has to come before everything, because you don't have a sale unless you got a message that invites someone. You don't have operations unless you have sales. And then you don't have employees and issues unless you got operations going on. But today, as I talk with business owners and people around the country, the number one thing that people don't want to do and don't see the need for is marketing. It's the first thing they quit when times get tough. And then when they come to me, they say, boy, I'm in dire straits. I need to get more clients, but I can't afford marketing. And that's the very thing that gets them the clients. And so it's kind of like that anchoring. They've all been taught that marketing is something you spend money on. It's not something you invest in your business. And if I have no idea what your bottom lines and your P&L looks like, but I dare say you have a marketing budget. There's a fair amount of money that you spend on it. And you could probably say, if I didn't spend this money, I wouldn't have a bottom line. It's just part of being in business is you spend money to get clients. In fact, the purest business, the proof of it is if you can spend $1 and get a client, you have a business. All you got to do is price it so you get a profit. That's 101 business is you buy a customer through either marketing or advertising. And then when they pay you, it pays your costs and you have money left over for you. And for some reason today, I don't know if it's generational, but people don't see that. And what they want to do is they want the easy way out. They want to get customers through social media, but they want it all organic. They don't want to spend any money or time. They want it to come to them without actually investing in it.
Yeah, that's a rough thing. And that's always drives me kind of bonkers as well as looking at, I mean, I'll give a great example. Emails, it's a CRM right off the bat. Okay. Most people, and that's the thing is I see people like, oh, I'm not going to pay $50 for like MailChimp. I'm like, okay, MailChimp's pretty easy to use. You're going to have some context. There's a free service of it for like 2,000 contacts to start off with. Yeah. Well, my Infusionsoft bill or Keep bill for email is, I think, $700 a month. And then we also have ClickFunnels that we use. We also have MailChimp. So we got like 3 different things I do besides our text messaging. We're spending over $1,000 a month on email marketing. Now we've got a big database, so that stuff like that. But it's an investment. It's an investment in our part that I know I've got to be marketing something each day. I mean, every day I start off with a marketing mindset. What do we have to do? Am I on a podcast? Am I recording a podcast? Do I have an email that needs to go out for something that we're doing? Whether it's a deal that we're selling, or a deal we're trying to get funding for, or content, it's a day in, day out aspect of things. Now, not everybody needs to do that or needs to have that big initial budget for that. You start off smaller. I started off very small, free, very, very free account with MailChimp, but you have to start building it. And that's the way I look at it. Every contact in my database is valuable to me in some sort of fashion. Everybody's a buyer, everybody's a seller, or everybody's a funding source. And I can add value to them in all 3 phases. Sometimes it's just one phase, and that's totally fine. If people unsubscribe from my list, I'm totally fine with it. Thank you very much for doing that. But that's the most important thing is people just don't do those simple things. And that's really the lifeblood of a business. I mean, you think about all the emails that we get, and yeah, social media can be free, but we all know there's filter there. Anytime you try to buy a free thing or sort of a free account, you really are at the mercy of that tool and what they do. And like we know, Facebook filters who people see your profiles, was it 5% or less? Okay. It can be free on there, but those aren't just because you're commenting or liking somebody's video or TikTok. Are you really adding anything? Are you really sharing anything? Are you really adding any value to that? Probably not. Mm-hmm. And that's one of the things that we tell people all the time. Like, look, if you find an article, share it, add some value to somebody, send an email out once a week. And we're not talking daily or hourly. Once a week is the minimum touch base you have with your database.
Yeah. And it's fun as a grandparent now. Fundamentally, I'm market to my grandkids. And how do I do that? Regular contact, little things that I do, remind them, it triggers, it anchors. They remember the thing I did when they were, and it's funny, we're human social creatures. We want to have contact and we respond to it. So it's just so natural. And Scott, I speak about you all the time in the sense of, I don't know anybody that has taken such a grip on understanding not just marketing, but providing value to people over and above and beyond what everybody else in the industry does. I mean, you just set yourself apart as a guy that cares. You're approachable, you're easygoing, and yet when you look at what you deliver on, it's top notch all the way. And it's I'm sure everybody that's part of your conference and seminars and meetings all over the time is just really, really appreciative of how much you better their lives because of their association with you. So thanks for, hey, it's been great meeting you and hanging out with you these times. And I hope it continues for a long time. And when you hit my age, I'll be, oh gosh, who knows?
Well, I appreciate that. The whole point is I was very blessed early on in my note investing career. I mean, total God bless me on the front end, learning, having basically a 4-year apprenticeship with Bob Leonetti and Jimmy Kayla. And through them, I met Ron LeGrand and Bill Barnett, who spoke yesterday, and a bunch of other people out there. And so I've always promised that, hey, I would try to deliver as much content as I can in people's lives to help them make decisions. I mean, that's the whole reason for NoteCamp. C, content. A, actions. M, marketing. P, profit generating stuff, nuggets and tools that you can use in your business today. So Randy, I appreciate you speaking here on Note Camp and delivering those four fundamental pillars of Note Camp to our audience today, man.
Well, Scott, it's been a pleasure. Thanks so much again. And I hope the day goes well. I'm going to try to, it's a busy Friday today, but I'm going to try to jump in. There's a couple here things I'd like to see with some of you. Well, you're on tomorrow too, right?
We're on all weekend through Sunday. Sunday at 6 o'clock is when we wrap up. So yeah, today, tomorrow, and Sunday.
Now, should I log in using this? Because this is going to put me in a panel mode.
I will just move you to a trade. I'll just move you to an attendee. If you come on, I'll just bump you over to attendee.
Good, got it. Good. I was afraid that I'd do that. So great. Well, good. Thanks so much, Scott. I appreciate it. Have a blessed rest of the day, and I'll look forward to talking with you soon.
Sounds good. Thanks, Randy.
Okay, bud. Bye-bye now.
All right, everybody. So we got a little bit of break here. Let me go on here and do something really fast. Hope you enjoyed that. It was good stuff with Randy. Hey, Mark Donald, thanks for saying that. Yeah, well, I think, Donald, you met Randy in Denver there at Magnifier Wealth, which is great stuff there for you. So one of the things we've got about 13 and a half minutes till our next speaker, Avery Carl, comes on, who is the short-term rental queen. She's the author of Short-Term Rental Long-Term Wealth. Really excited to have her on here speaking at Note Camp 2021. So if you want to take a quick bio break, go ahead and do that. Fresh cup of coffee, stretch, get a little something to nibble on, and we'll be right back in just a few minutes, everybody. Okay.
It can reduce investment risk, increase occupancy, and your income. That's why real estate professionals use Rentometer, the fastest and easiest way to find current local rents in the U.S. Go to rentometer.com, enter an address, number of beds, and click Analyze. You'll get easy-to-read rent comps, trends, and more. Sign up for our free pro trial and grow your rental business smarter with Rentometer.
Want to know what the going rents are in a particular area? Rentometer's Quick View feature gives you this information, and this short demonstration will show you exactly how. Both our free trial users and pro subscribers get unlimited access to Quick View. I'm already logged in and I entered an address, so I'm ready to run a rent comm report. Time to click on the Analyze Address button. Rentometer can now deliver our rent analysis faster than ever with Quick View. Quick View gives us the key rent metrics for the address that we searched. It includes the average and median data over here and the helpful map showing you the address you entered, which is indicated by this orange bubble icon, and the surrounding comps in the area. Sometimes this is all the information you need. Pro customers have unlimited access to Quick Views, so with a Pro account, you can run as many of these as you'd like. After reviewing this information, you may determine you'd like to edit the search filters and rerun the search. So up here, you can change the filters. You might want a different bedroom or bathroom count or explore other aspects about your area. Then click the Analyze Address button, and that will rerun the Quick View with the new information you entered. From there, you can determine if you want the more detailed analysis provided in the full Pro report. The full Pro report is only a click away. Pro customers are given a certain number of Pro report credits based on their specific price plan. We want you to maximize your full report credits, so we recommend running a few Quick Views before clicking for a full Pro report, especially for an area you're not familiar with. Now I want to see the split between 1 bathroom and 1.5 baths. There are 27 1.5 baths, so that means there are 31 baths, pretty even split. In addition, the average rent for 1 bath is $2,100, and the average for 1.5 baths is $2,140, so not too big of a difference. So I'm going to reset the bath filter to any and use the larger sample size of 57. Now I want to test the predominant building type by selecting apartment condo. Apartment condo is 54 out of 57, so I'll leave it set to apartment condo. With all this information I filtered through, now I'm ready to run a full report. In our Rentometer Quick View tutorial, we ran through several scenarios using Quick View before running the Pro Report. We ran the Quick Views to save time, conserve report credits, and not clutter the My Reports folder. So now we're ready to run the Pro Report. But before doing that, I want to point out a couple things. First, you can see your Pro Report credit balance right here below the View Pro Report button. And second, Pro Reports are saved as PDFs in the My Reports folder, and Quick Views are not saved. So I have the address and Quick View already loaded. I'll click the View Pro Report button and we'll be presented with the Pro Report. The first section of the report includes the address and filters we set for the search, the Street View image, and the summary statistics. Having the data we input on the screen is handy as a reference, but also in case we want to run a variation of this report. For example, if we decide to change any of the filters. It will not run the full report. It will take you back to Quick View and you can choose to run another full report. Also, you can toggle between Street View and our Rentometer gauge by clicking the Toggle Gauge link. The Rentometer gauge will highlight the average rent. Now let's move on to the summary stats, which are included in the Quick View report as well. To quickly review, the average rent is the sum of all the rents in the area divided by the number of samples. The median rent is the middle value in the list of rents, and half the rents are above the median and half are below the median. 25th percentile represents the lower end of prices in the area, and 25% of the rents are below this threshold. The 75th percentile represents the higher end of prices in the area, and 75% of the rents are below this threshold. Percentiles can come in handy when evaluating a property or a market. For example, you can test your all-in cost assumptions in an investment property. Let's say you are evaluating a property near 404 North Curtis Ave. The current condition of the property places it in the lower end of the market, so you can use the 25th percentile and apply the 1% rule to estimate your all-in cost should be no more than $185,000 to $186,000. If you want to reposition the property by including renovations to move into the higher end of the market, then you can use the 75th percentile to estimate your all-in cost should be no more than $233,000 to $234,000, again applying the 1% rule. The historical trend line provides historical context for the current rents. The blue line of the chart plots the average rent on the first day of each quarter going back to January 1st, 2017. So the average rent on July 1st, 2018 was $2,005. And you can see the median, the standard deviation, and the sample size as of July 1st, 2018. The orange line of the chart plots the rolling or moving for quarter average rent. It is meant to smooth out changes that could be attributed to the time of year and/or seasonality. So you can see the rents in the area of 404 North Curtis Ave have fluctuated over the last 3 or 4 years, with the last year and a half proving some sharp increases in rents. The average rent by bedroom type chart provides content for 1 to 2 bedroom units so that you can quickly compare your bedroom type with other bedroom types, and you don't have to process another report. The chart also provides 1 year ago rents on all the bedroom types to provide a quick snapshot of the direction of rents in the last year across the bedroom types. The summary stats table provides more in-depth information about the data sample and the statistical calculations. Right next to it is the rent distribution chart. This is a histogram that provides an approximate visual representation of the distribution of the data samples. For example, for 404 North Curtis Ave, there are 16 rents that are between $1,710 and $1,926, and that's the tallest bucket of data on this histogram. The map and sample lists are designed with visual cues to help you to digest the information as quickly as possible. The map and sample lists are also loaded with handy tools and links so you can perform additional research and analysis as you need it. So let's dive in and start reviewing all the great features. The blue shaded circle is the radius and the area covered by the analysis. The small orange house icon represents the address being searched. The sample list is represented by pin drops on the map, and each pin drop is assigned a letter and a color. The letter assignment is based upon the distance from the subject property, with the letter A being assigned to the property closest to the address being searched. In addition to the alpha coding, each pin is color coded. The rent legend identifies and defines the color coding over here. The green pins are the lower rents, or the bottom 25% of the rents. The blue pins are the moderate or middle rents, rents that are between the 25th and 75th percentiles. And the red pins are the higher rents, or the top 25% of the rents. The pin drops are interactive, so you can click on them to get more information. The address, the rent, the date we last saw the listing, and link to Street View. Moving from the map to the sample list, the default sort order of the sample list is the distance from the subject property with the closest listings at the top. You can sort the list by other variables, for example, the last seen date. You can always go back to the default sort order by sorting by distance. You can download the sample list to a CSV file for further analysis. You can activate a Google search by clicking on the G icon here. You can activate a Street View for a particular address by clicking on the little person icon here. And you can get more property details on each of the sample addresses by clicking on the Property Details button. The Property Details report is a compilation of publicly available data presented in an easy-to-read format. The tax, the sale, and other property information are provided so you can utilize as many details as needed for your analysis. For example, knowing the year built can help you assess the overall condition, amenities, and potential maintenance costs of a property. That's a deep overview of the Pro Report. Now you're ready to fully take advantage of what this amazing Rentometer feature has to offer. You're welcome to reach out to us via email at feedback@rentometer.com. Thanks for watching.
I will be posting a link there for Rentometer. They've got a special for you guys here at Note Can't be able to use that. And I'll be posting it in the chat. We'll send an email out for you guys later on today here. So, but one of our special vendors there, thought you guys would enjoy that on that. We'll be playing that throughout some of the breaks the rest of the day and throughout this weekend as well. So I see our next guest is in standby in the green room, just chilling there, hanging out, being her badass self. So Avery, you want to come on? We'll get you rocking and rolling here.
Yes, absolutely.
Morning, sunshine. How's it going?
I'm doing awesome. How are you?
I'm doing great. Hey, by the way, happy anniversary. You guys just celebrated an anniversary, didn't you?
We did. We did 7 years married. Yes.
Congratulations. Awesome. Good stuff there for you. So I meant to ask you, you have a presentation you want up to pull up the share and screen with everybody, or Q&A or what?
Q&A.
Okay. All right. Let's do that then. Let me hit the record button. We'll get rock and roll there.
Cool.
All right, everybody. Hey, our next guest here on Note Camp is a rock star. And I mean that just not the fact that she loves music and is a kick-ass singer and all that good stuff, but she is a rock star when it comes to her niche of real estate investing. She's a real estate broker, but more importantly, I like to call her the short-term rental queen. She is the author. She's the author of Short-Term Rentals, Long-Term Wealth. It's a Bigger Pockets book, but probably the premier expert in Airbnb short-term rentals, the one, the only, Avery Carl. What's going on, Avery? How's it going this morning?
Oh, going pretty good. Thank you so much for having me.
No problem. Now, one of the things, I imagine so, talk a little bit how you got into what you're doing now. You want to start at the beginning, kind of how you fell into short-term rentals?
Sure. So kind of by accident, I think like most people that end up in real estate investing, we moved to Nashville from New York City. Probably that was in longer ago than I would like to admit. And I didn't have my license at the time. I was working in the music business, and our agent said, "Oh, you really want to buy in this super hipster area of Nashville? The home values are appreciating really quickly. Let's get you in over here." We were like, no, we just came from Brooklyn. We don't really want neighbors. We want to buy something out in the country. So we did. And then we thought, well, maybe we should buy one of those too. We have a little money left, see if it appreciates. And, that was dumb. You don't invest solely on appreciation. We didn't know what we were doing. Luckily, that one, I still have that one. We're about to 1031 exchange that into a 26 unit apartment building. Thank you. Appreciation. Cherry on top, though, cash flow first. But once we got the first rent check on that one, we thought, oh, we need more of these. We actually want to make this a business. So then we started educating ourselves. Most people educate themselves first and then make a huge purchase, but we did the opposite. So we started educating ourselves, reading the books, listening to the podcast, and we had just one down payment worth of capital left for a single family home. And we thought, well, what can we buy that's going to make us the most amount of money so that we can go buy more of these faster? We landed on short-term rentals, did not want to do it in Nashville. Nashville is not a good spot for short-term rentals. So we thought, well, where can we go that we don't have to really worry about regulations, that this is what people do is they come rent houses and not hotels. So we bought in the Smoky Mountains, which is about 3 hours east of Nashville. And again, didn't really have any mentorship or guidance or know anyone that was doing it. We just did it, figured out how to do it remotely without having to pay a property manager because the average property management fee is 25% of your gross. Long story short, that went really well, scaled that into 5 within about a year and a half with some different creative financing tools. And along the way, I started a short-term shop which is a real estate agency that focuses exclusively on working with short-term rental clients. And there were really no agents back when I first started shopping that could answer any questions about return on investment or remote management or any of that stuff. So we've just filled that gap, became those agents. Now we operate in 6 markets in 4 states with more to come. And that's what we do.
Now let's talk about that because it's a lot of people have had peaks and valleys, I guess you could be the best way. They've had really good stuff or the COVID kind of hurt them in some sort of fashion. How is your stuff positioned with everything that happened the last 12 months? And were you booked solid or did you have some low spots?
Great question. So I will preface this so I have 57 doors right now. 8 of them are short-term rentals. So I'm not advocating to buy only short-term rentals and that's the right and only way to go. There's a lot to be said for the very tried and true long-term single family, multifamily route. So it's never been my goal to have all short-term rentals, but the short-term rentals kind of act as a cash flow turbocharger in any portfolio. So just getting to your question now, we were when COVID first hit last year, we were like, oh crap, there goes short terms, but good thing we've got all these long terms. We don't have to worry about it because we're diverse. Turns out it was the exact opposite. So the short terms were shut down for 2 or 3 weeks. And then it was like a tidal wave of guests that came back. We were making more money than we ever have on them. And it was already great money, but we're getting higher prices per night than we've ever seen. It's still nuts. But then it was like, oh, well, eviction moratorium, guess we have to worry about that on our long term. So it was actually the opposite of what you would expect. But I think we had a different experience than a lot of short-term rental investors because of the markets that we invest in. So we don't do metro markets. We don't do big fly to markets. We invest in short terms only in regional drivable vacation rental markets. So because all these people have been cooped up in their houses, but they didn't want to go to big cities and they also did not want to go on planes, but they would drive somewhere, we really, really saw a boom in our markets. And that has been proof positive of our strategy from the get-go that the regional drivable market is the way to go.
Is there a kind of a short checklist or a couple of things that you look at when evaluating a market or evaluating a property? Probably a little bit different for both. Obviously, if it's within drivable distance, 2 to 3 hours of a major stuff, what are some of the things that you look kind of your short checklist for you on that?
So it has to be a place that the majority of the accommodations are short-term rentals. And it's been like that since before the internet. So Smoky Mountains in Tennessee, the Emerald Coast in Florida. So that's like Destin, Panama City Beach area, Gulf Shores, Alabama, Blue Ridge, Georgia. These are not places that people go and stay in hotels. These are places that people have always gone and either rented a cabin or rented a beach house. You can kind of, if you're trying to thought without, you can totally get on Google and just say best places to invest in short-term rentals. But if you want to come to the idea independently, just think of a place you went with your parents growing up where you rented a house, hotel. And those are the types of places that we like to stick to. We don't love for there to be a lot of industry outside of tourism because those places, I call them mature vacation rental markets, where people have been staying in those houses and condos for decades. The regulations are very, very established. They established them long ago. The cities and counties are making great money, and it would be way too detrimental to the local economy for them to regulate against it. What you don't want to do is go into a market that, you know, has a good amount of tourism, you know, has all the other check boxes, but has no regulations, because the regulations are coming. You just don't know when. So you want one that has them, but very established regulations.
That makes sense. Makes sense. Now, when you're looking at a property, are you in your doors, is it a mixture of 1-1s or 3-2s or bigger houses or small houses? What do you kind of see as an ideal fit for what your target market is?
So the highest return on investment is like in the 4 to 6 bedroom range. But in my current portfolio, just because of the way we start, like when we started, we bought what we could afford as soon as we could afford it. And I recommend doing that to make sure you don't wait yourself out of the game, because while you're waiting to save up a down payment, prices are just going up. So we have a one bedroom, 2 bedrooms, 1 3 bedroom, 3 4 bedrooms, and 1 5 bedroom. So we've got a little bit of everything.
Nice. Now, when you're looking at kind of what to expect to charge, what are some of the things that you're looking at to determine your hourly or your nightly, not your hourly rate? It's not that type of thing, but you know what I mean, as far as a nightly rate.
You're going to charge a little more for that.
That's right. Any tools that you're looking at determine your nightly or daily rates?
So when I started, you had to do everything manually. You had to, like, at the beginning of the year or once a month, look at your next 6 months and adjust prices based on holidays and things that are happening, times of year. Now there are lots of great tools to automate that for you. The one that we use is Price Labs, and you just set that up, and it has an algorithm that measures what everybody else is charging, what's going on in the area, and peaks and lows and things like that. So you can go in there and adjust it. Like if you're not getting booked at all, maybe you want to adjust it a little bit lower. But for the most part, you can have, there's software that does all of that for you now.
That's cool. Now, when you see somebody is not getting booked, what are probably the top 2 or 3 things that you're seeing people screw up on to not get booked? Is it bad photos, bad location, not any close to amenities? What do you kind of see as a secret sauce to getting booked?
Your pro photos really do make a difference. There's no excuse not to get pro photos. I mean, it's a few $100 maybe to get done. The photos are what's going to get you clicks, and people are going to click through the photos before they even read your description. So if they fall in love with those, you have a better chance of getting booked. High prices being too high is probably more so than photos, because if they see a price, they're just probably going to keep scrolling. And then really just poor, I mean, there's not a specific thing, but I would just say like poor management in general, because you are rewarded for responding quickly and having good reviews with being put higher in the search rankings. So you could have a beautiful property with beautiful pictures, but if you're not being responsive and managing it well, nobody's ever going to see it because it'll be too far back in the search results.
It makes sense. Somebody just asked me the question about management fees. You mentioned 25% management fees when you got started. What's the normal management fee? I mean, are you doing a lot yourself? Automation, local, property management services? What are you kind of seeing?
So we do not use property managers. We don't recommend using property managers just because they suck a lot of cash flow out of the deal. 25% is the norm. When I started, it was 40%.
Wow.
But 25% is kind of the average industry standard right now. And the only thing that a property manager can do for you in short term in 2021 that you can't do from your iPhone is just suck all the cash flow out of the deal. So what we do at the short-term shop is, so for anybody who buys a property with us, we teach them how to manage it remotely for free so that they can then be successful and then hopefully buy more with us. But, their success and our success, what's the phrase? A rising tide raises all the ships. So it's our goal to make you as successful as possible, so you'll come back and buy more with us.
I love it. Now, somebody asked me the other day about horror stories. You got any horror stories when it comes to any short-term tenants, short-term rentals?
We've we haven't had anybody like tear anything up or destroy anything. We've had just a few idiots. We had one guy who, we have a cabin in the Smoky Mountains. It's in a subdivision. It's not like off in the wilderness. Like everything's paved and you can't necessarily see the next cabin over, but you can hear them like shut their car door. And we had one family stay there and the guy was so terrified. And it's, a big A-frame with tons of windows. He was terrified that a bear was going to be like walking along his merry way and just decide to punch through the window and come eat them. And he gave us a 1-star review for that. And then the way the cabin was laid out, if a bear were to break in, you would most certainly die, is what he mentioned. Yeah.
Yeah. There's one board every day, right?
Yeah. And so, I mean, that's kind of one of those 1-star reviews that you want, because it's not a 4-star review or a 3-star review is actually worse than a 1-star, because typically the 1-stars are going to be the total Karens that like misspell everything. And you can tell it was them, not you. So it's all right to have like a 1-star once in a blue moon, just to make you look like a real person. But yeah, that was definitely a good one.
That's a funny one. Now let's flip the other side. What's one of the things you hear the most about as far as compliments wise, or people mention they really enjoyed with your stuff? Is there anything that just kind of pops up a little bit on a regular basis?
So none of our stuff is anything like spectacular. They're all like nice places to stay. Some of them have pools. They're all really clean. We make sure that, that's a big thing with anybody, or it should be with anybody anyway. And but we don't have any like crazy murals or anything for people to take pictures in front of. We just give them a nice place to stay. Our beach markets close to the beach, mountain markets, they're nice private areas. And they've been rocking and rolling.
No bears, no bears to take a photo of, right?
Sometimes there are. Sometimes we'll see them on the ring cams, but
they're not punching and eating anybody, killing anybody. That's a funny thing.
No, they're black bears. They're just little, like they're little bears.
Yeah, no,
bears. It's not like the Revenant in in the Smoky Mountains.
Are there limitations a lot of times that you see that you recommend, like no pets or no animals or maximum amount of people staying over, no parties? What are some of maybe the rules that you put towards your stuff that are good practices, best practices?
We definitely say no parties or events. I really badly wanted to be pet friendly when we started, because I am that person that brings home rescue dogs like weekly that sleep in the bed with us. And I wanted to be able to be that person. And it just, maybe 2 or 3 times of somebody bringing a big hairy dog, big hairy white dog, where it took our cleaners like hours to unweave all the hairs out of everything, that we were just like, I don't think we can do this. And plus, I know when I bring my dogs and I walk into a house, I can always smell whatever dog was there before. I'm fine with that because I'm a dog owner, but the people who aren't, they're not going to be fine with that. So we are not dog friendly because it's just too much of a hassle. And there's 2 schools of thought on the amount of people that you want to fit in a property. We only let like 2 more than the number of beds we have. So 2 per bedroom and then plus 2. Because we don't like to cram a lot of people into a house. That's when you get the partiers and things like that. If people are coming to use it for good and not for evil, a bunch of adults, they don't want to be sleeping in the same room together, listening to each other breathe all night. They want their own private room. So we don't like that. And then also, if they're not comfortable, if they feel crowded from the get-go, they might be more sensitive to other things during their stay that they might mention in your review that they would not have been had they just been comfortable. But there are investors out there that the number of heads in beds they can get is priority number 1. And they would tell me, I'm leaving a lot of money on the table. I would tell them they're doing more repairs than I'm having to do, and they're getting worse guests and worse reviews to have to manage because of the way they're managing it. So that's how we do it.
Right. Now, how do you handle the repairs when it comes to it? Obviously, you're taking deposits down for people and you've got credit cards on file, but any major repairs that you see happening or stuff to watch out for, or maybe things removed from a house that doesn't cause them getting broke too much?
I mean, stuff's going to get broken. I try to minimize knickknacks and just have like some nice art on the walls and not a bunch of stuff everywhere, because that stuff is going to get knocked over, is going to get broken. Major repairs, I do recommend just visiting your property like once a year and just looking and making sure it doesn't need any repairs. But yeah, we really haven't had anybody damage it. We had one person break a door one time, and they even said, they were like, "Oh, sorry." And that was it. And it just, the stuff that has happened is oftentimes so cheap, a few $100, that it's not worth trying to go through the whole process of trying to file a claim with Airbnb. And you have to do that before the next guest checks in, by the way, which means the first guest is not going to have left you a review at the time that you're doing this. So you're going to, you have to weigh, do I need this $200 or do I want this bad review? And just go about it that way.
That makes a lot of sense there for you, and all about timing there for you. Airbnb, pretty easy to work with?
VRBO is definitely much more host centric. Airbnb is really more geared towards the guests. So any dispute, you can pretty much expect them to go with the guest, even if it's their first Airbnb stay and you have 17 properties on the platform and you've made them $1 million this year. You can pretty much expect them to side with the guests on everything. So if you just know that going in and don't expect anybody to really have your back except yourself, then you're going to be all right.
That makes a lot of sense. Now, when you're buying properties and stuff like that, have you started looking at some newer markets? Or you have your reliable stuff, but what's some of the new markets maybe that you're looking at exploring or diving into a little bit more?
Yeah. So we just closed on one in the Forgotten Coast of Florida, which is our newest market that we have a sales office, actually, it's just to the east of Panama City Beach. So it's in the Florida Panhandle. The towns there are Mexico Beach, Cape San Blas, Port St. Joe, St. George Island. We bought a place on Cape San Blas, right on the beach. There's like one house on the sand in front of us, and then ours is the second one back. And a lot of the tourism is moving from Destin, 30A, Panama City, because it's so crowded. That's where I live right now. It gets so crowded here in the summer that a lot of the older school, like people that have been coming here for 10, 20 years don't like that, because it used to not be crowded here. So a lot of those people are scooting over east to the beaches that are a little more quiet. So that would be Cape San Blas and St. George Island. So we just bought one there. It's a value add. We're adding another bedroom and another bathroom. That's not done yet, but that's my favorite market at the moment.
I like it. Nice. Now, is there a lot of people that are landlords, they look at the 1% multiplier, is there a ratio that you guys look at with your rentals?
Not really, because what you're making in a month in the summer is going to be different than what you're making in a month in the winter, depending on what market it is, or vice versa. So we just kind of look at annual cash on cash return. Yeah,
that makes sense. And you're always looking for a pretty good return on that. Any averages you want to give out, what you're looking for? 20%
at least. And we do quite a bit better than that on a lot of ours, but 20% is kind of the benchmark.
It makes sense. That makes sense there for you. Now, have you, being the short-term expert that you are, and then training people, what's one thing that you're talking with people about, maybe is a myth or something they think about that you basically like, no, that's not true? What's one thing you hear is a misconception a lot of times about short-term rentals?
That you have to live in the town or live close to the property.
And how and obviously with the software and the things you're doing, that absolutely takes away that, obviously. I mean, it's the 21st century. People are buying real estate all across the country, versus having to go touch it and knock on it and be helicopter landlords, I guess you could say.
Yeah. And if you think about it, there is really not ever an appropriate situation that could be happening with a guest or with the property with a guest in it that you need to go involve yourself. So
that's a good question. That's where you have your handyman, your cleaning crew, or the police if needs things to be done. Now, when you're buying in different areas, are you? And this is just a question: are you communicating with the neighbors? Have you got any backlash from buying properties and turning them into short-term rentals in communities where maybe you don't see a lot of that by any chance, or no?
Well, with the markets that we operate in, pretty much all of the communities have been developed specifically to be short-term rentals. So we don't really go into places where you're having to deal with neighbors. The neighborhood that I live in, like nobody, I don't want anybody to know who I am in this neighborhood because there's nobody there's no HOA, but nobody really short-term rents, but two have moved in down the street. And I mean, I'm the first one to be like, you're not going to short-term rent that, are you? So you want to try to stay out of neighborhoods that, don't have a lot of rentals in them, just because that can cause, like, I mean, I would never vote on anything that says you can't short-term rent here if they did want to make an HOA, just because it would kill my property value. But I certainly don't want like people partying, we got little kids and stuff. So it is what it is. You got to kind of keep it separate.
Mm-hmm. Here in Austin, Texas, the city outlawed short-term rentals inside the city limits of Austin, Texas. And a lot of people were using that, especially around South by Southwest and ACL and things like that. And the city actually hired 3 organizations to go around and check people that are violating that. So it's been an interesting time here in Austin, because a lot of people were using it to make extra money during the weekends, and with people traveling in to visit and all the things here. But that's been shut down. Have you heard of any other places like that in the country running into stuff like that?
Yeah. It's almost always in metro markets. Nashville's like that. Like we had an office in Nashville for a while, and after like our 3rd or 4th client was in a lawsuit with the city and a developer, we're like, this is not worth doing. Because what would happen is they would buy these pre-construction Airbnb properties that, at a big premium. And at the time that they got under contract, it would be legal. And then over the course of the year it takes for it to be built, all these battles have happened. And then all of a sudden they can't use that asset for what they thought they could before they've even closed. And it just became a big mess. So that's why we don't mess with metro markets. Typically it's too much.
Makes sense there. Now, with so many investors going on the rental side, or also us buying debt and taking property back there for you, I imagine you said you're adding a bedroom, adding a bath, and one spot there for you. When you buy a property, and it's the right number of bedrooms, what kind of, obviously rehab varies on an asset by asset class. Have you bought properties that need a lot of work that you rehabbed up, or have you bought clean, new built properties that were ready to rock and roll? What's kind of your model that you like, or that you've taught or worked with investors on?
I've done both. I don't recommend going the rehab route unless you're kind of experienced with that, especially from a distance. But we have done both. I think we've done maybe 3 full rehabs, and then several, however many else, whatever's left over. I don't like to do math. In turnkey properties. So it's I just buy whatever the deal is. But we did one over here in Destin. We bought it for $650. It was a 4-bedroom with a pool. We put $50 into it. It was worth $850 when we finished, and it's now worth about 1.4. So that's probably my big fish story.
That's a big investment there for how many bedrooms is it?
4 bedrooms, and it's 3 blocks off the beach. It's a big 4-bedroom. It's like 3,500 square feet, but it's 3 blocks off the beach, has a private pool, no HOA. And it's really cute. It was foreclosed on twice. First it was foreclosed on from just an individual, and then it was bought by like a fund of some sort. And they got through the whole, they thought it was just going to be like a lipstick rehab, but turns out the entire back half of the house was rotted because they didn't put the decks on right and the top balconies. And so they got the outside done really, really cute. And then they ran out of money. So they're like, we'll just list it. And so for me, it truly was just a cosmetic, floors, bathrooms, kitchen, that's it, paint.
Nice. And how's that? What's that rent for a night? I know it varies obviously season, but what kind of average rent rates are you getting on that one?
That one about $900 a night.
Wow.
It's a big, nice like beach house.
Mm-hmm. Now, is there when you look at your rentals and something like that, are there any things different that you do marketing besides listing it on the website, or you do any type of like seasonal event marketing and stuff like that when something's going on in an area?
There are a lot of people who do that. So we just put it on Airbnb and Vrbo. Those are the 2 biggest platforms. Those get us plenty booked to where we just don't complicate our lives with anything else. There's a big movement of short-term rental owners that are doing like book direct and building their own websites. But I've seen, and doing like Facebook ads and things like that. but it seems from what I've seen, and I'm sure there are some people that can correct me if I'm wrong here, not more than like 10% of their bookings are coming from direct, which to me is not worth my time.
Right.
It might be worth someone's, but it's not worth mine.
No, that makes a lot of sense there as well. For you. Now, with your property that you're 1031 exchanging into an apartment complex, are you going to run that as apartment complex as long-term rentals? You're going to leave a couple open for short terms? What's kind of your philosophy with that?
Our multis are just straight up long-term with a property manager. So our strategy right now, I guess I can go into that, is we buy a short term. If a good one pops up, we're not like necessarily on the hunt for anything, but if I see a good one, we'll probably get it. And then we have and that's really in any of the markets that we operate in. And then we have a market in the Southeast where we're constantly just picking off $120,000 houses and just holding on to those. And then in the Midwest, we're buying multis, and the short terms are only in the vacation markets. The multis, those are only long-term. And then that other Southeastern market is all long-term single family. So we're doing a little bit of everything.
Yeah. And you definitely have a broad price range there. So 120 to houses to $1 million plus there for you, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. So actually of the 50 doors that we have, so 8 are short-term and the rest are long, but dollar value, it's about 50-50.
Wow. That's interesting. And it's interesting because you hear people talk about all the time, hey, focus on one niche there, own it until you own another one. Frank's is awesome on there. Yeah, that's a great breakdown there for you. And obviously you're buying the lower valued stuff because it's not lower value. I mean, when you compare $100,000 market to a $1 million market, it's different. You know, like buying in Austin, Minnesota is a lot different than buying in Austin, Texas price range.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But that's the great thing is you're that 120 on average. With pricing being so high, are you buying at market, or what are some of your tactics for finding? You're looking for foreclosures or subject to deals, or are you financing these all with traditional financing or OPM? What's some of the strategies of that?
So we have what is called a guidance line with a local bank. So I didn't actually know what that was until last year when they gave us one. But if they like your business model, they like your PFS, your personal financial statement, and you have enough of a track record, and we showed this bank, hey, this is what we're doing over here. We've done this many. This is what we'd like to do. And they said, okay, here's $1 million guidance line. Let's do what you're going to do this year. We'll revisit it next year and see if you want to renew, if you need more. So we just built a really good relationship with the local bank and did it that way.
Nice. That's really cool. Now that's a local bank. It's not like a Bank of America, Chase, or Citi.
Right.
Is that correct? Okay.
Right.
Great local relationships. That's one of the great things about smaller banks there, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, when finding assets, you get them financed. Therefore, what kind of LTV are they willing to finance up to 100%? Or are you still bringing in down payments 5, 10, or when you're taking down a property?
They would do 100%, but we're still putting 20% down because I would like that to be as many assets as possible instead of like 3 or 4 paid off ones.
Mhm.
So, or paid off quote. So we're doing it that way. We're throwing some money in the deal too, because we want it to be a long-term relationship.
Yeah, but paid off assets, that just ties up a ton of equity. They can't touch into. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. See, and I think that's where some people disagree. Like some people would rather buy just a few things and pay them off. I don't like that. I would rather buy multiple things. And then at the point that, maybe the market gets really crazy and you can't buy anything and you want to increase cash flow, then maybe pay something off. But I'm a fan of leverage myself.
Yeah, right. Now that makes my question. Have you seen some of the markets that you have your stuff in just get outpriced ridiculous with everything going on the last year?
Yeah. So a lot of the short-term ones have gone up, but that I think would have happened anyway. Chattanooga, we're priced out of for long terms. Nashville doesn't make sense anymore. That one property that I'm 1031 exchanging right now is my last Nashville property. And it's the deals are still out there. You just kind of have to adjust. Like we found a new market and that the prices have not really appreciated or depreciated too much over the last 10 years. So we feel pretty good about that.
What's your opinion about people renting out just their bedrooms? Are you a fan of that for people getting started, or you prefer, hey, the whole house?
In the markets that win the regional vacation markets or vacation markets altogether, that renting out the bedroom is probably not going to work. If you're like house hacking and you just want to rent out a bedroom to like get yourself going, get some cash flow going, I would say that's probably a good idea. I personally would not, because I watch a lot of true crime, but I think it can be a great way to try and get, you got to get the ball rolling any way you can.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Knowledge of true crime. What's that noise? Is it a bear? No, it's something else. A bear. Well, but that's a pretty. I'm sure it's a pretty common response there for a lot of people out there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now let's talk about the short-term shop. Now you work with people, you helping them buy property. Talk a little bit about your training that goes along with what you're doing.
Okay. So if you buy a property with us at the short-term shop, so we're in 6 markets. I guess we'll go over that first. The Smoky Mountains in Tennessee, the Ridge, Georgia area. So anywhere in the North Georgia mountains, Gulf Shores, Alabama, the Emerald Coast in Florida. So Destin, 30A, Panama City Beach, Forgotten Coast in Florida, which is Cape San Blas, Mexico Beach, Port St. Joe, St. George Island, and then the Disney market. And if you buy with us in any of those markets, just, regular real estate agent stuff, then we have a whole back-end training program and support group where we will teach you everything that you need to know, from setting up your Airbnb and Vrbo listings to all the automation tools that you need to set up, helping you set those up, all the way to helping you source your cleaners, handymen, vendors on the ground that you need. So basically, by the time you close with us, you're ready to turn the key and make money. And then we have a private Facebook group for our clients only. There's 3,000 people in there. So there's a lot, any question that you have or any scenario that you run across, you can just go on there and say, hey, what do I do about this? And 20 other people who have been through it before will answer you. Nice.
Now, speaking of the Disney market, let's talk about that a little bit. That's in around Orlando, I take it, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
In Orlando, or Kissimmee, or how far are you from roughly the parks there in Universal?
So Kissimmee and Davenport are the most short-term rental friendly. So that's where most of our bread and butter is there.
And for those that don't know, it's about a 20-minute drive from Davenport to the main gate, if I remember correctly, correct?
Something like that.
No, I've rented in Davenport before. That's the reason I knew that. Rented Airbnb there for you. Now, did you see a lot of issues there with the parks? Obviously, parks being shut down struggled some things, but is that market a little bit different than what you see in other areas?
So it is a little bit different than the other ones that we're in. And the parks did get shut down for a while. They seem to be back up and running, business as usual. And the thing about the Disney market is you can just get into a property for so much less than all the other markets that we're in. Like you cannot get into anything in the Smoky Mountains for $300,000 anymore. You can in Davenport and Kissimmee. So again, if you're somebody who just needs to get the ball rolling and you don't want to wait yourself out of being able to buy anything, that's a really great market to get started on. The returns are not as good as the Smokies, but they are good. It's good enough to get started and get some cash flow rolling in for sure.
Yeah, because when you look at the cost of staying on property compared to a lot of Airbnb, especially you have families going there, it can be pretty expensive, especially not everybody. You have Disney Vacation Club and stuff like that runs a lot of that stuff over that neck of the woods. But on property, people like having the room. They like having a full fridge, especially if they got kids and stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm. Private pools, the whole thing.
Yeah, exactly. That's awesome there. Now, with what you're doing in the markets, do you have properties right now that you're looking at that you've identified as good stuff? Are you helping people buy, or that you're helping people go out and find their own, or do you have like a list of kind of hot pocket leads for sale?
So yes, all of the above. So in vacation markets, it's not like long-term rentals where if it hits the MLS, it's probably not a good deal anymore. Since the majority of properties in those markets are either investments or second homes, people unload those at retail, like right on the MLS, well before it ever becomes a distressed property. So there's not as many distressed type things. There are some, it's not impossible. I've found them. We have plenty of clients who have done it too, but it's just not as much. And it's not a situation where if it hits the MLS and it's a bad deal. So we've got that going. Since we have a ton of past clients, I think we have sold over 500 properties this year. So that is 500 potential sellers that if you come to me and say, hey, for this, I can just email all of our past clients and say, they want to sell, anybody want a 1031, we need this kind of response, and get that off market really, really quick. And then we also work with a few developers that allow us to sell their developments exclusively to our clients. So you can't get them anywhere else but the short-term shop. Just close my mom and dad on one, which may or may not have been a mistake because my mom is really high strung and obsessive over everything. And if one person says like moves the fridge and finds dirt or something, she's going to be like, "Oh, I hope you don't think bad of us. We're not those kind of people." Like she's going to flip out, but we're working on it with her. She deserves cash flow too. So,
The proverbial holding mom's hand through everything,
Yes.
right?
Yes. Clutches pearls. Yeah.
Is she already an investor of some sort, or just
No, this
Oh.
is their first one. They are total Dave Ramsey's, both of them. And my dad's just letting her run it, and she's a stress case. And I have a feeling it's going to be a long ride for us, but I'm hoping she will get over her limiting beliefs and if she can do it, anybody can.
There you go. There you go. Exactly. From anywhere. Now you're putting 20% now. Are you seeing a lot of your clients? They're putting 10, 20% down. Any idea what kind of normal down payment, or if they're paying above market price right now in any markets by any chance with what's going on?
Yeah, there's lots of multiple offers going over asking, things like that. Most people, especially on their first one, are utilizing that 10% down vacation home loan. There are definitely some rules about that you need to talk to your loan officer, make sure you are very upfront about what you're doing. But the Fannie Freddie rules right now are that it has to be over 65 miles from your primary. You have to intend to stay there for 2 weeks out of the year, and you can't put any type of contract on it that takes the control of it away from you, like a property management contract to a tenant. Other than that, you can put it on Airbnb and Vrbo when you're not using it for those 2 weeks of the year. So a lot of people are doing those, and you can have one of those per market. So that is a hack to scale quickly, is that you can buy one in the Smokies for 10% and one in Florida for 10% and maybe one in Blue Ridge for 10%. So as long as it makes sense, you can't buy two in the same market. So not two in the Smokies, but as long as it's provable that they're different markets, like you probably cannot do Destin and Panama City Beach at 10% each, because that doesn't make sense. So, it's whatever the underwriters deem appropriate, but a lot of people do that to scale quickly.
And they could go up to 10 or probably, I guess, 9 if they have their primary. They do up to, I guess, 8 or 9, I guess, like that.
They could, if they're all in different markets. Yeah.
Wow, that is a pretty cool hack there. And it's pretty cheap interest rate with the Fannie Freddie stuff, huh?
Yes. And Fannie Freddie they only allow that up to the jumbo limit, which is, depending on the state, plus or minus 750. I did actually just start a mortgage company that is in Tennessee only right now. It'll be in Florida in about 30 days and then move out states from there. And we can do the 10% down up to 3 million.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is really good. Now, have you seen any big funds? I mean, we had Black Knight came in and bought the big long-term rental portfolio. Have you heard any whisperings about some of the bigger funds trying to get into the short-term game?
I have heard some, and from what I've seen, they're doing mostly metro areas. I'm sure at some point they'll expand into the vacation markets, but haven't seen it yet.
Mm-hmm. Now, with the short-term rentals, have you seen, or you probably have some of your clients that are maybe around some of the larger universities out there for like football games or home games? Have you seen any of that taking place? Like, we used to own some short-term rentals up in Notre Dame, and other areas like that are popular, but they're not the big metroplex. South Bend, Indiana is not the biggest metroplex, but it does have that kind of influx every week. Are you seeing some of that stuff happening?
Here and there. So University of Texas is my alma mater, so they're not doing it there.
That's right. Can't do it here.
But I also grew up in a big SEC football town in Starkville, Mississippi. Mississippi State is there, just won the baseball national championship.
Yep.
And even little old Starkville is not happy about short-term rentals. It's just those places that people live, man, they don't like them. So, and I don't blame them for that. So, I know some people are doing pretty well around Tuscaloosa. Don't know how long that's going to last either. It's just depends on the city. That's
where the University of Alabama is at, for those that don't know.
Oh yeah. Sorry. I assumed that because I grew up around here, but yeah, that's where Alabama is.
Now, have you been to, you mentioned Gulf Shores, beautiful area there, what is it? Jimmy Buffett's sister has that restaurant over there. Was it
Lulu's.
Lulu's?
Yep.
Exactly. Or the hangout on the beach there, the
Yep.
big.
Floribama Shore. Yes.
Exactly. Gotta have a drink there, a Bloody Mary in the morning if you can.
Yep.
With that being so close to the beach and stuff like that, I mean, you've got talk about some of the attractions. I mean, people besides people coming there and just hanging at the beaches. That's what you see as really being the major attraction for some of those Gulf Coast cities like that.
Yeah, the Gulf Coast cities, everybody in the Southeast. And now we're seeing, I mean, we're seeing a lot of New York plates now, a lot of New Jersey plates. People have really discovered this area of Florida and then Alabama, which is just right over the line for those of you who aren't familiar. The beach in Alabama sounds ridiculous to somebody who's never been, but Gulf Shores and Orange Beach are really, really nice. And they're just over the Florida line. But it's not really a secret anymore. It's not just the Southeasterners. It's everybody is coming down to this part of Florida. It's not as crowded as, Sarasota, St. Pete, places like that. So everybody's just coming to go to the beach. Everybody just wants to go hang out on the beach, lay there like a lizard for a few days before they go back to work.
Is there a distance from the beach inland, 5 miles, a mile, a block? What do you like to see prefer it does really well for you on those beach, Florida communities?
If it's a condo, it needs to be on the beach. If it's a single family, it needs to be walking distance or golf cart distance. So no more than a mile.
Mm-hmm. Now, are you providing golf carts?
None of mine need it. Mine are all walkable. What I tell people to do is there are a lot of golf cart rental places around here. So I tell people to, if their place does require one, to have it in their listing. Hey, if you want to rent a golf cart, call this place. They'll deliver it to the unit before you even get there. So then you're not having to deal with all the liabilities and things like that. Put it on the guest.
That's a smart thing, because the last thing you want to do is have a golf cart and somebody forgot to plug it in or didn't have a gas for it, right?
Yeah. Or they kill themselves on it.
Exactly. Or get run over there.
Yeah.
Get a DWI while driving a golf. We had somebody happen that once a couple of weeks ago. It does happen. Are there any things that you do in follow up with your audience? I know that you may not there, but to get people to leave reviews, because I think reviews are probably one of the biggest things that help you out there, correct? Is there anything that you do to help instigate that, leaving reminder cards in the places or follow up, or what do you do to kind of increase that?
We have an auto message that sends out. I know there's some people out there, especially the people who are newer to short-term rentals, that think it's totally tacky to ask for a review. And it probably is in normal practice. But when you have a short-term rental, you really do have to say at the end, hey, thanks so much for staying. Left you a 5-star review because you review the guests too. So left you a 5-star review. Hope you'll do the same. Thanks so much for coming, and just thank them for coming. And they'll typically, unless they're a Karen, they'll leave you a good review.
Who's like, oh, okay. I was to say that. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense there for you. Anything else out there that we haven't talked about that you think is good counsel? Got any questions from anybody out there? Anybody doing some short-term rentals that are watching out there, either on YouTube or listening on Clubhouse or here live on Zoom? Is there with the first-time home buyers doing that? Do you see a price range? I mean, it obviously varies by market, but you see an average 100, 150, something to get started, 3, 2, 1. I mean, obviously 1s obviously are like condos for the most part, but what do you see as kind of the bread butter starting point for people?
The more bedrooms, the better. So get the most amount of bedrooms that you can get without it being, like a 10 by 10 box with 4 bedrooms. But the most bedrooms you can get, the better off you are. But I mean, if you're under 300, I would definitely go the Disney market, because the thing about the beach condos is they're all non-warrantable. So if you're trying to use that 10% down vacation home loan, a non-warrantable condo, without going into a ton of detail, just means it's a condo-tel that nobody really lives there. And the banks don't want to lend on that. So you have to get commercial financing, which means you can't do that 10% down. You have to do 20 to 25. So if you're going to put 25% down, you might as well go get a bigger single family and put 10. And that's how I feel anyway. So the condos, although in purchase price can be cheaper, they're actually more cash out of pocket in a lot of cases. So I would say, you know, under 300, I'd probably go Disney Market. But 500, you can get a good 2-3 bedroom, 4 bedroom in some cases in, no, not 4 bedroom in some cases, 2 to 3 in the 500 range in most of the markets that we're in.
Nice. Are you seeing anybody go on the tiny house route? Because we've seen that popping up in different places too.
Oh, if I had $1 for every time someone asked me to help them do a tiny house, I would have $1,000. So the thing with the tiny houses, there's a few things you have to keep in mind. Just because a piece of land is unrestricted, is zoned unrestricted, does not mean you can just go plop down a bunch of houses. You still have to. So I have one client who's doing this successfully, and he's got like 80 million followers on YouTube. I don't know, a lot. His YouTube channel is at Robbuilt, ROBUILT. And he's the only person I've seen do it. He has 50 unrestricted acres, and he's still having to PUD it out just as if it were a development. There's minimum square footage requirements. There's a lot of things. So a lot of people have this bright idea they're going to go plop down all these like Mongolian yurts and all these other things and rent them separately. But that's just not the case. Another thing to think about with the tiny homes, if it has wheels, it's a car. It's not going to appreciate. It is going to be worth less every year. If it is a real house, even though it's tiny, that is real estate, and that's going to appreciate, and that is going to build your wealth. So if you're running around spending $150,000 on glamping tents, I would encourage you not to do that and put that into an actual, no matter how small it is, piece of real estate rather than something that is worth nothing as the years go on. So nothing against tiny houses. I just think that a lot of people see stuff on HGTV and think, oh my gosh, that's really cute, I'm going to do this. But it's not really an investment strategy unless you do it a very specific way.
Makes sense there. Now, being from Austin, we have the community, Community First, which is the homeless community that they've done a really good job here with Bed and Loves, but they operate a 50 unit tiny house kind of Airbnb aspect out there for people who comes down there. So I asked, and of course we've got down off of Zilker Park, we have all the Airstreams that are operated as short-term rentals too, which is kind of an interesting aspect. But you're right, they're all plotted out properly. They've all got the development stuff going on it and going from there. So I just didn't know if you'd seen that in other places, but
people ask about it all the time.
Sure. Let's build a tiny house on my trailer here real fast to start renting it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff there. Well, Avery, anything else you want to leave us with? Any tips, advice, or anything? Best way for people to get a hold of you?
Right on my website, theshorttermshop.com. Email's right there. Instagram, mortgageshop.co is our new in-house mortgage company. I don't think the site's actually live yet, so you don't have to pull it up. But just hit us up. We'll help you however we can.
Perfect. And I'm just sharing that with the screen right now. So right there, schedule a consultation right there. And then you got join your Facebook group there for you too. These are these? Oh man, these all houses on your Airbnb stuff.
That's just the website theme. If you scroll down, there's some the actual listings.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh, there we go. Smoky Mountains, Florida, Alabama. Nice.
Yeah, I actually learned the hard way not to like advertise the ones that I own personally, because like we had a guest who canceled outside the cancellation period, and she knew who we were. Like she was able to figure out who I was and who my husband was outside of Airbnb, and like went on my realtor Facebook page and left me this horrible review over the fact that she canceled outside her cancellation period and didn't get a refund. So that's just a little tip too. Just maybe don't tell everybody who you are on Airbnb.
That's a little bit of an asset protection, right?
Yes, exactly.
Now do you have to, I mean, obviously with the line card, but how are you structuring these all through individual entities or one entity or several different entities per asset?
So we have several holding companies that have several these underneath them. So there are several layers before you get to us personally. if you're going to sue us. So, and we didn't actually do that until we had quite a few doors. So I know everybody's situation is different, and I'm by no means giving any sort of legal or tax advice, but you definitely, I saw somebody the other day who posted on Facebook. He has like I think it might be a 15-bedroom property. And he posted a picture of him and his partners with a big sign with their LLC name draped over the porch, and was posting it everywhere because he's like so proud of his property. And I'm like, oh, you just told everybody exactly who to sue. But luckily we've had no yet. I haven't even heard of anybody I personally know, colleague or otherwise, having an issue with that. But you're protected, have plenty of insurance stuff.
That brings me to another question. Somebody just mentioned that. Are you seeing a big dramatic insurance cost on that compared to traditional homeowners insurance, or is it not much?
It's definitely more than traditional homeowners insurance. We do a short-term rental specific policy, and then we also have an umbrella commercial policy over everything too. So the more insurance, the better.
Mm-hmm. Is there a cost per square footage that you figured out, maybe as far as decorating wise for you, or your cost for that? Because we had somebody asked a question: cost to decorate a house.
Oh, that's actually a really good question. So in the markets that we're in, most everything comes furnished, so you really don't have to worry about an entire house, which is
nice. Other than PriceLab, what other software do you use?
Your Porter is the other one that we use, which is the channel manager, which manages pretty much everything, automates letting the cleaners know that they need to come, brings our Airbnb dashboard all into one, Airbnb and VRBO all into one, and just automates the whole process. That there are a few. So the software is called a channel management software. We use Your Porter. IGMS is another one. Smart B&B is another one. There's a lot of them out there.
Nice. Now, have you heard of anybody renting a house and turning it into short-term rentals and hacking it that way?
I have heard of that. That can be a good way to get some income coming in, but that's creating a job for yourself. I would not substitute that for actually buying the properties and renting them.
And you obviously want to make sure it's okay with the
landlord,
the homeowner, right? The landlord on that too.
Yeah. Like I would never allow that in any of my long terms.
Makes sense. And what was the name of the guy who does you mentioned the tiny houses, Bob Builder? What was it again?
Oh, his name is Rob Abasolo. His YouTube is at Rob Built.
At Rob Built. Okay, perfect. Awesome. Avery, thank you so much for coming on Note Camp and sharing your nuggets and expertise on this. This is always a joy, always interesting conversation, especially a hot topic these days, huh?
Yeah, thanks so much for having me.
No problem. Now, are you getting asked to speak a lot of times on different podcasts and stuff like that? You got a nice mic there, so you must be doing it quite a bit, huh?
Yes. Well, we actually just launched our own podcast this week called The Short Term Show. There are 3 episodes live at the moment. We started with 3, and then it'll be weekly from here on out every Friday.
Nice. Subtle plug. I love it. Check it out, everybody. Go leave her a 5-star review. Subscribe. Exactly. Well, we'll make sure and post the link to you, or if you can email me the stuff on that, I'll be glad to post that out in the replays for everybody.
Absolutely. Well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All right, everybody. Hey, that's going to wrap it up for this session here. Avery, you guys have a great week. Rest of your weekend. Big plans for Saturday, Sunday?
No, not that I know of. We've got 2 little kids, a 2-year-old and a 9-month-old. So we'll probably just be doing the best we can.
Congratulations. Good stuff there for you. All righty. All right, everybody. That's gonna wrap it up for this session here on Note Camp, and let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll be right back. Okay. All right, everybody. I want to bring up our next vendor spotlight here during the break. Is somebody who's doing an amazing job for so many note and real estate investors out there. And I'm talking about our good buddy Dickie Baldwin over at Baldwin Advisory Group. And our vendor spotlight right now during this break is for him, and say, hey, Dickie, thank you so much for joining us here on Note Camp, man. You're just doing an amazing job over at BAG. And for those that don't know what BAG is, why don't you take a few minutes to tell them exactly what it is?
Absolutely. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're doing well. I hope it's morning.
Yeah.
But yeah, Baldwin Advisory Group goes by BAG, B-A-G, and the slogan is one bag for all your real estate services. And exactly what does that mean? Well, as an investor, everybody has to put a team together. And the team can be you and you trying to find vendors to get something done, be it a BPO or be it a title search or be it a realtor or be it an attorney, or as the list goes on. Well, Baldwin Advisory Group has been created to be that one-stop shop for you to offer all of the services that Scott's scrolling on my website, which is baldwinadvisorygroup.com. With that being said, a little bit about myself. I've been in the industry, it seems like forever. I've known Scott forever. And that's like 35 years, I guess. And so I retired in 2018. Turned 70, and as Scott always likes to know, my birthday is September 17th. And
Mark your calendars, everybody.
And this year I will be 73.
Congrats.
But I put this website together knowing that I don't care if you're a brand new investor or a seasoned investor, you've got to have a team, and BAG wants to be part of your team to help you with all of these different services. So if Scott wants to scroll down and we'll just look at some of the highlights of the different services. Many of y'all, okay, what is a BPO? Oh my gosh, terminology already. Well, what we've done is be able to give a brief overview of what a BPO is, or broker price opinion. Well, what do I do now? Well, you can go and click on the read more, and in that is another detailed description as well as an order form, where you can simply click that on, give the information of your company, the subject address. Do you want an exterior BPO, an interior, or do you want a full appraisal? Click those off and put in the code, and it comes directly to BAG, and whammo, your team is working with you. You've got a BPO order. It's that simple. Now, if you notice on that order form, and something I want to bring to your attention is a property inspection report. And what is a property inspection report? That is where an agent will go out and take current pictures of the subject, and they will answer a few questions such as, does it appear to be occupied or vacant? Is the property standard for the neighborhood? Are there any visible damages, etc.? And this is a very good report if you just want to see what the property looks like. Keep in mind, though, it is not like a BPO where you're going to have comps of sold assets and listed assets and give you a value. The property condition report is simply an overview, real-time live picture of the subject property. So it's an alternative to doing the full-blown BPO and or title search.
It's also really good too, about if you bought a note and you're trying to figure out if a property's occupied or vacant. It's very common for servicing companies to send out a door knocker and a property inspection report like that. Great, big.
Absolute. In fact, as an experienced investor, I've got many clients that have portfolios of performing notes. They're collecting payments every single month. But because of the COVID and not being able to travel, whatever, a lot of my clients are asking for property inspection reports on their current portfolio just to see what the property looks like. Because as we all know, a picture is worth 1,000 words. And if the property shows it's not being taken care of on the outside, you can pretty well figure it's not being taken care of on the inside. So once again, I've tried to give you different avenues as an investor to either get the value and or just see what the property looks like.
Yeah, that's a huge thing because it's important because I think a lot of people, especially brand new, that end up ordering a full appraisal or try to order a full BPO. And if you're buying an occupied note, you're not going to get into your inspection. And that's some of the best ways that you can get away without having to order a full BPO by ordering a property inspection to see if it's worth pursuing, see what the condition of the property is, and get some photos. And you don't have to go out and knock on every door yourself. And I think so many people are intimidated by investing out of the market because they think they can do everything themselves, right?
Absolute. And let me just clarify real quick on the BPO. Can you get on the internet and try and find an agent in Chinook, Oklahoma to do a BPO? Well, chances are Chinook doesn't even have an agent. So by coming to BAG, I have third-party vendors that have vetted agents nationwide. Their job is to go out and do one job only, and that's to get a value. They're not there to try and get a listing from you. And so what happens is the agents will go out and do the BPO. It will then, once it's completed, it will go into the third-party vendors quality control department, which are appraisers. And if for whatever reason they don't agree with that BPO, they will send it back to the agent for revisions. So what does that mean? You got an extra set of eyes looking at that BPO, which I think is huge versus trying to find an agent on the internet, whereas most agents don't want to do a BPO.
Mm-hmm. And that's the beautiful thing. We love what you've done here, Dickie, is over the last few years. You really put together, for those that don't know what a Rolodex is, you've put an amazing Rolodex together of professionals and vendors, not just the BPO side, but really one stop, one bag for all your note needs, right? With title search and RMLOs, originating, property preservation, money lenders, the list just goes on and on. I mean, it's like a Robert Earl King song. The road goes on forever and the party never ends, right, brother?
Absolute. And yes, although each and every one of these little sections has an order form, you're more than welcome to just email me at dbaldwin@baldwinadvisorygroup.com, which is at the top of the website, and just say, hey, Dickie, I want to talk to you about a BPO, or I want to talk to you about a title search. Do I need a current owner title search? Do I need a 2-owner title search? Or if you know what you want, you can also just put the address in and tell me what you want, and whammo, it's ordered. And then you can go and do other things to help you become successful as an investor and not worry about this back end stuff.
Okay. Now, Dickie, does it cost people any extra to work with you above what they would normally be paying to hire these individuals individually?
Absolutely not, because, for instance, on the BPOs and title searches, and I tell investors that are coming to me, what is the advantage? A typical investor will probably do 5 to 10 broker price opinions and title searches a year. BAG does literally hundreds every month. What does that mean for you? Well, I've been able to go in, since I am the actual client with the vendors, to work on pricing where I'm basically able to give you as an individual investor the pricing that some of these big boys are doing in bulk, because I am a bulk client with these vendors. What does that mean? I'm able to pass those savings on to you as the investor.
That's a beautiful thing. And guys and gals, it's as easy as going to baldwinadvisorgroup.com and either order directly from the website, or like Dickie said, pick up the phone, give them a phone call, or shoot them an email at dbaldwin@baldwinadvisorgroup.com. Dickie, you're always glad to visit with people, help them out. Correct.
Absolutely. Phone number 936-447-4170.
Once again, it's 936-447-4170, everybody. Dickie, as always, man, thank you so much for being such an impactful value relationship, and not just a good friend of mine, but also such a powerful force for those out there, new and seasoned investors out there, and really just being a great resource for everybody out in the industry. So kudos to what you've done, and hey, man, happy early birthday.
Hey, thank you. Remember Scotch.
It's Scotch. Single malt, or are we talking blended?
Surprise me. Hey guys, everybody have a very, very successful career in investing. It's a great opportunity for you to be able to do it part-time. That's another reason why I'm here, to back you up. Or if you turn around and end up doing it full-time, we're still there to support you. Best of luck.
That's right, guys. Go out and grab your bag right now. Share. Go to the website, baldwinadvisorgroup.com. Star that and put Note Vendors. Change the name to Note Vendors so you know where to go when you've got an issue. And whether you're buying notes, real estate, BAG is a great place to go for all your needs. So, Dickie, once again, thanks again for being a part of Note Camp, man. We'll see you later. All righty.
Okay, buddy. Have a great one.
Bye. Perfect. Thank you, Mary, for letting me know that. But yeah, you normally, like David asked there, yes, you would normally hire an agent by going onto realtor.com or Googling somebody or asking a friend for referral. And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of referrals that go back and forth in the Note Nation Facebook group. for everybody. But you also have to realize too that, hey, sometimes you just need to get somebody who's going to get paid to do it, because us as note investors, we're looking really for more external BPOs. If you just call, a lot of times and a BPO comes in charge for a full BPO, not knowing that they can't get inside access since we're buying non-performing notes and occupied assets. So external BPO is cheaper than a full BPO, a broker price opinion or appraisal. Okay, so a broker price opinion is not an appraisal. It's an agent who's going to pull probably 3 comps of solds, pendings, or list actives in an area there for you right now. Okay, so that's where BAG coming in, because he does have a relationship with a vendor all across the country and markets to get things back to. If they don't have somebody respond back quickly, they get another one for you as well. So that's the great thing, is you literally, with Baldwin Advisor Group, you've got Dickie as I want to say this is a vendor kind of to watch and make sure, like he was, I don't know if I mentioned on that, I couldn't remember if we did or not, but how a vendor sent over a BPO, but they didn't include any photos. They left the photos off. So he reached back out to them. And like I said, nothing, it doesn't cost you anything to use BAG services. It's the same cost you would pay calling those vendors individually, but this way it's all in one spot for you. Yeah, Dickie makes a little bit of a referral fee. It's like the difference between buying from Sam's or Walmart. He gets a little bit of a discount because he's buying in bulk and still going to charge you the normal price, not at a premium. It's oftentimes cheaper still too, based on some of his door knockers and stuff like that. He's charging at a lesser price than what you'd pay for Madison Management or somebody else to go out and do the door knocking for you. So yeah, great website there. Let me pull that up again, once again, for Baldwin Advisory Group before we do our next speaker spot or a vendor spotlight for you. But once again, baldwinadvisorygroup.com is the website. And let me share this up here for you. Group as it pops up here. There we go. Yeah, you can go straight to here to the BPO, and the titles let you know those directly. If you're looking for some REOs and notes, he's got a list of some stuff there for you. If you're looking to own or finance a property, he's got an RML that can do stuff just all across the country for you as well. Property preservation, various money lenders, title and escrow work. If you need a closing, there's stuff you can do that. Okay. All right. If you're looking for title, curative, and release tracking, what does that mean? Well, a lot of times in the note business, we'll buy a note that was I'll give you a great example. I bought a note from Capital One, and when we did our title work, when we pulled an ONI, we saw that the previous loan that was on that property, that our loan refinance that wasn't released yet. So there's companies that will go out there and reach out to those companies. Hey, you need to release this lien because it was paid off or refinanced out beforehand. Or if you need a assignment of mortgage or an allonge created that's missing from in the chain of title, they can get it worked out there for you. That's in one spot. Collateral review, this is somebody looking over the actual collateral documents, usually PDF versions. This is a physical loan copy that I have on an asset in Kansas City there for you. But you got to look at these documents, make sure you got the right documents in there. Everything's in order, stuff like that. It's a valuable source. Okay. If you need something to get assigned, recorded, it's important there. You buy an assignment of mortgage, a lot of times the banks or the sellers will ship you that. You got to go out and get that recorded individually for there. Okay. You need somebody to hold on to your documents. I mean, I hold on to my documents. I'm not worried about this asset because this asset's been sold, but you don't want your kid pulling this up. Oh, look, scratch paper. Let me use crayons on, or your dog or cat deciding this is a good litter box. You know what I'm saying? So that's the value of the asset. And got to make sure you record those or store those in a spot that makes sense. Once again, if you need servicing, there's mortgage servicers on there. If you need an IRS tax attorney to talk about a situation, or you're dealing with a tax attorney to do that, self-directed IRA vendors. There's a nationwide realtor network if you need somebody to help you. Nationwide attorney network if you're looking for an attorney to help you foreclose or to do anything in an area that you go for. And then, of course, skip tracing. You're trying to track down borrowers from vacant properties, or trying to track down your spouses or things like that from estates or family members. That's all in one stop there for you. So Baldwin Advisory Group, great way for you to add all your vendors in one stop there for you. Most of these you'll just order directly from the vendors right there, but the BPO and the title switch, when you order those go directly through Dickie, and Dickie handles those out there for you. So yeah, I love it. We've been their Dickie's biggest advocate out there. I think he's worked with a couple thousand of our students, a couple thousand orders on things. And so it's just a great resource for you all to take advantage of there for you. Any questions about any of the vendors or servicers out there for you, things that you'd be using in your note business, in real estate business too? Here's the biggest thing I can tell you. As we all get started, obviously you guys are here through Note Camp, great kind of informational for you. We have our one-day class called Note Weekend. We host it the third Saturday of every month. If you're new to it, you can get signed up at noteweekend.com. $49 is a one-day class for you. You may want to look at taking our 3-day note buying for dummies workshop. And these are all really easy. Noteweekend.com or notebuyingfordummies.com. Note buying for dummies is a little bit more expensive, but it's a true 3-day nuts and bolts training on just non-performing notes, first lien investing, residential commercial stuff that I teach once a quarter. And of course, if you sign up, you get the replays to things like that. But you may even want to look at, may want to look at stretching out the costs of some of your training. We have an opportunity for you guys, so people take advantage of our WCN membership. And basically, if you go to a website called, makes it really easy, I'll just make it noteumbrella.com. Basically, this is your all-you-can-eat kind of trainings. Our WCN membership, $97 a month. You get access to all of our trainings, except our one-on-one coaching. But you get access to any of our virtual workshops, any of our Note Weekends. You get a ticket included for Note Camp. So if you just add up the cost of that stuff, it ends up saving you at least 50% on the different trainings, because our virtual workshops are roughly somewhere between $699 and $997. Our monthly weekend workshops are $49. Note Camp is anywhere from $99 to $399, depending on when you sign up. So $97 a month goes a long way in really stretching out your costs and making it if you're a budget mindset, hitting your budget a little bit better for you. Being able to spread out the cost for that $97 a month. It also includes any of our banking blitzkrieg training that we've done in the past. We're running our calling banks, all that virtual training that we offer via Zoom and live. That's all included in the low cost of $97 a month there for you. So it's a great investment for you. If you go to noteumbrella.com, you can literally just sign up straight to the website. You'll be posted into your own Basecamp group with the other members of that. We do special training, special offers, different deal sources. And then if you have questions or need anything, pick up the phone, give me a phone call, shoot me a text, shoot me a message in this Basecamp group with everybody else that's part of it. It is literally easy to do. $97 every month. You can cancel anytime for you out there. If you decide notes are no longer for you, no problem, no hard. We just need 30 days notice for that as well for you. But noteumbrella.com is our WCN membership. Like I said, you're all you can eat note buffet when it comes to training there for you. Okay. WCNmembership.com or noteumbrella.com will get you to take care of that. Okay. I'm going to put this in the chat roll for you. So if you want to just click on it, you can. And we got a question here from somebody. How much is Note Buying for Dummies? I believe it's right at $9.97 right now is what the website price is for you. Sometimes we'll run specials and things like that. But right now it's $9.97. And right there, sign up for the membership will save that almost, add that big discount to you right there. $97 a month or $9.97. What do you want to do? $6.99 at one point. That would have been the banking blitzkrieg was that for you, Tamiko. Okay. Awesome. We've got our next speaker coming on here in just a couple minutes. The man, the myth, the legend at Bullseye Capital, Mr. Joel Block, join us here in just a few minutes. Talking about raising capital and how to get the money, all that you need for these amazing deals out there for things that are taking place in the market right now. All right. Hey, everybody, we've got it. I'm going to share this with you guys here real fast. Another amazing vendor for you guys attending Note Camp 2021 here. And I'm so honored to have this badass here. This is something that each and every one of you is not only something you should be using, it's going to make your life so much easier. So, Sean, we are honored to have you, buddy. What is going on?
Absolutely amazing, Scott. I mean, when you extended the offer for me to come on your show, step one, there are a few highlights in my life. I must say that was one of them.
I'll pay you the $100 later on for that, brother.
No problem. So, how may I serve today? Tell me, what value are we giving to the people today?
Well, I love your service, and that's one of the things I think is so many people don't even have a business card, don't have something to share all their social media stuff. And when I saw what 10K Cards is doing out there through Clubhouse and things like that, I was like, I got to get you on here to talk about what you're doing, man.
That's right. It's very simple. If you are a professional or you run a company, it's in your best interest to have your website, your email, your social media, your phone number, everything to help a client make a buying decision, put it all in one place. Because if your client have to go home, Google you, you just have no idea what they're going to find. So put it all in one place. And most importantly, when you share that link with your client, they can take it home to their spouse. So they can go do their research. So when they come back to you, it's more likely a yes decision. If it's not a yes decision, you need to basically look back at your business to see what you need to do to align the service much better. So it's a perfect tool for entrepreneur.
It is.
And hey, and speaking of entrepreneur as well and freelancers, you can actually put your payment options on your digital card. Zelle, Venmo, PayPal, payment, whatever it is. So if you're servicing a client and they're happy with your product and services, they can literally click on the payment button and guess what? Process your payment. So that's not a big deal. We're having a lot of success with that as concerned.
That's really awesome because that makes it easy. I mean, that's what I love so much about what you're doing is it's simple, one stop. People don't have to be all trying to design stuff in Canva or going to FedEx.com. Literally,
Right.
you do it for them in such a short period of time. It's awesome.
That's right. And I would love to take all the credit, but we're backed by a really good team, man. Nothing is done without a great team.
Well, that is true. That is true. I know you're a truly digital entrepreneur, digital marketer, stuff like that out there. And so how do people take advantage of this, or should we pull up a sample to show them? What do you think would be the best thing to do?
So it's very simple. Whenever I'm doing a Zoom call, you'll see a QR code right next to me. If you look right there, you'll see, oh, there we are. You'll see the QR code. While watching this video, anyone can literally point their camera at that QR code, and my card is going to pop up on their phone. So what I'm going to do for the benefit of your audience, I'm going to attach a special offer onto that code just for your community, all right? We didn't plan this. We didn't discuss this, okay?
Total on the spot. That's awesome.
So I'm going to put a button on it specifically for your audience. Once they click on it, they'll be able to unlock the gift that's going to be there for them. So this is so crucial. We're in an age where we're always on Zoom. We're connected with members from all over the world. So why not have your QR code right there? And even if I take off my camera, Scott, take a look at this. If I take off my camera, look what pops up. I'm advertising again. So most individuals, they're advertising with a dead screen, just their name on it, just their photo on it. That's great. But how useful is it? So we normally promote having the virtual background on or having your profile image with the QR code on it. You can actually try it. Point your camera, scan the QR code and touch the link. And then what happens?
I don't know if you can see it, but your website pops up, your card pops up there.
My card pops up. There you go. I just saw it. So what's going to happen when your audience point their camera at the QR code? We're going to have when are you releasing the video? When will it be done?
This will be tomorrow. We're releasing it tomorrow. Day
Okay.
1, day 2, day 3.
So I'm going to put a link on that. It's going to be active for 72 hours. And once they act within that 72 hours, they're going to unlock a secret gift as a collaboration between Scott and Sean. Sounds good?
It sounds great, man. That's so cool.
We'll call it a Scott and 10K collab.
Well, let me share a little bit. I mean, you can see a little bit on the screen behind you, but I want to share my screen here real fast because I pulled up my card.
Okay.
And but if you scan my code, you did this and sent this to me over so quickly that I'm able to use it. Website, my podcast, the events that we have straight from my website, along with all my other social stuff that we use. Follow me on Clubhouse, Twitter, social medias. Just an absolute badass tool, man.
That's right. Click on scan my card and see what pops up. When they click on scan my card, your QR code pops up. There you go. So if you're at a networking event, all they have to do is to point their camera at the QR code and boom, your card pops up on their phone. If you want to share the card, scroll a little lower. Let's go back on. You're going to be my technical guide today. Let's go back. Let's go to, let me see, share my card. the fourth option lower. There we go. Share my card. Boom. When you click on share my card, you can send it via text message, email, WhatsApp, any of those using your handheld device. Also, when you click on add to home screen, it literally transforms into an app on your phone. That's the instructions. Click on the share button, click on add to home screen. And what happens? Bam. Now the card is on your phone like an app. So when you look on your phone, Scott, you'll see your face on your phone. When you touch it, you'll access your card. It's just that simple.
That is so freaking cool. And you can add it and add the stuff like that. You're offering.
Yeah, that's right. And you can add it to your home, your contact, by the way. So it always sits in your phone.
Now, what's this cost people? Let's go through the price point of this, what it normally is and stuff like that, Sean.
Very good. That's the fun part. To own the product, it's a one-time payment of $100. And then when the client actually owns the product for a one-time payment of $100, they get to use it and see the value in it. If they see enough value in the product and they think it's worthy to share with their friends and family and actually earn a commission on it, they can join our partnership program. To become a partner with 10K Card, it's a one-time payment of $200. And every time you share your card with your audience and they make a purchase, you get 20%. You get 20% of that transaction.
Nice. That's a great way to make money by sharing your business cards to everybody.
There, nowhere else in the world they will pay you for sharing your business. Only 10K Cards. So that's what it is.
I love that. So once again, everybody, go on. Go here, check it out, or let's meet. Here we go. I hit a button.
Very well.
There we go. Yeah, once you click on share my card, if they wanna find out QR code, very simple. What I'll do, the same
No, there's a simple sort of wrap some.
I'm gonna put it also on your card. So we can make the offer live on your card, or we can make it live on our card as well. So wherever the user actually scan the QR code, the offer is gonna pop up for them, no problem. All right.
That's really cool, Sean. And man, that is such a badass. And I mean, you've helped so many people this already. I mean, you know that because I know you add people every day.
That's right.
Across the board, social media. Think about being able to leverage your QR code, not just in one spot for every spot, because that's the biggest thing. We go to an event like Note Camp where you're virtually or you go to an actual conference. It's hard to connect. And this is one way we want to make sure and help people connect, right?
Exactly. One of the things I must tell you, Scott, I want you to have your team create a QR code and put it in the back of me as well. All those words are nice and great, but I want you to focus on maximum impact.
Yeah.
So definitely, I would recommend you position a QR code in the back. So while you're speaking like this, someone can scan and actually take action like this.
Yeah.
All right.
I would definitely do that. You will be on the rest of my virtual background for the rest of Note Camp.
I'm not here to argue with you. All right. And this is definitely a must-have for all entrepreneurs. If you're an entrepreneur, you want your audience to know exactly who you are and what you do. Having a digital card from 10K Card is actually one of the best ways to do it. That's a great photo. That's a great photo, Scott. But here's the thing: no one can use that photo. If I put up my image right now and I'm on a Zoom call that I don't want to have my image being shown, right? Someone can just simply scan my QR code, and as the message says, let your clients engage with you.
Yeah.
So for everyone out there who is actually on the virtual world, like Zoom and the other platforms, get a profile image and incorporate your QR code on it. That way you can have maximum impact whenever you're actually engaging with someone.
Yeah, that's perfect. I was literally just taking my camera off so you were on the whole screen so people could scan your card as well there for it.
There we go. There we go. There we go. Well, they can't get away from it. It's a win-win.
It is a win-win.
So let me ask you a question, Scott. How can we from 10K Cards, how can we serve your audience now? What do you think we can do to actually serve your audience?
Well, I think that's the biggest thing is we deal with so many entrepreneurs from different levels. Some people that are starting brand new or moving into bigger phases. They're launching funds or closing deals or leaving their JOB to
that's right.
Stuff like that.
Salute everyone that's leaving the JOB/W2. Okay, let's carry on.
But I simply say that I think that's the big support is there's always ways. I think maybe even putting together, people sometimes don't know how to market because they've never come from that aspect. You know what I mean?
That's right.
And this is one of the most simplest ways. It's still one of the most original ways of marketing and just handing out a card, either being able to say, hey, here's my event or here's my website for my deal flow. You have that all in there. And that's why
right.
Right, I'm very picky about who I bring on Note Camp as a vendor, and I love we connected a few months ago, and
That's right.
it's absolutely so excited to have you on here, man, sharing this.
I love it. Now, here's another good news, Scott. Because you're always promoting different events or different products. If 6 months ago you promoted a product and the client has your card, when you put the latest offer up today, your client from 6 months ago will receive the new updates. So it's always been updated in real time. So by saying that, it's very important for you to have an impact on your client. Because when you have the correct impact on your client and they fell in love with you, they just need to keep checking in with you to see what's the latest with you. Because once you've done it correct once, you're going to come back to get more and more and more. And that's where the continuous marketing will come in for you.
Perfect. Good stuff. Sean, what's the best way for everybody to take advantage besides scanning your card? Is going to Sean10k.com or where?
That's right. Once they scan the card, it's going to take them to Sean10k.com. They can also go to 10kcards.shop and they can browse the website. They can choose anything. But most importantly, especially for your audience, for the next 72 hours, we're going to put a live offer on that's going to say Scott and 10K Cards promo. When they click on Scott and 10K Cards promo, we have a nice little surprise waiting for them. All right? Scott, this was super awesome. Always love spending time on stages with you. Now I actually get to put a face to the voice. Now it kind of makes sense. Some people you meet, you'll be like, oh, hey, what's up? I'm actually waiting on I'm waiting online for Scott. Let me know when he's here. But when I sound like, oh, it's actually Scott. Okay, good.
Exactly. Well, good stuff. Thanks so much for being a valued vendor here at Note Camp, Sean. I appreciate it.
You got it, buddy. It's such a pleasure. Guys, to the audience, be great. If you're doing a W-2 right now, it's okay. Everyone have a journey to be a part of. But it'll be a temporary situation. But ultimately, you want to get into being an entrepreneur. Be that 1099, master of your future. And guys, literally go out there and experience true freedom, okay? 1099 is the way to go. W-2, let it be temporary. If anyone gets into their feelings, go have that conversation with your mom or dad. No disrespect. But if you want to really be the master of your destiny, become an entrepreneur. With that said, Scott, thank you so much. Peace.
All right, everybody. Hopefully you took advantage of that. It's there to help you out there. If you need me to repost my card, I'm glad to do that here in a couple minutes. Actually, I think I got it up here still. Nope, that's a short term, and I'll pull it back up in a minute here. But we are excited for our next speaker on here. I see him in the background already. Going to share some nuggets on how to raise all the capital you need here in just a second. So let me hit the record here. We do bring him on here. Ask roll to start video, and then we'll ask him to unmute there. Mr. Joel Block. There he is.
Hi, how are you, man?
I am doing great, man. How about yourself?
I love that that business card thing. You know, I kind of jumped in here in the middle, but I want to study that. I'm looking at it, and well, it's a pretty inexpensive one too, because I've seen some that are a lot more.
Well, it's a complete answer to what we were talking about the other day. With Mobit and stuff like that. That's a direct answer for you because you can put anything on there. Like we were talking about your slides and stuff like that the other day.
You know what? You and I are going to have to discuss that and come up with some kind of a high-tech digital killer strategy, and then we can share it with everybody else. But I think it's going to take that's a couple beer discussion right there. To me, we got a little business we got to do together.
That's a couple beers and a good cigar, definitely.
yes, or a beef rib. Those ribs, man. Tell me about that. Jeez.
For those that don't know, one of the things I like to do is cook. I don't eat a lot of red meat anymore, and I'm sitting here at home one night, and popped up on Netflix is barbecue with Franklin's. And here in Austin, Texas, we have Franklin's Barbecue. Anthony Franklin is well known throughout the country. Latest PBS series about barbecue, and he did a session like on barbecue and brisket and ribs and pulled pork and chicken and the pits. And so I streamed it all one night, and I'm like, man, those ribs look really good. Those plate ribs and then regular rack of ribs. And so last Sunday, Steph can verify this. Like at noon, I'm like, I'm going to give it a try. I don't eat a lot of red meat anymore. I'm going to give it a try. So sure enough, went out there, spent all afternoon barbecuing ribs, and oh my God, the plate ribs like a brisket on a stick with the ribs, and then that rack of ribs that I shared, a little sauce on it.
Scott, the reason that we get along, your hobby is cooking, my hobby is eating, and so it's like a glove and a hand in a glove situation.
That's right. And baseball as well, as baseball,
Yeah, I'm going to the Dodger game tonight, matter of fact.
There you go. Well, we won't hold it against it. I think the Giants are still in first place.
I'll tell you, we sure threw away a great opportunity this week to pick up a couple games, and didn't happen. So
yeah. So those that don't know, Joel's out of LA, a big Dodger fan. So kudos to the Dodgers winning the World Series this last year. It was great stuff for him. I love the eye patch. The Dodger eye patch was awesome, being a Dodger pirate there for you. You are, when it comes down to things, I mean, gotta love baseball, gotta love having fun. And it's one of the great things I think you do so well, Joel, is you love having fun and you're great at what you do. You really have helped so many, kind of transition a little bit here, so many investors take their business and what they're doing, take it to a whole nother level. I mean, you've helped over 150, 200 people start funds. You're helping us with our fund.
Yeah, we've our program has spawned hundreds of funds and syndications, and all I can tell you is we've made a lot of people rich. I mean, it's one thing to learn the basic real estate skills, is one thing to learn the basic note skills, but then at some point in time, everybody kind of wakes up and realizes, I just don't have the money to I don't really have the money to get a lot of inertia. So that you're still kind of limping along. And at some point you say, I've learned all these great skills. I know how to do all this stuff. And if somebody would just put a little gas in my car, I got this beautiful car, the car would move. And the money in business, the money is the gas. And if you don't pour some gas in the engine, now, of course, if you don't have a car and if you can't, if you don't have the basic skills, then I can't help you. That's, Scott's going to help you, and that's that. But, once you've kind of got the basics, Scott, so this is for your people who are a little further along. This is not for your people that are contemplating leaving a job because they're,
right.
This is a little bit more of an advanced maneuver. And in full disclosure, you're in the process of developing your own fund for exactly this reason. So, I mean, you're a guy who, if somebody gave you a big, vat of gasoline, you could pour it in the engine and make it work. So we're just going to share what Wall Street does. And because who makes all the money? It's the guys on Wall Street, right?
That's right. We need to think from a Main Street mindset to a Wall Street mindset. We've used the term from going from Wall Street investing to Main Street investing. Well, you got to think, if you want to do some big things, you got to have a Wall Street mindset. And that's one of the things that you do such a great job. And I've absolutely love your education, love what you share and helping people really take those baby steps and understand things and make it, because it can seem kind of big, like, oh my God, that's a big elephant I got to eat. And you break it down and really have shown so many investors how to be successful and putting that big gas together to go do some big things.
Listen, everything looks terrible looking forward. But when you get there, you look back and, I recently lost the vision in one of my eyes, and I was bumping into walls. I tripped and fell down, hurt myself, and I wear a patch most of the time on the side. When I'm on camera like this, I don't, but I've kind of been embracing the patch, more and more. So, but here's the thing: is that I was terrified. While you were all locked up in the pandemic, I was terrified to leave my house because I would trip and fall because you can't see depth of field and I can't see cracks in the sidewalk. And I just one day woke up and I realized, I just have to do it. Whether I like it or not, I just have to do it. And I went out and I walked. There's a little blocker in my neighborhood, 4/10 of a mile, and I just did it. And I did it every day for a month, every single day. I mean, I just forced myself. I didn't want to, and then I went to 8/10, and then I went to a mile and a half, and now I'm up to 2.5. Where I'm just out walking it in, and it's helped me lose weight. It's helped me be more healthy. But here's what's interesting. Is I looked at I keep a little thing. I push a button every time on my phone when I leave, and then it tracks all my stuff, and gives me all these stats, which I love to look at, but I wouldn't like to keep, right? But I looked at them, and what I noticed is that my speed got faster. So my distance got further, my speed got faster. And if somebody would have said, okay, Joel, your goal is to get to 2.5, no possible way. I can't do it. All I can do, I'm afraid to go 4/10. But you know what? If you just eat the elephant one bite at a time, like those ribs that you're supposed to invite me over for, You know, if I just eat it one bite at a time, next thing you know, the whole friggin' plate's gonna be gone and there won't be any left for Scott and his wife.
It's like a plate of Dodger dogs.
You know, I'm not a big fan of eating Dodger dogs, but you know, but ribs, you know, step aside. I'm going to show you how it's done.
There you go. We'll have to do it again sometime soon. We're both in the same town, definitely, because I don't think they would do well shipping them out to you.
Yeah, well, you know what?
Good stuff.
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out exactly. So, Joel, I think you got a bit of presentation, then we'll take some Q&A and go from there. I think is what we decided to do.
You know what I kind of like. I'm gonna take the screen. I'm gonna make a presentation. I'm gonna show some things. I'm gonna kind of teach people about how the money works, why the Wall Street guys make a lot more money than other people make, and I'm gonna show you how some of the secrets work. And you've been through our symposium, which is the full 3-day shebang where I go through this. You've been through this now twice, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I'd like you to provide a little bit of commentary along the way. If you know, so feel free to jump in if you think something is difficult or needs to be explained, because you know, this is a different way of thinking. I mean, it is a different way of thinking. You know, when you're 14 or 15 years old and you're thinking about driving a car, you might be nervous. And you know, you might be worried about it, but you know, the truth is, you take a class, you learn, then you go out and you practice, and by the time you're 16 or 17, after you get your driver's license, you're driving along, listening to music, shaving in the car. You know, you're doing things you shouldn't be doing, but you know, it becomes second nature,
right?
And that's kind of how this is. It may seem hard at first, but you know, once you catch on, this is the way that money moves in the United States of America. And if you want to control some things, if you want to make money, if you want to leave a legacy, if you want to do great things, and you know, and one of the things I'll tell you, the world needs you to be rich. It needs you to be rich, because let me tell you something: poor people just can't do big things. We can say all the nice things we want about all the things people can try and do, but the truth is, people that have a lot of money can do a lot of stuff. And you know, and so I'd like to help you know, people do that. And in fact, in the chat, if you're somebody that is kind of at a more accelerated level, you know, write the word accelerated. I'd like to see who's at a more accelerated level, because I would like you to be involved in this, be very involved. And Scott, if you just keep an eye on the chat, if people ask questions, feel free to stop me, and you know, we'll make it happen. Okay.
Sounds good, bud. Yeah, we got a few people watching online, actually on YouTube.
Yeah, well, you know, as best you can, whatever we have to do. So let me share the screen here.
Cool. And I'm going to turn my camera off, but I'll be here and you can jump in as things pop up. Okay.
Yeah, that's just awesome. Thank you. Okay, so you all see the screen here, I imagine, right, Scott?
Yep, all good. Yep.
Okay. So the bottom line is that you know, when you're first getting started, and this applies to both real estate, notes, it applies to everything. You know, you're using hard money, private money, you know, you're kind of using the worst money that there is, because when you're a beginner, that's what it is. But as you get better, you get access to better money. So what is better money? I mean, better money is it has better terms, it has better pricing, it gives you more control. There's less people that are, you know, going to get in your business, and they're going to not be looking over your shoulder as much. And as you prove that you are, you know, worthy of being able to control the money, you're going to be invited to have better money at a lower price with better terms, less oversight, and all the other stuff. And that's really kind of the goal. That's what we want. So we just have come through the biggest crisis probably in our lifetimes. I mean, there was a financial crisis 10 or 12 years ago, but what we just dealt with was absolutely catastrophic. Companies went out of business that were perfectly healthy, but they just, you know, when you don't have any money come in for a year, you don't do good, and you frequently go out of business. So companies lost their leases, they went out of business, they closed stores, they had to put themselves on the auction block and sell themselves. And crisis, therefore, is the mother of opportunity. When there's a crisis, there are always opportunities. And right now is a time when there is a lot of opportunity. And every year we produce a trend report, my office does, and we provide advisory services to large companies. We tell them how to predict their future. We help them to plan for their future by looking at trends and things that are happening. And remember that I've been in the hedge fund and the venture capital business for most of my career, 30 years, raising money from investors. And I run a mastermind of hedge fund managers, people that have pools of money that go out and buy assets. And part of what we talk about in the mastermind is, hey guys, this is what I'm seeing, because I'm the one that's kind of looking at the big picture. They're all busy running their funds, although I have a fund too. And but what they're mostly worried about is looking at their details. And I'm telling them what kinds of assets we should be thinking about going forward and who's having problems and what the issues are. And that's really this opportunity. There's a little bit more equity in the marketplace than there was 10 or 12 years ago, but banks are still taking back notes. They're taking back real estate. They're taking back all kinds of assets because people just in an instant ran out of money. So there are new opportunities that are happening every single day. And the only way you can be ready to take advantage of an opportunity is to have a pool of capital that enables you to take advantage of that. And if you don't prepare yourself, then you just have no way of making that happen. So if you're going to take advantage of the crisis, if you're going to take advantage of the opportunities, then you need to think about putting together a pool and being ready to strike when the iron's hot. And if you don't do that, you won't have that level of success that you're hoping for. And by the way, if you're not ready, if you don't have any money, if you're not ready, don't bother, because all you're going to do is embarrass yourself when you go into the marketplace. If you start negotiating deals with the expectation that, well, if I get a great deal, money will come, I think you might be disappointed and eventually embarrassed and wreck some relationships more than you think. So if you're ready, I'm ready. And let's all move on together and make some stuff happen. So we're going to talk about the money business. Syndication. Syndication is really a word that it's not really even a legal word, but basically the way it's used, it just means to create a pool of investors. So you get this person to put in 25, that person puts in 75, this person puts in 100. So you got a pool of several people. There is really only one really good way to do that. And that's what we're going to talk about. And, a lot of people say to me, Joel, any people, are they really familiar with syndication? Do they know what it is? I'm going to tell you that rich people, this is really how rich people invest. For the most part, wealthy people all know what this is. And when you come to them and you say, listen, I've got a deal and we're going to put it into a pool or a fund or a syndication, they know exactly what you're talking about. Now, they may not know the words, but when you talk about it as an investment, they know exactly what it is. Every attorney, every accountant, they all know what this is. And so it's a very easy thing to understand. And by the way, just for reference, the private placement business, and this is what we're talking about. They're called private placements, which is a way of raising capital for a non-public company. That the private placement business is so big that it dwarfs the entire United States stock market. It's bigger than the whole stock market. So you're sitting thinking, I never even heard of this before. And how could it be bigger than the United States stock market? Well, guess what asset is held in these private companies that are not public and registered on the stock market? It's almost all the real estate in the United States of America, almost all the private holdings of notes, almost all the films are made this way. Almost all the venture capital deals are done this way. So everything that isn't public, and by the way, guess who gets the best deals? Do you think it's the guys who do the private stuff before it goes public, or do you think the guys who do the public? It's not the public deals. The public deals are more seasoned, so there's a little bit less risk, but the people who make the big money are coming in early, and that's why rich people like it. They love coming into these deals early. It really works for them. So why do the professionals make so much money? Why is it the guys on Wall Street make so much money? Is it because they're doing it our way? If you're doing joint ventures or you're doing, whatever kind of deals you do. If you're financing your properties through hard money, private money, joint ventures, that is not how Wall Street does this. They're not calling us for advice saying, boy, you guys are doing so awesome. We want to learn how to do it your way. What they're doing is they're doing it a different way. And that's the way that I want to show you. And that's what Scott and I have been doing together and so forth. So let's think about how Wall Street does it. It's very simple. They take a building, let's say it's the Empire State Building. Let's say it's a pool of notes. Could be $1 billion. It could be $5 million. It could be $500,000. It doesn't matter. You take 20 or 30 notes in a bucket. And let me promise you, when you buy a bucket of them and you're not cherry picking one at a time, you get a better deal. And so they take that bucket and they slice it up like a loaf of bread, just said. And then they say, okay, we've got 20 slices of bread. How many slices do you want? Each slice is a share of stock. And basically the investors say, well, I'll take 2 shares. This one says I'll take 4 shares. That one says I'll take 6. And this one says I'll take 1. And now all the slices of the bread are gone. And you say, okay, great, we're done. Now I got all my money. I got the $1 million that I need to buy whatever I'm buying. And you've done what you're supposed to do. You've sliced your deal into shares of stock. And that's what Wall Street is so good at. And that's what we're going to talk about right now. So how do you slice real estate into shares of stock? How does it happen? First thing you do is you form an LLC. And all deals are 95% done the same way. You form the LLC, and then you sell or you crowdfund the shares to all the people you want. So that means that you call on people that you know, and you say, hey, listen, I've got a deal. We're buying a pool of notes. It's a distressed package. We're getting it at a substantial discount because we're buying a bunch of stuff all at one time. And would you like to invest in the deal? Because here's what we're going to do. We're going to rehabilitate the notes and we're going to sell them off. And we should be able to make X% over a period of time. And, we're basically going to all share the profits. Now you're going to get an extra share for being the promoter, and you're going to get some fees for the things that you do, but the investors are going to get a good return. And let me promise you, the return that they're going to get is not going to get, they're not going to get the 1% that they get at the bank, or the 2% that they get on a bond, or the 3% that they get in the stock market. They're going to get something much more substantial from you, which is why wealthy people like these kind of deals. It doesn't preclude regular people who aren't wealthy. Wealthy people are called accredited. Not wealthy people are typically called non-accredited. And there are some rules around that. But it doesn't mean that non-accrediteds can't participate at all. But but there may be some limitations on that. And that's, of course, it's reasonable. If the government says, hey, if we're not going to regulate it and keep an eye on it, then we're not going to let you, just sell the shares to anybody in town because you could take advantage of them. So they want to kind of keep it a little bit close. So we're going to sell the shares to many people. We're going to, sell them these slices of the loaf of bread, and then we're going to elect a president. Now, if you're the one that's slicing up the loaf of bread and you're the one that's going around looking for the money, who do you think that they would like to have be the president? Now, they're not going to say me. They're not going to say Scott. They're going to say you, because you're the one they know. They want the person that they know to run the deal because they trust you and they think you're going to do a good job. And that's why they want to get involved with you in the first place, is because they know that you can pull this off. So then once that happens, then you're going to probably have to hire a broker or some other representative to acquire the package of notes, because somebody has to represent the LLC. And if you're licensed to acquire notes, or if you're licensed to make notes, or whatever it is that you, or buy real estate, or be a broker of some kind, and the note business doesn't have quite as many restrictions as the housing business, because housing is a kind of a sacred thing in the United States where people live, and you can't fool around with people's housing too much. So it's a little bit more closely regulated. You're going to probably hire a representative, but that representative can be paid a commission. And if that person is you, you can be paid a commission as long as you properly disclose it in your paperwork to your investors. And that's part of how this all works, is that your fund is going to need vendors. It's going to need people to handle its affairs. And if you're properly organized to do that, then you can be one of those vendors. So once you hire the broker to acquire the notes, let's say from wherever it is, then you're going to put your notes into the LLC that you've just formed. So you form the LLC, you raise some money, you then take the money and you go buy the notes. And then, that's it. I mean, that's the bottom line, is that you form the LLC, you sell some shares of stock. Once the money's in the pot, you go out and you buy whatever asset you want, real estate, make a film, buy a yacht, with 20 people together, whatever you're going to do, it all works the same way. Now, why go to all the trouble? Wouldn't it just be easier just to, get a bunch of friends, put money in a bank account, and, well, it would be easier, but it wouldn't be better. And keep in mind that the pros wouldn't do this if it wasn't better. you have to tell people what's going on. You have to make disclosures. That's why there has to be attorneys involved. And you have to tell them things. And if you're going to take fees or other things, you have to tell them. And if you're going to get an extra share for being the promoter, you have to tell people that in the documents. So whatever it is you want to do, you got to tell them. That's all. It's not really the end of the world, but you got to tell them. And that's why you go to the trouble of doing this. So let's take a look at, for the promoter, which is us, the people that are right here on this call with us now that want to run these funds. Why would we do this? What's in it for us that we would in fact do this? Number one, we have more control, because once people give you the money, they don't call you and they don't say, you know, we don't really like how you're doing. We don't think that the office furniture matches the carpet and the drapes. We don't like the color of the buildings. We don't like, you know, we don't like the bank you're working with. You know, those issues do not come up. That's not what we're here talking about. So the bottom line is that you have more control, and that means that you're the one that gives authorization. Your money is ready, it's handy, and when your money is ready and handy and you can negotiate on the spot, that means you're going to get better deals, better margins, and everything works kind of to your advantage. These deals are not exclusive, by the way, which means that you may run a fund and you're buying this over here, but then you decide, hey, you know what, there's something that's come up over here, and I want to do that privately or with a couple of other people. And so I'm going to do that. And so that's something that you have flexibility about. There are no interest payments here. This is not like borrowing money from people and you have to make payments and you're, you know, getting yourself into debt. Now there is a mechanism where investors get paid before the promoter gets paid, but that's on a best efforts basis. And if there's not enough money to go around, then you hold that money back and you pay it on the next cycle. You know, so eventually the people will get paid, but if you're not able to do it right now, then you have some flexibility. And what that does is it reduces the amount of pressure on the syndicator so that you can do a better job. Your goal, of course, is to pay the investors, but you also want to make sure you're doing the best job and maximizing the value of your assets as best you can. The last part is that you get better pricing on your capital. I mean, you know, hard money is expensive, but this preferred equity that we're talking about is really it's generally a pretty good deal. And then you make your money on a revenue octopus, which is your fees and all the other things. We're going to talk about this in a minute, that there are many different ways that promoters get paid. And so the first way is that you get paid for being smart. And almost everybody always gets paid for being smart. That's kind of what we're used to, get paid for being smart. You find something, price goes up, sell it, make a profit, you were smart. The problem is that you invested a lot of time to get to your payoff. And because you weren't being paid for your time, the money that you got paid for being smart has to reimburse you for all the months that went by that you were busy negotiating, organizing, redeveloping, whatever you're doing, kicking out your tenants, buying back properties, whatever you're doing, all that money that you make is really reimbursing you for the time that you spent doing all the things. So in the syndication business, the model we're talking about, you're also being paid for your time. So if you're a broker, you're being paid for brokerage. If you're negotiating, if you're foreclosing, whatever it is you're doing, you're being paid for those things, so that when you get your bonus for being smart at the end and you make a profit, that all goes to the bottom line. And that's why people build so much wealth in this business, is because they're being paid for their time on the front end, and what's being smart is being paid on the back end after they've already gotten paid for the front. And so all the money on the back goes right straight to the bottom line. And that's a really cool thing. So when you talk about being paid for time, you know, any payment to a third party, anybody that can take money from a third party, all that money is available to go to you. You just have to make sure that you properly disclose it, tell the story. And as long as you put that in your documents, you're going to be good to go. If you generally are able to stabilize the cash flow of your notes and help your fund grow, then the fees for that will be no problem. So we have a list of fees that these are mostly real estate fees. The fees for notes are twice as long, and they wouldn't fit on this page. But remember, the people who are in the note business get paid not only for the note fees, but they also might get the real estate fees. So there's really a lot of fees that are attached to this, because the people who are servicing the note, you might have interest rate spread, you might have brokerages. I mean, there's a lot of ways that people in notes get paid, But then if something forecloses and then it becomes a real estate owned property, then you have to have all the real estate fees in place too, because you end up potentially in the real estate business. So the note business kind of combines the two businesses together, and you have to prepare for that. And then how do you get paid for being smart? Smart means participation in cash flow. It means participation in back-end profits. It means taking participation in all of the revenue and the profit that you help create. And by the way, you want to calculate that before you share the money with your investors. So you're not subtracting interest. Like when you do a hard money loan, you subtract the interest first, and then you divide up the profits, and there's hardly anything left. There's no division of, there's no interest that's allocated, so you get it right off the top. So you end up making a lot, and that's kind of a little bit to bite off, but it's take my word for it. It's the way it works. My goal for you is to move you from the real estate or the note business into the money business. And then once you're in that money business, the money's not made in the real estate, the money is made in the money. And that is a fact. People who are in this, in the real estate business, the first thing that I try to do is I try to move you into the money business, because people who are in the money business make a lot more money than people who are in the real estate business. And all the people who make a lot in real estate are really not in real estate, they're really in the money business. And that's what you got to think about too. So let's think about a wholesale deal. Let's say that you buy a note pool for $1.5 million, and let's say that you sell it, you flip it the next day for $1.6 million. I mean, it doesn't happen very often, but I imagine a guy like Scott does that, and he picks up a clump of dough, overnight. It doesn't happen, every day, but I'm sure it does happen. And he'll net $100,000, and that's fine. That's very exciting. It's something to be proud of. But let's take a look at what would happen in the situation of a fund. And let's say the same exact thing. Let's just pull one property out, and let's say it's a piece of real estate, not a note, because a piece of real estate is a little easier to understand. So you put the property under contract for $1.5 million, and you're gonna own this property now for 5 years. This is a 5-year plan. I'm gonna show you how much money you make in 5 years, and kind of why this business adds up to be so lucrative. You're going to take an acquisition fee of, say, 3%, which is a brokerage fee or an acquisition fee. That's $45,000 to you. You're probably going to help get some financing. There might be a point or two on 75% financing, another $22,000. And then you're probably going to get a property management override for a while. You may not do all the property management, which might be a 6% commission, but you may get a little override because you're involved in managing the property with the property management company. So that override's worth another $20,000 over time. And then you're going to rehab the property. You'll probably take a project management fee, which is a common thing. And then you're going to participate in the cash flow that property generates. That's another $80,000. And ultimately, you'll sell the property some years later, say 5 years later, for $2.4 million. And your profit, let's say, is $700,000. So your share of those profits at 40% would be $280,000. And then you're going to get it back in brokerage. So you can see this is all the money that moves through this property. And it's not out of the question. This is a very realistic kind of scenario. So how much money did you really make? Total to you over 5 years is $539,000. And you're thinking, well, yeah, if I just did one of those flips every single year, but number one, you don't make those things every single year. This is the kind of thing that you could do multiple times every year. And most of our guys have 2 or 3 of those in the pipeline, and they're doing them every single year. So you could see that they're making a lot of money very quickly. It really adds up to be a lot. And the investors, by the way, in this deal where you're making a lot, they're also making about 12% a year. And let me promise you, when investors make 12% a year, they are very, very happy. So you're thinking, well, gee, are you making too much? If they were making 3%, you were making this much, that would be unfair. But when they're making 12%, they don't really care all that much how much money you make, because it's fair on both sides. Both parties are making a lot. So, and if they complain too much, then maybe they're not the right people for you. And that's kind of an important concept. So hopefully, you're starting to get it. Scott, do you want to pipe in here and bring anything up?
No, I'd agree with you that, it just makes total sense. And, the part of it is, I think the most attraction is so many people get into pitching You got to start somewhere in real estate. And when you end up pitching individual deals, and that gets old pretty fast, versus pitching the concept of what you're doing. And I think that's one of the most important things out there is now that you've like, okay, so it's pitching the deal, you've done the due diligence, you know the deal works for you. Now you just got to go pull the cash out of the bank account that you've already sold people on your process and what you're doing. It makes it a whole lot streamed, easier process. Plus, especially with what's going on right now, he who has the cash makes the rules, and the ability to close quickly is going to lead to some amazing deals here for people over the next 6 to 12 months. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right. Anything else you want to add, or should we keep going?
Keep going, man. You're doing good. Doing good.
All right. Let me just, make a quick disclaimer. I'm not an attorney. I am a CPA, but I'm not your CPA, so I can't really help you. And I'm not providing you with advice. It's just information. You have to get your own people to help you, just because that's how it is. So here's my goal. My goal for you is to make this week different and better than next week. If I can help you make next week better because you learn how to do something and you learn how to solve a problem that you don't know how to solve, then this will have been extremely successful. And that's really what our objective is. So this program really, it says 3, but there's really 2 sections. There's the syndication basics. We just did that. And now I want to tell you why funds get the best deals. And finally, we'll wrap up with some Q&A. So those are our 3 sections. So let's talk about why funds get the best deals. Number one, let me quickly introduce myself. I'm not making this up. I've spent a little time in the school of hard knocks. My knuckles have some calluses from banging on doors. My ears cauliflower shaped from having a foam press against it for all those years. When I was younger, I did a lot of that. Not so much anymore, but that's what happened as I was younger. About me, just in general, I spent a couple of years at the CPA firm Pricewaterhouse. I counted ballots for the Academy Awards. That was kind of a fun thing. I started in the real estate syndication business. And I left Pricewaterhouse and went into that business and just started buying real estate, syndicating it. And then I started a venture capital company. I fell into a deal and I raised $10 million to build a company, which I sold to a Fortune 500. And here's the interesting thing. Once you learn how to raise money for one thing, you can raise money for anything. So once I learned how to raise money in the real estate syndication business, when I stumbled onto this opportunity to get involved in this media company, which I founded with another guy, I knew exactly how to raise the money because I'd been doing it for 4 years. And that's why I was successful in raising $10 million. And had I not raised that money, that business would have never happened. And my life would be entirely different than it is now. And I basically, just worked on Wall Street selling my services for this Financial Facts project that we did. And then after I sold that company, I went into venture capital, and I spent many years buying and selling companies and, and all those things. And then about 7 years ago, I started my fund, and I've been running that now for a good long time. And in our syndication program, which is kind of what we're talking about here. So let me just ask the question, and maybe you could put something in the chat, and maybe Scott, you could moderate the chat. If you think that the capital is more important, mark that down, or do you think that the deal is more important? Mark that down. So in the chat, if you wouldn't mind, just put the word capital or deal. Which one is more important? Scott, how we doing? Anybody answering there?
They're typing in. I've got a few people typing some questions. I got a couple comments like capital on YouTube. Capital from Jenny. The deal, David says. Capital says Norm. Capital Frank says that. Let's see here. What else is there? John says a deal. Norman says I think they're both. Let's see here. RJ says capital. Wayne says capital.
All right, good. Well, I wouldn't say that there's a right answer, but I'll tell you that to me, there's only one answer. There are a lot of people, when you go to one of these like real estate investment club groups or something, and they'll tell you, that the deal is more important, because if you have a great deal, people are going to line up for your deal. But I'll also tell you that that is never true. It's almost never true, because the people that have a great deal don't know how to get the money, and they just hope that somebody will come to them. Hope is never a good strategy, by the way. I mean, it just is never a good plan that you hope something happens. When you have the money, deals materialize. They just do. And, and if I was to go to a real estate group, if you went with me, and you brought a great deal and you stood up and said, listen, guys, I got a smoking hot deal. Who wants to be in the deal? You know what happened? Nothing, because everybody in the room has what they think is a smoking hot deal. But if I walked to the front of the room and I said, listen, I got $1 million in my bank account, it's burning a hole in my pocket, and I got to deploy it right away. You know what's going to happen? The meeting's going to stop. People are going to line up and start begging to talk to me right away because they're all going to be pitching me deals. And that tells you a lot about the importance of capital in a transaction. So if you can learn to control capital, and I'm all about learning how to control capital. I had some people call me just this week, guys that are fundraisers. Joel, we have a client that wants to do some different deals. And the most important thing about structuring the transaction, I'm very concerned that they structure it in a way that will facilitate them raising the maximum amount of capital so that they're successful. And they were quite surprised about the kinds of questions that I asked, because they weren't really questions about the deal. They're really questions about raising the money. And that really, when you're raising money, that's what matters. Is if you don't make your deal investor friendly, deal friendly, if you don't kind of organize it in the right way, you're going to basically be throwing rocks in your own path. And then you're going to create friction for yourself. And you want to reduce as much friction as you can, because that's it. So I always like to ask people questions. These Wall Street guys, these professional investors, the kind of people that I circulate with, are they 500 times smarter than everybody else? Because they make 500 times more money. I mean, so are they really 500 times smarter? I don't think they're 500 times smarter. But what I do know is that there is a very specific reason why professional investors make more money in 5 days than most other people make in 5 years. I mean, there are very, very specific reasons. And we're going to get into some of those reasons. I'm going to share that with you. But part of it is because they understand deal structure. The structure of your deal is very important. It's I kind of think of it as like, that little Three Little Piggy thing where, one built a house out of hay and one built a house out of sticks and the other out of bricks, and two of the structures fell apart and one structure was great and it worked for a long time. You got to get a great structure. And if you don't have a great structure, then your deal is never going to work, because a great structure provides a multiplier effect. And that's what you need. You're not getting a multiplier effect right now. In fact, you're getting a less than 1-to-1 effect because your structures are draining you. My structure creates this multiplier, but most other structures, are really poor. Second, you got to have great market knowledge, marketplace knowledge. And I assume you have that. You can't be in your business. You can't be good at your business if you don't have it. So you're going to absolutely need to have that. So you got one of the things here, enormous focus on what you do. You're not bouncing from notes, bouncing into real estate, then doing apartments, and then doing commercial, and then doing a venture capital deal. And I mean, you're pretty focused on what you do, and you get really, really good at it. That doesn't mean you can't ever change, but you're not flip-flopping around all the time. You're doing something, you're getting really good at it, then you may morph into something else. And that's a good structure. And then finally, you're ready. I mean, these really people that we think are really smart that make a lot of dough, part of it is that they're just ready. I mean, they just know, when to pull the trigger. And then when they pull the trigger, they've got the resources behind them to make good on their promises. And how ready are you when you go in the marketplace? Is it your goal to tie up a deal and scrambling around and look for the money? I mean, that's okay if you have to do that, but we all start where we start. I mean, I did that when I first got started too. But, as you get better at this, you kind of want to start planning so that doesn't happen to you. And you really want to kind of get ready. So one of the things that I always tell people, I tell this to the biggest corporations and I tell it to individual entrepreneurial people, is that when it comes to money, everything is rigged. Everything is rigged. Absolutely everything is rigged, and there's nothing you can do about it. But you can know where the rig is. And the way that people rig the rules is by writing the rules. And I want to show you how real estate is rigged, because real estate is absolutely rigged in certain ways, and you need to know what those ways are. And when you know what the rig is, then you can work around it. So there is a reason why people who are ready, professional investors, make hundreds of times more money than everybody else. And I'm going to tell you, I mean, I'm going to reveal this momentarily, and it will probably surprise you a little. But when we're done with this, it's not going to surprise you at all because it's very obvious. Now, when I say rig, I'm not talking about anything illegal. I'm just saying that, that the person who writes the rules rigs the rules. So for example, when you go to Las Vegas and you have a green, a 0 and a double 0 on the roulette wheel, and the odds are not even, the odds are in the favor of the house, that's not cheating. That's just the house advantage. But those rules are rigged in favor of the house, and we're all used to it. We just call it the house advantage. But in business, we don't expect it. We don't know that it's coming. But businesses are in the business of separating consumers from their cash, and we just have to be aware of it. So let's talk about how this works in the real estate note business and in the real estate business in general. I asked the question, why do funds get the best deals? Why? Why is it that they get the best deals? Well, it's very obvious. Number one, my gun is always loaded. I am always ready. If I see a smoking hot deal, bang, I pull the trigger because I've got the money in the bank ready to go. And if my bank account is empty, I'm not out there shopping. I just, I know what it is. And if I do find something when I'm not quite ready, I know exactly how to get ready fast. I know exactly how to replenish my resources and where to go, and my structures are ready, and everything that I need to take money in is ready. Let's look further. Let's say that brokers will move projects to us. There are note brokers, there are real estate brokers that have an idea about where the best deals are. Well, let's say that there are two people, and this really happened to me. I was on an airplane next to a person, and I asked the guy what he was doing and talked about real estate, and turns out the guy was an engineer, and he said he was getting ready to buy a building. And I said, just for fun, if there was a real estate broker that had a smoking hot deal, who would he bring the smoking hot deal to, you or me? And the guy got really mad. He's like, you're a snot, you're arrogant. Why wouldn't the broker bring it to me? Well, here's why. This chart is going to tell you why the broker will never bring deals to somebody else except for the guy that runs the fund. So number one, my gun is always loaded. I told you that already. But number two, who feeds that broker all year long? Who's giving deals to that broker all year long? Who's giving listings to that broker all year long? Who's buying from that broker all year long? It's not the other guy. It's probably me. Let's talk about next. My cash is ready. The broker knows my cash is ready. What's the story with the other guy? I don't know. He told me he had a couple $100,000 at Merrill Lynch, and he was going to do some kind of a loan for the rest, whatever the next hundreds of thousands or $1 million, whatever it was. My cash is ready. The broker knows that. Let's say the broker calls all the people and says, we're going to have a due diligence appointment. We're going to meet at the property, and we're going to examine it together. We're going to meet at the bank, and we're going to examine the notes. Whatever we're going to do, we're going to do some diligence and examine it. And I've scheduled that appointment for 4:00 on Tuesday. And the architect or the doctor or the lawyer says, oh, no, sorry, I can't be there. I'm in surgery. I've got an appointment. I've got this problem. I got that problem. My calendar is always clear. This is what I do. This is why guys like me get the best deal. And this is why funds like you will get the best deals too. So my schedule is clear. No problem with due diligence. I don't have to borrow any money. I can go straight to the deal. That guy told me he only had a limited amount of cash. He had to borrow the rest. That means it was going to take a long time. He didn't know how long it would take. Very complicated, not smooth at all. The broker also knows, because we've dealt together quite a lot of times, I'm going to respect his commission. And respecting his commission is an important thing. Next thing is that we're in the network together. We may play golf together. He may belong to the country club with me. We may hang out together, whatever it is that we do. And for those reasons, he's probably going to, treat me a little bit better. And finally, there's a thing called horse trading. And horse trading means that the broker calls me and he says, hey, Joel, listen, I'm going to give you this smoking hot deal, but you've got that private equity friend. Do you think that there's any chance the three of us could go to dinner together and you could introduce me to him? Well, you know what? You give me this really smoking hot deal and I'm happy to have dinner with you guys. And so, we're not breaking any laws. We're not doing anything improper, but this is just how business happens in the United States. People do business with people they like, to do people that they know, that they trust. They've already done business together. And that's why people with funds get the best deals. And this may upset a few people, but it's the reality. It's the way things happen in the United States of America. So ultimately, we'll buy this property for pennies on the dollar, and we'll sell it to somebody else for 90 cents. And the person that sold it for 90 cents, will try to sell it for some other price. But at the end of the day, because we're going to flip the thing in a couple of days, and somebody else is going to hold it for a couple of years, we'll make more money than that person made in a long time, probably overnight. And that's the reality of how notes work, is that when you've got the cash, you can flip, you can hold, you can rehabilitate, you can do whatever you want. You can use any strategy you want because you've got the cash and you've got the knowledge. And, having the knowledge doesn't really work if you don't have any cash. So you got to get your cash and you got to be ready. All right. Bottom line is, could you do more deals with more money? And I have to imagine that you could. I've got a lot of information, that our firm publishes. We produce enormous numbers of videos. We've got a giant library of videos, and you can have all of those videos for free. I know Scott has watched a great number of videos. I don't have quite as many as Scott does, but ours tend to be, we answer the questions that people write to us. So people, hey, Joel, what's the difference between a syndication and a fund? How do I do this? How do I do that? You can have all this stuff for free. Just if you would take out your phone, if you would do this right now, this would be helpful. And just type in the number 72,000 and then punch in the word asset. So message the word asset to the number 72,000. And I'll wait a second while you do that. And our system will register you and send you out the stuff. We don't spam. You'll be invited to our symposium. You'll get our videos. I do a lot of media. I go on TV. I make a lot of predictions on TV, and we usually publish those interviews. And again, Scott, I think Scott watches most of that stuff. So, Scott, you want to pipe in here at all?
Yeah, it's great stuff, man. I mean, as David said, David's commented on here, David Straley said, mind expanding, and that this guy's awesome. So yeah, Joel is awesome. He knows his shiznit, and the stuff that you download here, guys, is really a lot of the amazing stuff that will help educate you, get you rock and rolling. And, it's valuable information. That's all I can say for you. So text the word asset to 72,000. And you'll have access to the videos on there. So great stuff, Joel, as always.
Hey, let me answer some of the questions because there are a few people that have written questions. Somebody said, is there a state that's better to put your LLC in than another state? Our experience is the best state is the state where you live, because most states have some kind of rules that, let's say you incorporate in Delaware and you live in California like I do. California still makes you register and pay the tax here. So we don't really get any benefit out of Delaware. So most of the activity happens in the state where you live. Any other questions here?
Yeah, the question online here is, what's a good starting amount? If somebody's trying to raise some capital for a fund, what's the minimum starting amount they should be looking at?
I would tell you that this starts to make sense around $300,000 to $500,000. Less than that, it costs too much to set up. Even at $300,000 to $500,000, it's a little bit heavy. The cost to set it up is a little heavy, but this is the thing about a fund is, let's say you raise 500,000 this year. The next year you can raise another 500,000. Then the year after you can raise another 500,000. So you can keep growing your fund. And you can have it for a long time, and you don't have to rewrite all your documents. It just keeps growing. I mean, you have to do a little bit of work, but it's not like starting from scratch. So, you can do sort of a modest thing. I try to, part of the reason we have so many successful people is, I don't let people, go out and try to raise 20 or 30 million because I know they won't be successful. I just know. I mean, I've been doing this for a long, long time. I have a very good sense of, I can talk to people. I have a good sense about their networks. And, Scott, I think you'll do better than other people because you've got a big following. I think you've got a little bit more gravitas than some other people. But, for most people, 300,000, 500,000, $1 million, that's a really, really good place to start.
And you can do a lot with that. I mean, that's the beauty of it. You can still do a lot with $1 million in buying assets these days, especially if depending on where you're buying, Ohio, Michigan, some of the blue collar Midwest states, you can buy a big portfolio or a good chunk of assets there that makes sense for you. let's talk about the network. A fund is a great thing, but you still gotta have the crowd part of crowdfunding, right, Joel?
Well, I mean, if you know, crowdfunding is kind of a technique, but you sort of do have to have a tribe. You have to have a following of people who think you're awesome, who trust you. You know, so you have to be a trustable person, and they have to like you. They have to think that you're capable of succeeding.
What are some of the different funds that you've helped launch? What are some of the successful things that you've seen people do to raise capital?
Well, I'll tell you that we've done several note funds. We've done several hard money funds where people are lending out capital. We've done many different kinds of real estate funds, apartments, shopping centers, commercial, industrial, student housing. There's some people that called just this week. They want to do a brewery.
Nice.
I mean, now that's a particularly interesting one, and I think they want to raise 25 million. And what I told them is, they want to do crowdfunding. I said, okay, look, here's the thing. Save your crowdfunding for your second batch. The first batch, let's go get a couple $1 million to kind of get it going, because it's going to take a lot of money. The crowdfunding is actually more expensive than people realize. But let's take the first round. Let's kind of get some initial traction, take some of that, and then put it into the crowdfunding piece so that we can be successful. So there are strategies for parlaying one thing after the next, and we're not going to go into all those things right this minute. But I will tell you that it is a really it's a very powerful plan. I mean, there's no better way to raise money than this. I mean, it's legally the best way, according to the attorneys that I discuss it with, and it's something people are familiar with. I mean, put it like this: it's bigger than the United States stock market. Every accountant does tax returns with these tax. They're called K1s, with these K1s in them. Every attorney studied this in law school and is familiar with this. The Congress of the United States, they all invest in it, but they complain about it because rich people get a tax break. The IRS doesn't like it, but the Supreme Court of the United States has said it's legal and that you have to tolerate it. So, I mean, this is a fully legal, fully vetted at the highest level of the United States mechanism. I didn't make it up. I have kind of taken it to a little higher level than it was before, but I was exposed to this when I was doing tax work at Price Waterhouse 35 years ago. So I've been in this business a long time. This business has been very good to me. I'd like to see it be very good to a few other people. And I have to imagine there's a couple of people on this call that could probably benefit from this. And, if you're, listen, again, like I said at the beginning, Scott, if you're a beginner, then you got to learn the basics. You kind of got to learn how to, build your car. You have to get your car somehow going. But when you're ready to put gasoline in the engine, that's what I help people do, is I really help them to supercharge what it is that they're doing. So Scott, after you have helped people to kind of learn the basics about notes, when they're ready to, really start buying some notes, this is what this does. So I recognize it's not for everyone, but the people that it's for, this is so friggin' exciting. You're not going to sleep.
Joel, could you talk a little about your symposium?
Yeah.
A question about the hedge fund.
So we've done it 25 times. It's a national program, and people who are either buying real estate, notes, whatever it is, come to this program, and we help them. So it had been a live program, but the last two times has been on Zoom. We're not quite sure. We're doing it again in October. We're not quite sure if it's going to be in Las Vegas or on Zoom. That'll be a decision that will be made soon. This new Delta thing is throwing a little bit of a wrinkle in the planning. And so, we'll have to kind of decide a little bit, later. But this program takes you from soup to nuts. I mean, it explains the whole thing. Scott, you've been through it twice.
Yeah.
You could probably comment on it, but it helps people understand why you do it, how you do it, where the money is, how you share the money with the investors, what the investors get, how you sell the deal. I mean, we just go through everything and really help people to really, really understand it. And then, quite a lot of those people end up building structures and raising money and making substantial sums of money, which is really amazing. It's a really exciting thing. And you know, and I don't think of myself as a teacher. I think of myself, you know, once people come in there, we're just peers. We're all peers. All of us are running funds together, and we're all doing the same thing.
Well, and that's the beauty that I loved it with Zoom. You break it down over several, 5-6 weeks. You bring your attorney on. He spends a session going through things. What was really eye-opening is the manual you've put together. It's such a huge resource.
Yeah.
Especially for people who help ways to identify fee structures and how to structure the splits and the prefs and stuff like that. A lot of people get overwhelmed with it, and you really break it down into digestible, bite-sized tracks for everybody to take advantage of and learn how to do it. And it becomes a lot more, I don't want to say accessible, but people walk away with a lot more confidence because you've broken it down that way, because you've done so many of them and you take the guesswork out of it.
We're pretty good at it, and I'd say based on our track record, we put 1,000 people through the symposium. A couple of hundred of them have built structures, and and a lot of those people have made an awful lot of dough. I mean a lot, a lot, and and Scott, as you well know. So hopefully, if people just texted in their number, they get the resources. We'll send those things out. You'll be on our list. We'll send you videos. If the symposium is for you, if this is something that you want to learn how to do, we have a special offer for Note Camp. The program is $2,100. It's an incredibly comprehensive program, and that's whether it's live or on Zoom, and we'll have to make that decision here coming up soon. For Note Camp, we're doing 2 people for the price of 1.
Nice.
So if you want to buy a ticket, you don't have to identify your second person right away. All you have to do is is just tell us that you're buying your ticket. We'll hold on to the second person. And if it turns out that we end up doing it by Zoom instead, we'll probably give some other additional bonus just to kind of make it more exciting. But it'll either be in Las Vegas or live. It just sort of depends on a couple of factors. But if you want to buy a ticket, and I would encourage you to do that, to take advantage of the deal, because Scott, if it's okay with you,
yeah, go right ahead.
That deal is for today. I mean, is today okay?
Yeah, it's totally fine. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so I know people are going to be listening to this over the next week, and they'll probably be calling or whatever. But this is for today, the day that you hear the program. So if you don't hear the program, I guess for a couple of days, maybe we'll be a little soft on it, but go to dealmakingsymposium.com, buy your ticket, and then send me an email to the email that this comes from, and we'll hold a second spot. So $2,100 for a single ticket, and we'll throw in a second one for free. And if you look at the website, that's a big savings. So
what's the time frame for somebody asked a question here? Hey, I've got a deal right now and I need to start a fund. What's the
it takes a couple of months. So here's the way that works when and Scott knows this because we're working on this now, but when we're building a fund, here's what happens is I give you a link to my calendar. You can make as many appointments as you want. It's unlimited. And at the end of every appointment, I give you a homework. So if you return the homework and then you make the next appointment for a day or two later, we could be done with my part in a couple of weeks. And then we send it off to the attorney, and that takes, let's say, a month. So it could be 6 to 8 weeks. But if I give you an assignment and it takes you 3 weeks to turn it around, and that goes on for a long time, then it could take 6 to 12 months to build. So really the timing is in your hands. Mm-hmm. And the more enthusiastic you are, the more efficient you are, the better replier you are. This goes pretty fast.
Question from somebody else. If I'm trying to raise a couple $1 million, do I have to raise it all before I can use it, or can I use it in chunks as I raise?
If you're doing a syndication, which is a project, let's say you're going to buy an apartment building and the down payment is $1 million, then you need to raise $1.25 million to have $1 million available for a down payment, right? Because you got to have a little bit left over. You're going to have some working capital. You may want to have some rehab money or whatever. Let's say you build a fund though, and you raise $1 million and you go deploy 300,000. Or let's say of the $1 million that you want to raise, you've raised 300,000, 300 or 400,000. Once the fund is open, you can start spending the money, and then you can keep raising at the same time. So funds and syndications are a little different, and funds are enormously more flexible. but sometimes a syndication is the right thing to do. And, and again, that's something I help you figure out. You don't have to figure that out. But if your goal is to raise $1, $2, or $3 million and you've raised 300,000 or 400,000, once the fund is, once the money's there and open, and we usually set a little minimum floor, a couple $100,000 floor. You have to reach a certain goal before the fund opens. Once the fund opens, you can start spending that money immediately.
Another question here is, what's the typical cost for a fund to launch?
You know what? Let's not put that out here on this
Okay.
on a public thing, because it turns out to be just between 1 and 2 or 3% of the amount of money that you raise. I mean, we don't charge it that way, but it ends up being just a very small percent. And actually, the part that people need to know is that you, the syndicator, do not pay for the fund to be built. The fund pays for the fund.
Right.
Now, the fund doesn't exist right now, so you do have to advance a little money to get it going. But once the fund has some money in it, then you get reimbursed for whatever you paid. So you get it for free. So, that's another substantial advantage to how this all works.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's a lot of people don't know that. I think they look at it as being a right check and not be able to get it.
Yeah,
back.
This is not an expense. You make a little advance, but then you get the money back, and it's part of your investment pool, and then, you may use some of that money, that reimbursement to, keep buying stuff, or you may buy stock in your own fund. I mean, you can do whatever you want.
Mm-hmm. Question from somebody here is, what type of deals are you looking for?
Well, we were buying distressed real estate, residential real estate in the Midwest. We bought a pool of assets that didn't really work out well. If I had known Scott earlier, I probably would have gone to him for some help, and he's been helping me recently. So this particular fund is winding down because it's reached the end of its useful life. It's 7 or 8 years old, and we promised the investors that we'd be done in about that time. So our fund is winding down, so we're not buying anything right this minute, but I'm probably going to start something new not long from now.
Nice. Good stuff there. Any other questions for Mr. Joel here on Note Camp for you guys out there for you? I love, just like I said, I've been through this symposium twice. I love how you teach. I love how you put things together. It's real world knowledge. And I think that's one of the biggest things is having not only the attorney side, and your attorney is phenomenal, but the business side. I think there's a lot of people out there that just go to attorneys for PPMs and stuff like that. And they don't have the business side to kind of match it up and have it make sure it works effectively.
Yeah, that's and then what ends up happening is that they go try to raise their money and then people turn them down because the attorney made the terms too onerous. And the attorney's job is to advocate for you, but sometimes you can over advocate. And my job is to kind of make sure that you kind of balance, that the attorney makes it right, but not so terrible that nobody wants to invest, because then the attorney wasn't successful either. So there's kind of a balance, and I kind of help get all that stuff going, help you with the marketing material and all the other stuff, so you're successful raising your money.
Yeah, that's totally the thing. And I like the fact too that the way you, especially during symposium, you're getting everybody that's putting funds role playing together for things, getting them to kind of have those initial conversations where they're talking with investors as well too. That's a valuable.
Scott, think about it like this. So right now you go to people and you say, I'm buying notes, and they say, yeah, that sounds very nice. Well, it's like you're just like blowing smoke. It's like there's no way for them to get involved with you. What if somebody said to you, God, that note business really sounds exciting. I'd like to get involved. Well, sorry, I don't have any way for you to get involved. It's, it's awesome being me, getting to do notes. But all of a sudden, when you have a thing like this, you say, well, I don't know if this be interesting to you, but, we take investors and then we share the profits with those investors. Well, boy, I'd be interested in having a look at a deal like that. Now, some people are going to, when you say that to them, when you meet people at parties and wherever you go, some people are going to say, I'm going to Milwaukee next week. You have any idea what the weather's going to be? Well, don't keep pounding on those people, because those people are not investing in your deal. Right. They're, by the way, probably not investing in any deal, so this just, for you, Scott, you're talking to people about learning about notes. And then some people say, notes sound fantastic, but maybe it's, I'm kind of busy being a doctor or whatever I am. but I've got 50 grand laying around. I mean, is there any other way I could do something with you? Well, matter of fact, you can buy notes over here, or you can put money in my fund and I'll do all the work and we'll share the profit. So imagine being in a position where you have so many more options. That's why guys make a lot of dough.
Yep, exactly. Well, that's the thing is there's so much private money sitting out there. People don't know what to do with it. And I think we talked about this before. Most of the self-directed IRA companies, they got people that put money in self-directed IRAs at accounts, but they never go do a deal themselves. 30 to 50% of the funds at Rocket Dollar, Quest IRA, NewView, Equitrust are making 0% because they're just sitting in an account, not having a deal or not having brave enough to pull the trigger themselves. And they're looking for investment deals,
Yeah.
The great stuff there.
Well, listen, I wonder if, people want to put in the chat that, if we should, put their name in pencil on our list. If you have any interest in the symposium, just put the word yes. And, and that way, I don't know we're going to be calling you or anything, but I just am interested to know if we got through to anybody, because this could, Scott, my goal is I hope we could change a couple of lives here. I mean,
Right.
literally turn lives upside down from good to rocket to the moon, where it's, we could really do something that's awesome. So
yeah,
hopefully people are going to see that.
Yeah. Norman says yes. If you're watching also on YouTube there, feel free to type in the chat. We'll see you guys that are watching there. Yes, there for you.
So you know what? So Scott, make sure you send them to dealmakingsymposium.com. Buy your ticket, and then I'll reach out to you. And by the way, if you buy a ticket, I'll give you an hour of my time. We get a half an hour, whatever you want. I'll send you a link to my calendar. We'll talk, and we'll get to know each other. I want to understand what your objectives are, what you want to do. But you got to buy a ticket. You want to, if you want to talk to me, you want to have some of my time, happy. I'll give you as much time as you want. I don't charge by the hour. I mean, I really, this business has been good to me. I'm kind of in a give back mode, but at the same time, you have to join the family. And why does it cost anything? Because otherwise I'd have a bunch of looky-loos that, just waste all my time.
Yeah,
So,
we don't. Yep.
It's, and you'll all understand that as you move along through your arrangements. But, you know what, if once you're in the family, you're in the family, and we treat you pretty good.
Amen to that.
Of course, Scott doesn't invite me over for ribs. I thought I was in the family,
You in the family, it's just that you live in LA. All right. Good stuff, man. Well, definitely looking forward to splitting some ribs, having some time to network with you and catch up on things. Guys, take advantage of the offer, dealmakingsymposium.com, 2-for-1. It can be a life-changing, not only income-making and profit-making, not only for you, but your family, your future in business in a nickel and diamond and onesie-twosies. This is take it to that next level. And we all want to level up in our real estate. So take advantage of it now, guys. Say yes, text in. Anything, text the, once again, text assets to 7200 out there, everybody. Take advantage of that stuff. So Joel, thank you.
72,000.
Sorry, 72,000, not 7200. That's right. The extra zero on there. Cool, bud. All right, man.
Well, listen, thanks for having me. And if you need me, you want to talk about dough or anything else, just be in touch.
Will do, brother. I got stuff coming to you. I got some homework this week to get to you too.
You do. We'll be in touch.
Sounds good, man. Thanks.
Bye.
All right, everybody. Hey, that's going to do it for this session there. We're going to take a short little bio break for you guys. We take a 15-minute break before our next speaker, Brent Biscay from Lofton Associates. Definitely want to hang around. If you're an entrepreneur, a business owner, new investor, whatever it might be, you're new to notes, new to real estate, doing anything as an entrepreneurial basis, you want to hang around because this can be one of the most life-changing as a new entrepreneur or as a new investor. This could be one of the most dynamically, I won't say scary, but I will say eye-opening experience for you here with what Brent will be sharing on his session here from Lofton Associates. It's always a great event. It's always I'm sorry, not a great event, but a great presentation that they put together for you guys. And it will, it might shake you a little bit like, I need to be doing some stuff. I need to put my foundation on concrete slab, not a rickety-tickety, sand. So take a quick little bio break, come back in 15 minutes, and we'll see you back here in just a few. You have not filled out the survey. And we got some new people on here. Take the opportunity, fill out the Note Camp survey so we know better ways to help you. Know what your biggest strengths are, your biggest needs, your top 3 states, how the best we can serve you here at Note Camp. So take a few minutes, notecampsurvey.com. We don't sell your information. We use it internally to help us help you. Take a few minutes. We'll see you back in 15. We'll get started back in just a couple minutes from our bio break from sessions, everybody. So we'll definitely want to grab a pen and paper, take some notes on this next session for sure. Hey, buddy, how's it going?
Not too bad. How are you doing?
I can't complain. Looks like it's a beautiful day there in Reno, huh?
It is hot, sunny, and smoky.
From all the fires up north of you there, huh?
We have a fire just south of us that's up to like 70,000 acres now.
Woo!
Yeah.
That's no good, man.
Yeah, about 20 miles away.
That'll leave a little smoke in the air for sure, definitely.
We've been having like, on that meter of, we've been in the red for the last like 4 or 5 days, but it depends on which way the wind's blowing.
Yeah, definitely. So
enough to make you congested, eyes watery, everything.
So you're not down in San Diego, huh? This weekend?
No, I use this as an excuse to escape that.
Well, glad we could be a good excuse. We got a good group of people on here. And for those of you guys that are coming back from your bio break, if you will do me a favor in the chat roll, if you'll put yes, you've got an entity, or no, if you don't have an entity. It could be LLC, S Corp. A DBA does not count. So yes, if you've got an LLC, no, if you don't. Okay, put that in that chat roll and we can see there. Love to have everybody fill out. I know that some of you guys are filling out the survey and you answered that on the survey. We'll cover that later on for you. But yep, you got a lot of people have LLCs. Perfect. No, we'll be forming soon. Okay. For those that did say yes, when was the last time you had your minutes? Is the second part of the question. If you answered yes, when was the last time you documented your minutes or your annual meeting or quarterly meeting, right, Brent? That's a question we'll talk about later on.
Some cases, monthly meetings.
Exactly. And some for you that don't know what that is, like, duh. That's an answer to a question that we'll answer throughout this here for you. So never sole member LLC. Yep. When entity was formed the last time. Shelly says never, LOL.
Well, those are very common answers.
Exactly. So let me hit the record button. We'll get rocking and rolling here, everybody. All right. Okay, everybody. Well, hey, we are back for our next session here on Note Camp. And as I mentioned before, our little break, for many of you, this will be the most impactful session that you'll walk away like, oh my gosh, I got to do something. And we asked, obviously, if you had an LLC or don't have an LLC, so you're like, I'm starting there. Yes, I've got one. Then I asked kind of meetings, when the last time you updated your meetings or your quarterly stuff? And people like, no, never when I started, don't have to. But we are excited. We'll cover that a little bit later on, but we're excited to have the man, the myth, the legend. The guy's probably sat down with more entrepreneurs, helped structure more entities, more reviewed more businesses than I can probably think of. Brent, you've been at Laughlin Associates, going on
32 years?
32 years. How many businesses or entrepreneurs do you think you've talked to in that time or structured?
The last time I looked, I can tell you my name is probably on the initial formation page of over 100,000 entities.
100,000 entities. Wow. Good stuff there. Well, you guys at Laughlin do such a tremendous job for our students. You guys work with what 95% of our mastermind and coaching students out there. And I think you probably got a presentation there. Normally, you probably
I have a presentation. What's our time frame? I did not look at the time frame.
You got an hour 15 to an hour 30. We got a 15-minute buffer spot. So
I cut some slides out of this presentation to make room so we don't go over what Kevin's going to cover after me.
Okay.
So we will have plenty of time for Q&A, which I think for some people that might be the most valuable.
Yeah.
Just so everybody knows, the presentation I'm going to do today, I tried to tailor it to what I thought most of you would be interested in. So we're going to be heavy on LLC, but it doesn't mean that corps aren't good.
Right.
We're going to talk a lot about the LLC in the note world or in the real estate world, but it doesn't mean LLCs aren't good for general business either. I just wanted to tailor a little bit more to probably what you guys are interested in now. Q&A we can go into if you have an operating business, and a lot of this stuff, it's universal across whether the LLC is doing real estate notes, it's an operating business, or maybe even just a hobby. So
Right.
Just because we're tailoring it to something doesn't mean there's not more to it, and we can cover that in Q&A. Let's get up the presentation.
Yeah, you guys. Brent just talked. Usually, when we have Brent spoke last year on our note camp last year as well. When we were talking about commercial, he's also a regular fixture at our masterminds, talking with our students, talking with our one-on-one students about setting some stuff. I don't even know some of your already existing clients on here.
I noticed Donald was on there, so hi Donald. I thought you were in San Diego.
I don't know. Maybe they're watching from San Diego. Who knows? So Brent, what we'll do is I'll moderate questions, but we'll probably most of the questions to the very end. If you have a question, feel free to type it. If it's relevant, I'll jump in and ask you, but we'll leave a lot to the very end. How's that sound?
And the way it's designed, removing a section of that stuff, there will be plenty of time for Q&A.
Yeah, exactly. Cool. Take it away.
All right. So Scott introduced me, Brent Busquet with Laughlin Associates. Like he said, I've been doing this for a little over 30 years. Kind of my niche in this is working with individuals, making sure they're in the right structure, or more importantly, as you start to grow, that's where I typically come in, help you decide how do we grow, what has changed in your life, and what are the proper steps to protect or maybe even plan for exiting in the end, making sure you have the right vehicles and things are working properly. And for some reason, the slide doesn't want to change on Zoom here, so we have to do a little differently. Laughlin, we're not a law firm. I am not an attorney or a CPA. Just want to remind anybody, anything that I say, you can feel free to seek legal advice or accounting advice. We do work with attorneys and CPAs. We have attorneys and CPAs. If there's ever a question that needs to be answered that's a legal or accounting question, we do have them. I am not one. I do not have scaly skin, so I'm just a normal Joe, just like everybody out there. Laughlin, we have a lot of services that we provide. Today, we're going to kind of just keep it to LLC and corporation information. So we form LLCs, corporations in all 50 states. We do lawsuit protection, estate planning, corporate compliance services. And when I say corporate compliance services, that also reflects LLCs. We'll cover that fairly heavy today. We do trademarks, and we have a great referral source of just business needs. So we're kind of a one-stop shop that can make introductions to the appropriate party if it's something that we don't do. When we're talking, with what, Scott's presenting to you guys, a lot of times we're going into these investment blind. We don't necessarily know what to do, what are the steps, what are the tools that we need. And that's what we'll try to cover today. Everybody out there, I'm sure everybody on, that's listening today we want to add more income. We want to remove ourselves from our day jobs if we have day jobs. We want to bring in that residual income to prepare for retirement, or just even have a better quality of life, you know, for our families. But we don't always have the right tools or the right team. I like to say, you know, you're only as good as your team. And we, as a small entrepreneur, you can't go out there and hire team members. You know, it's just not realistic. So be able to surround yourself with experts, and to be able to, you know, avoid the pitfalls and the mistakes that we make just trying to navigate the business world. When we talk about why an LLC or why a corporation, in this slide, real estate is a magnet for a lawsuit. If you're a landlord, if you're fixing and flipping houses, you will be sued. It's not if I'm going to be sued. You will be sued if you do it long enough or you do it big enough. It's going to happen. So how do we prepare ourselves to either eliminate lawsuits, mitigate the damage of the lawsuits? And that's where the LLC or a corporation comes into play. We can get into an argument, you know, why am I going to form an LLC or a corporation? Is it for tax savings or is it for asset protection? Both of these vehicles were designed to provide asset protection, to protect you from the world, you as an individual. So that was the main purpose of why a corporation was created. And it's the second, then behind that, you know, hundreds of years later, it's why the LLC was created, was to give liability protection to the individuals. Not discounting tax savings. These vehicles are very good for tax savings. If you're working with the right tax professional, it opens up a ton of deductions that you couldn't take. But we're going to really kind of just stay with the asset protection. And it's why these entities were created, was for protection, protecting yourself. We got a fancy dressed Robert Redford over here. How do people see you? If you are a business owner, the average person always thinks business owners are rich. Very far from the truth in a lot of cases. I know a lot of business owners that have employees that take home more than they do while they're trying to grow their business. But typically, as we grow our business or we grow our note portfolio, we start to make more money and we get nicer things, nicer cars, nicer houses. It puts a target on our back. So again, why is it important? As we start to get nicer things, as people start to see us in a different light, and whether it's true or not, we want to protect ourselves. We want to reduce that incentive to be sued. Again, an LLC won't stop you from being sued. A corporation won't stop you from being sued. But how can we reduce that incentive? By putting a proper structure in place is the best way to reduce that incentive. If I'm going to sue you as an individual, it opens me up to your W-2, garnishing your wages, you know, seizing your assets. But if I'm forced to sue an entity that's already a disadvantage, I don't want to sue an LLC. I don't want to sue a corporation. I'm going to be limited to potentially what I can get. And if structured properly, might not get anything or might have to wait a long time to be able to get something. That's a very easy way to put that first hurdle in and make somebody say, hey, do you have insurance? Yes, I do. Well, let's settle for the insurance. Why investors use limited liability companies. Again, this is universal for corporations also. We do it for asset protection, tax savings, protect against creditors. It's a great estate planning tool. Prestige and credibility. We don't think of that a lot, but you know, as you guys get more advanced into your note buy-in and you're out there soliciting and looking for notes, or you're looking for potential joint venture partners and things like that, when you have the ink behind your company name or the LLC, it does give you some credibility. It shows potential people out there that you have taken the necessary steps, and it puts you up on a pedestal a little bit. I rather deal with a company that's incorporated or that's an LLC than maybe a potential sole proprietor. Why? Because I think it's just natural instinct. It's a corporation. They must be big. They must be, well established. They know what they're doing. And last, partner protection. When we use LLCs and corporations, you're protected from your partner, and your partner's protected from you. And we'll go into that a little bit later on how that happens. But this is why the LLC was created. Is you had a lot of partnerships out there with no liability protection. So one partner brought liability, it could affect all of the partners. This is how the LLC was created. Was we need a way to protect each other inside this business, so one partner is not harming everybody. Limited liability company, again, liability, only risk your investment. And that's kind of a double-edged sword. That's not always necessarily true, but if worst case scenario happened and we were to be attacked in our LLC, it's structured properly, it's maintained properly, we're not going to be liable as individuals. So our personal assets are protected. What's at risk is the distributions that are made to the members inside of the company. It's controlled by members. You can have a single member LLC, which is you. You can have multiple members. So a partnership would typically, me and Scott are going into business together as an LLC. We are both members, and we both have control as the members. The amount of control we have is based off of your percentage ship. If I have 70%, Scott has 30, obviously I can override him on decisions, but it doesn't mean I can take away money from him. Scott's still entitled to 30% of the proceeds of the company. It just gives me controlling membership. Something that I like to always remind people, how do you want this partnership LLC set up? Well, 50-50. Well, if it's your idea, you have the stronger voice. I would always say, no, I would never enter into a 50-50 partnership unless I had to, or I really wanted to. I would always want to maintain some type of control and at least be 51% controlling member. Taxes. The LLC became favorable in the tax world because it could be taxed as a pass-through entity, where any income that's derived passes directly through to you. The LLC doesn't file a tax return. You declare the income on your personal tax return. You can be taxed as an S Corp, you can be taxed as a C Corp, and you can also be taxed as a partnership. So very flexible. Exit must get approval from all members before selling the interest. So that is really depends on how your operating agreement's written. We'll talk a little bit about the operating agreement, but that's one of the things that I see most single member or small LLCs do not have is an operating agreement, which if you do not have an operating agreement, you do not have an LLC. You registered with the state and you are paying fees, but you are afforded no protection because you do not have the pieces in place to be afforded the protection, and potentially even in a tax audit, all of that could be disallowed because you do not have the proper pieces in place. Charging order. This is where I said we'd get a little bit into how necessarily assets inside the LLC aren't at risk. We have charging order. Some states have stronger charging order. We call those preferred states. Almost all 50 states now have some form of charging order. A charging order is very, very big in why an LLC is so attractive. And an example of that is we're buying some notes. We have to foreclose on on a property, and the previous homeowner now sues us for foreclosing on him. He is not necessarily going to get into our note portfolio. He's not going to get into our assets. If he wins a judgment against us and is awarded in a judgment, and we'll say hypothetically he was awarded $100,000, he is entitled to the distributions that are made. So if this LLC is just you and you are not making distributions that year, then they would get no money. The next year you make more investments, no income coming in because cash is going out and making more investments. There's a second year you did not take distributions, they do not get a penny. Third year, fourth year. Now, when a litigating attorney goes after an LLC, they are aware of that. So how attractive is that to when you want a judgment, but it could be years before you see a penny, maybe a $20 distribution or a $1,000 distribution was made. So they would get $20 or $1,000 chunks here and there as it was relevant. So that is one disincentive of suing an LLC. I could wait years. There's a lot of companies that run on a very, very low profit margin, so distributions aren't made. So in these cases, this is a great tool to use to settle for an insurance settlement or to settle for pennies on the dollars to negotiate. When you're suing a company, you're not allowed in depositions to ask about their assets, their income, and things like that. When you're in a trial, you cannot get that information. So if you have a good attorney, he's objecting, that's not relevant, it's not relevant. When do they get to find out what assets are in there, how much money, what's going on? That's after you win a lawsuit and you go to the debtor's exam. That's when you can ask these questions. So if somebody's going to sue you, especially if it's frivolous, they're going into this blind, not knowing what type of assets there are, what type of income there is. So they're going to gamble that they're going to pay $50,000, $250,000 to go to trial for a gamble. So this is one of the main points that makes an LLC attractive and takes the incentive away to sue an LLC. We talked about operating agreement. So there's formalities that we must take when we set up a company and also to maintain it. So the steps anybody can go to the Secretary of State where they live and file for an LLC. In most cases, it's pretty simple. There are states that it's not as simple and you're just guessing what questions or what am I supposed to be putting in these boxes. That's the first place we see a lot of people get into trouble. They didn't know what they were doing and they just guessed what they were putting into the boxes. A lot of times when we're doing a kind of just a review of people's LLCs or corporations, we ask them, are you a member managed or manager managed LLC? I don't know. Then they ask, where would I find that out? Some states require you to outline it when you file your articles. It's member managed or manager managed. Some states don't. So not knowing what you're doing could be very detrimental because you don't know what you have. And then when somebody's trying to help you figure that out, you don't know what you have. But the operating agreement is really the nuts and bolts of an LLC. It explains who the owners are, what the LLC can and can't do, how do you dissolve it? How do you sell membership shares? So it is the very first piece of information that after you form an LLC at the state, you create your operating agreement. And it's one of the things that we see, I would say maybe about 40% of do-it-yourself through LegalZoom and stuff, people do not have their operating agreement. They either weren't provided for it, or they didn't know they need it, and it was some email that was dripped with 100 other emails that they discarded. But it's It's one of the main pieces that you need for your LLC. Liability goes both ways, and the next couple slides will kind of how to separate your risk. But if we drew an imaginary line down this slide with the right side your current assets, that's you. That's your current house, your children's savings. Husband and wife are both W-2 wage earners. It's your wages. You want to separate that from this business world, whether you're a new investor or an existing one. We want to put that separation in. So how do we do that? And that's where the LLC or the corporation, whatever is, the right vehicle for what you're trying to do. That's where we make that first separation. We insulate and shield. All the whole game is we always want to build this, fortress. How do you build a fortress? One brick at a time, but we got to start somewhere. So we want to always, if we're a landlord, we want to separate ourselves from our property. If we make investments, we want to separate ourselves from those investments. If we're running and operating a business, separation. And we can do that by adding multiple entities. Sometimes you don't need multiple entities. Sometimes it makes just sense to do that. And I like to say it's what is business sense? What's going to hurt my pocket, my way of life, or my goals? That's when we start to separate and put our eggs in different baskets. Most of you, if you've never been sued, you won't relate to this. For those of you who have been sued, you'll relate to this. Everybody handles lawsuits differently. I have seen a lot of people for very small lawsuits. I'm talking somebody who was sued for $10,000, literally shut down, stopped doing business, ended up getting divorced, wasn't eating, their health was deteriorating over a simple $10,000 lawsuit. So whether it's small or big, it affects people differently. But if you know you're protected and you're foundationally sound, it does give you an ease of mind if a lawsuit happens. I mean, it's first time, it's scary. You don't know what to expect. If you've been doing this long enough and you're in a high risk business, then you start to understand most of them are frivolous. Most of them are people just trying to get a piece of what you have. And if your structure's been tried and tested and it's held up, it does give you that peace of mind to just know everything is taken care of. When we talk about separation, this is kind of where if you go and shop around to multiple asset protection advisors, you will run into a lot of groups out there that are out there to sell you just 20, 30 LLCs because you have 20 different things going on. That is not always necessary. We don't need to overcomplicate this structure, but we do want to make a decision of when do we separate our eggs and put them in different baskets. Properties. I have 3 properties. Do I need 3 LLCs? That depends. If I have a property in Alabama, I have a property in Tennessee, and I have a property in Illinois, do I need 3 separate LLCs? No, you don't. Would it be smart to? Yes. And the reason why is if you started out with Alabama, so you had an Alabama LLC, then you went to Tennessee, now you have to take that Alabama LLC and foreign qualify it into Tennessee. Once you do that, you are subject to Tennessee law. Now, if we took that same thing and we went to Illinois, now we're foreign qualifying it there. So if an action happens in Illinois, it's putting our Tennessee and Alabama properties at risk. So would it make sense at that point in time of maybe having an LLC for each of those states? It probably would. Does it mean that if we add another Alabama property that we need to get another LLC? We might want to, but most likely, you know, maybe we put $20,000 down on a $100,000 property. We're into it for $20,000. Let's lump a few Alabama properties into that Alabama LLC. You know, if we had a $22 million multi-unit complex paid off, and then we bought a single family home at $60,000, would it be wise to separate those two? Yes, it would probably be wise, because we have a high asset property that we don't want to really mix with this low asset, low income property that's, you know, being rented through HUD or something like that. The same can go for notes. You know, how do I want to put all of my eggs in a basket? No, you don't. You know, what is your comfort level? Worst case scenario happened, somebody was to be able to pierce through this and they took $100,000. It would suck, but it probably is not the end of the world for somebody young who's starting out. Maybe somebody who's older at the tail end, maybe that $100,000 loss would be devastating. So would we want to separate it there? Yes. But separating these assets and mitigating the risk is another way to provide this type of protection. This, you know, we got 3 LLCs here: investment property or notes, investment property or notes. That's again where you decide how much it is. Do I want $1 million of notes in each entity? So I hit $1 million in this one. So now I'm going to go form another entity and my new notes are going to start there. I hit $1 million there. I go to my next one. And so it's a financial decision that you need to make personally based off of, you know, if this thing got attacked, worst case scenario, it was pierced for some reason and they were able to get to the assets. What is that damage? Where is your risk level? Nice thing about this, if the first bubble got attacked, the other 2 are off the table. They're not related. So we don't have to worry about these other 2. They're functioning, they're safe. We're just worried about the first LLC that was attacked. There's multiple ways to structure this, and you know, I'll do some hypotheticals, but this is where, you know, during the question and answers, or if you wanted to call in and speak with somebody, this is where we can decide, you know, how do we do this? You know, so I talked about some preferred states. You have Nevada, you have Wyoming. In some cases, Delaware makes sense for us small entrepreneurs, and in some cases it doesn't. But how can we put another layer between us and the risk? We could put another holding company there where we create a company. Now we don't own the underlying LLCs, that company does. Using preferred states, Nevada, Wyoming, and Delaware, that would potentially cause somebody to have to now go to another state to file suit against the holding company. Might not. It might draw that holding company into the state that was being sued. But you're putting another layer of protection in there. We could strike this holding company and change the wording to management company. Maybe I want to consolidate all of my income because I've grown now. I have, you know, an operating business that's generating revenue. I got rental properties that are generating revenue. I got a note business that's generating revenue. So how can I consolidate that and roll it up to make it tax manageable where I could take advantage of the best tax plans and strategies out there? I can create a management company and consolidate all of my revenue into there. And that's where I decide what type of perks I'm going to provide myself. What are we going to do to mitigate this tax damage? I'm a high W-2 wage earner. I don't need to be put into a higher tax bracket just because I don't know what to do. So we can use a management company in there. We can also use a management company maybe to siphon some of the risk from the underlying entities also. So there's multiple ways to structure these. This is where I think I was telling you in the beginning, or I was telling Scott, Kevin Day is on after me. Kevin Day is going to go into how to own nothing but control everything, or how to protect. We've made it. We're successful. I have $1 million equity in my house. I have $3.5 million equity in my rental properties, and I have $1 million in performing notes. We have structures there that, one, we could do something simple like this, where we've eliminated ownership. You no longer own anything underneath the trust, but you still control it. So if you are sued as an individual under the letter of the law, state law, federal law, using the proper trust and the proper tools here, you can say, I do not own any of that. That's very powerful. If this thing was wound down, all of the stars aligned and a judge ruled that this was not going to hold up, you still are not the ultimate owner under federal and state law. The trust would be. So again, protecting yourself. That is one example of doing a structure like this. There's multiple ways of doing this. This could be flipped. So instead of the underlying entities being here and the green box being a holding company, that could become a lending company that lends to your businesses, and in lieu of giving you a line of credit or a cash loan, they're going to secure the equity. They want to secure their investment, so they're going to file deeds or UCC1s to protect those assets, and if they're a first line creditor if a lawsuit happened. So I just wanted to tease a little bit. I had the whole Rockefeller strategy in here, removed it. Kevin Day will be talking about that later. So for those of you who have assets, who have something to protect, that's a very, very strong tool to truly provide yourself asset protection. It's the only way to have pure asset protection. Why we're here, we have a trust here. There's multiple types of trust. We have a living trust, which hopefully you all have a living trust. Everybody should have a living trust. A living trust does not provide asset protection. It avoids probate. That's why you do a living trust. For everybody in the Midwest and in the East, you guys have probably heard of land trust. Land trusts do not provide any type of asset protection. They provide you privacy. They keep your name off title. Land trust we use strategically, but land trusts are misused all the time. For people like Scott who live in Texas, Texas has cracked down on land trust considerably because they are mismanaged. Land trust holds a piece of property. You have a trustee. Typically, you're a beneficiary of that land trust, so you're the benefit of the property it holds. If you're more sophisticated, the beneficiary is an LLC. But in a case like that, the trustee is supposed to be doing the work. The trustee is the one who's supposed to be calling for the repairs or making the payments. But what we see, that never happens. The trustee's never doing anything. It's you, the beneficiary, who's pulling all the triggers, doing the work, making the repairs, paying the bills. And that's where land trusts have been attacked greatly in Texas. Is not that it's a bad tool, it's just been misused. This scale is, just kind of balancing, how do we weigh our risk? And we've been talking about that quite a bit. That, I can't tell you what your risk level is. I can walk you through it and we can play hypotheticals and stuff, but that's something that you kind of need to decide in any structure that you're doing, or for those who choose not to have an LLC or corporation who goes at it as an individual or a sole proprietor. You have to weigh the risk of what you're doing. If you decide I want to be a sole proprietor, is saving $1,000 to be a sole proprietor worth the risk of being sued as an individual? I mean, and if you answer yes to that, you're probably not prepared to do business. You're not there yet. Maybe you should, save a little bit more or plan a little bit longer. If you're a sole proprietor and you did business just because you didn't know the risk, that's a different story. But once you kind of understand the benefits of an LLC or a corporation, I mean, it really should just be a no-brainer that that's the vehicle I want to use. Whether it's one and we're going to do multiple things through one, but at least we're having some layer of protection, or if we use multiple entities. Asset protection starts with a strong foundation. We talked about this in the beginning. What is that foundation? Filing your articles with the state. That's your first step. Getting your operating agreement. And then we want to be able to prove to the courts that this is a real business. This business is not me. I'm not this business. This business is not me. We want a pure separation, and we want proof that we're separating ourselves from that. Another thing is to get the tax benefits of being in business. You have to have the proper foundation and everything in order. Here's just a random list of stuff, that are tax benefits: accounting fees, advertising, air conditioning, airplanes, boats, bonuses, bookkeeping, health clubs, travel, equipment, seminars. All of that is tax deductible if it's for the right reason, you have the right formation, and you are keeping track of it right. One of the things that that I see a lot of times is somebody will come to us, I have this LLC and we just paid $1 million in taxes last year. And that's not, that's not everybody pays $1 million in federal taxes a year, but it's not as abnormal as maybe it was 20 years ago. You're seeing more people with taxable bill, paying the IRS that much money, $500,000, $100,000. And a lot of times they're not working with the right, tax planner. They're working with a CPA. Most CPAs, what they do is they'll plug the numbers into their computer, they'll spit out, and they'll tell you how much you have to write a check to. You want a CPA that's a tax planner or somebody that's going to work with you to plan for these. There's so much you can do out there to provide benefit to yourself now or benefit to you later that people miss, or they're not allowed to because they don't have the right structure or the right documentation to back it up. Big benefits equal big responsibilities. And the responsibility we're talking about is you made the step to form an LLC, but you're not being responsible in treating it as a separate business. It's separate from yourself. You're not doing the formalities. You filed with the state, you pay every year the fees to the state, but that's all you're doing. You're not taking on the responsibility of the maintenance or the housekeeping that needs to be done in an LLC or a corporation. Biggest mistake company owners make, failing to separate themselves from the business. They use their business account as a piggy bank, or they're using their personal account to pay business expenses. They're commingling the funds. You always want to have a clear separation. The LLC has a bank account, business expenses are paid out of that. You have a personal account, you pay your personal expenses out of that. You don't want to commingle those funds. If you did, you want to document why. I'm gonna, if I am out traveling and I use my personal card because I left my business card at home, it's not the end of the world, but I'm going to document that. The company's going to reimburse me for those expenses, and I'm going to write a resolution stating that I use my personal card and the company is to reimburse me for these expenses. So I'm going to document it and put that paper trail. Maintain your proper documents and meet legal requirements. Another thing I think a lot of you might be shocked about is somebody calls me, do you have an LLC? Yes. How long have you had that LLC? For 10 years. I go look at the state, and it's been dissolved for the last 8 years. They failed to maintain their company at the state. They didn't pay their state annual renewal thing. They didn't file their franchise tax if you live in a taxable state. They're not meeting the requirements, and it's very, very common for somebody to come to us, tell us they have a corporation or LLC. We do a little bit of research, and it hasn't been in existence for 1, 2, 3. We had one recently that it was a 30-year-old company, and it has not been in existence at the state for 20 years. So, and they just didn't know that, we filed it. Somebody dropped the ball. Somebody forgot to tell us. It was the responsibility of my secretary. She's supposed to be doing it, and she hadn't done it for 20 years. Biggest mistakes company owners make is commingling funds. Keep personal and corporate funds separate. Document all transactions between stockholders and officers. So again, financially, we want the separation, or we want documentation. This also comes into play with a partnership, right? I've seen partners fighting over, you've been paid, I haven't been paid. Well, if you clearly state what the financial agreement is between you guys in the beginning in your operating agreement, and you document these transactions, the salary taken, the perks, the dividends, whatever, it takes away the ability for somebody to sue you, or if they do sue you, a partner, that you clearly have everything documented. I've seen just recently, a good friend of mine went into business with another friend. They got into a fight over it. They're trying to separate the business. Have access to me, know what to do. They did not ever document their ownership of this company. They went to court. The judge basically said there is no company. You never did any of the documentation, and just forced them to split the assets equally down the middle. And the one partner was into the company for $1 million of his own personal money. The other partner was into it for $100,000. He ended up getting the same benefit as the guy who put $1 million into the company. So again, documentation. Failure to be signed on behalf of the corporation or LLC. When an LLC or a corporation enters into a contract, an agreement, a lease, anything financial, you want to sign with your title. So it could be, signing as Brent Busquet, manager of ABC LLC, Brent Busquet, member of ABC LLC, Brent Busquet, president of ABC Incorporated. You always want to sign on behalf of the company and not as an individual. And the reason why is, if, let's say you entered into a lease and you're sued because bad times, you're not making any income, but you have 3 years left on this lease, they're going to come back and sue. They're forced to sue the LLC. But hey, you didn't sign this lease as an LLC, as the member or manager of the LLC. They have a good claims to say, I didn't know we were entering into an agreement with a LLC. Look, they signed as an individual. And what a judge could do is say, we agree, we're going to set the LLC or corporation aside, and you could proceed to sue this person as the individual responsible party. That is, so a very simple thing. We sign with our title that we have within the company. Always use your title. Here's an example by Aaron Young, president. So if Aaron is ever out there entering Laughlin into any type of commitment, Aaron is always signing Aaron Young, president. Failure to identify as a corporation goes back to my example earlier. We didn't clearly let this person know that we are a corporation or an LLC when we entered into this agreement. The agreement is not going to be between me, an individual, and the person who's leasing me the property. It's going to be between the landlord and the LLC. That's who we're going to list on there. Who is guaranteeing this or who is the responsible party? It's the company. It's not you as an individual. Not keeping the corporation in good standing with the states. That again, we hammered on this a little bit. Every state, well, I won't say every state, most states require some type of annual filing. They're usually minimal fees, but they're looking for a fee and typically a form just reconfirming you're still the responsible party, this company's in business, and you're paying the state the fee. If you don't pay that fee, then the company goes, there's different verbiage for different states, but it will go into a delinquent status. And then typically after a year or two, it will go revoked, which means it doesn't exist any longer. Some states you can revive a company if you forget, you forgot for 3 years, you can revive it, bring it back current. Some states have cutoffs of, oh, it's been 2 years, this company no longer exists. So you have to either reform it or maybe somebody can steal your name at that time. Maybe you have a really good name, somebody watches it, company goes in bad standing at the state, now they can steal your name from you. If your company is not in good standing, if your company is delinquent and you get sued, you have no protection. You are liable for all of the business dealings and all of the debt or liability. The company no longer is there to protect you. Putting your head in the sand, right? What do we do when we don't know what we're doing? A lot of times we ignore it. We don't search out the problem, or if we're not sure, we just put it to the side and we go and do what we know how to do. Buy notes, sell properties, whatever it is. So do nothing. So if you don't understand, you're not sure, that's where it's important to have the good team on your side. Somebody who can guide you in the right direction so you are doing something about it. Failure to follow the rules will leave you personally exposed to the liability and tax penalties. And that's, you would not think this would be so common, but a lot of times, when does somebody reach out to me? When it's too late. Their company was not in compliance, non-existence anymore, and now they're asking us to fix it. Well, at that point, the typical answer is it's too late. You need to deal with it. Sometimes there's things we can do, or we can help, navigate it and soften the blow. But it's important to stay on top, to do it right, and have everything in place so you aren't personally exposed to the liability. If your corporate records are not in order and you're sued, you could be stripped of your liability and tax protection. We're going to go a little bit more into the compliance now of what you should be doing. But I mean, those are two huge problems of not maintaining your entity, losing the liability and the tax benefits. Very rarely would I ever talk to anybody that those are not the top two reasons they formed an entity. I don't want to just have an LLC so I could say I'm the owner of an LLC. It needs to do something for me. And these are the two top things why we form these entities. If you fail to keep your proper corporate records, and if you are ever sued, you have a 50 to 94% chance of losing your personal assets in order to satisfy a judgment. That's from Cornell Law Review. If you look at all case law, almost every single instance of an LLC being pierced or set aside is because of lack of corporate documents, lack of minutes, lack of resolutions. You would be very hard pressed to find an LLC that was set aside other than that reason alone, unless there was fraud. Fraud is always going to set everything aside if you commit fraud, but almost all case law against an LLC being pierced is lack of corporate documents. What do you do to protect your benefits? Document, document, document. Minutes. So every year at least, state law requires you to do annual minutes. LLCs were very attractive because they didn't have the heavy burden of a corporation, where corporations were doing minutes and resolutions for everything. That's what made LLCs attractive. So some states still have on state law that you don't have to keep resolutions for LLCs. There's a couple different things when a lawsuit happens. We have state law. Did we violate any state laws? And then we have case law. And so what happens is attorneys are on both sides are looking at case law. Defense is using case law that if you do this, this, and this, the entity should be protected. The litigators looking and saying, where are the weaknesses and what, okay, here's a case. They didn't keep minutes and resolutions and it was set aside. So they're going to bring that case in front of the judge as an example of you didn't do this. State law says they don't have to, but case law and precedence says you do. And the judge is usually going to rely on case law and precedence. And it makes his job easier because another judge has already ruled and deemed it legal or not legal or proper or not proper. So minutes are required for LLCs and corporations in all 50 states, and it is also required by case law. Resolutions really are just a permission slip. I want to go and JV with Scott Carson. I'm going to write a resolution saying the LLC is in desire to JV with Scott Carson to purchase $100,000 in notes. I'm going to write a resolution because I want to lease a property. We're going to do a resolution. I'm authorizing the manager to go look for a building. We are in the need of a commercial space to, to house our business. We're going to write resolutions for, high expense stuff that could be, get us into litigation and stuff. And this is another area where we separate ourselves. This is, it sounds kind of ridiculous. It's just me and the LLC. Why do I have to write myself permission? Well, your company is giving you permission to go and engage this. This is how you prove the separation. These are the formalities that separate you from the entity to afford you that protection or even tax deductions if you were ever audited. Here are some of the things that we write resolutions for.
This is always the most interesting slide.
And it goes and goes and goes. I'm glad I didn't have to write all these down. But I mean, you can see if you were just paying attention to some of the resolution examples here. If you say I don't need resolutions, you can't tell me you haven't done any of this stuff. Did you pay yourself a salary? Did you take a loan? Do you have a company cell phone? Are you taking a home office deduction? If not, you should be if you're working out of your home. These are what we're documenting. These are what separates you to show that the company's been thinking for itself. And these are your permission slips to go do it. Why did you go and enter this lease? Well, I didn't enter the lease for myself. My company asked me to go do this. This is how you protect yourself. This is how you show to the courts that you are a legitimate business and you're treating this company as a legitimate company. If you already have a limited liability company, we can help you there. We can go back in time, clean up all of the missing documents, bring you current, then work to keep you current moving forward. That we call that our corporate veil program. Once we get you caught up in that program, we reach out to you monthly. Scott, what have you done this month? Nothing. You didn't buy any notes. You didn't foreclose on any properties. I thought I seen you in New Orleans speaking. Did you document that you were traveling there? Oh yeah, So we kind of guide you through, and once you get comfortable and know, how we're prodding you and stuff, you really start to know. And then typically at that point, you're firing stuff off to us. Hey, I went and leased a new car for the business because I needed, a vehicle with better gas mileage to travel to look for properties or whatever. So those are the things that we help you do. We go back, audit it, bring you compliant, and then keep you compliant. We remind you of your renewal with the state and just keep your company on track. We maintain your corporate formalities, consolidate your records. That we have a record book. For those that don't have record books, we can provide you with a record book. It's a good place to put your articles, you know, your operating agreement, your membership shares, your membership ledger of who you issued membership to. If you haven't done that, we issue membership for you. We help you get everything in place so we can continue to keep you current. You can track the history of your company. It gives you a nice organized way chronologically for these decisions that have been made. We store them electronically to you. It's how you keep from being pierced by the courts, IRS creditors, or legal nay-doers. I mean, this becomes kind of your Bible. If you've ever been audited as an LLC or a corporation, what's one of the first things they ask you? They ask you for your corporate records. If you hand them a well-organized, well-structured book and they start to go through that, they usually set it aside and that piece is off the table. If you don't have the proper stuff, then the agent's going to look, hey, I don't think they're properly structured. We can disallow all of these expenses they took and make it income and give you the penalty on that. So having a nice organized book, everything in order, is really a great way, you know, to make an audit go smoother. If you were ever sued, to be able to hand that to your attorney and to use that while you're going through a lawsuit and everything's organized, it's done, you know, that is, it's powerful. It's a deterrent when somebody who's trying to attack you, when they see that you have everything in order. The corporate veil will help you maintain and that everything is in good standing in the eyes of the law, not only at the state level, making sure your company's current, reminding you to keep it current, but having the documentation. Here's, you know, the third thing on here: be prepared for partners, capital raises, exiting your business. If you're adding a new partner and he wants to see your records, a lot of people cannot provide that. If you're trying to raise capital and somebody's looking into you, they might ask for they're going to be asking for documents. And if you're telling them, I don't have this, you know, what do you mean? How do I get it? So it just, as you start to turn around the corner, I mean, take just a simple thing. You go to put a piece of property into your LLC. They ask you for your operating agreement, maybe a resolution authorizing you to do this, and you don't have it. It's going to delay, you know, closing on that property or moving that property. So having everything prepared, so when you turn around the corner, you're not going and trying to scramble and figure out what I need. Having everything there to make the deal happen then and there is very powerful. This is a simple product. We have a special for all of you guys out there. It's at www.corpveilprotection.com. I'll leave this slide up. I also have people, if you have questions, want to sign up for the program, you can call the 800-648-0966, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. Somebody is available. So if you want more detail or you want to get into specifics about other stuff, you can call the number or you can go to the website. If you don't have an LLC or a corporation, we are offering you a free formation for corporations or LLCs. If you enroll in the corporate veil, all we ask you to do is enroll in the corporate veil and pay the filing fees. We don't add any other fees onto that. So you're getting a free LLC or corporation. So if you don't have it, this is a great offer. If you need another one, here's another chance to get in on that offer. If you already have one and you just want to do your corporate veil protection, we can do that for you. And the price is $9.95 for the corporate veil. We'll go back up to 5 years of audit and service you for 1 year. On the website, we do offer a finance option too. So if you don't have $9.95 right now or don't want to put out $9.95, it's $255 down and $80 a month for 11 months. Those $80 a month payments do get reported to the credit bureau. So you are building some business credit if that's important to you. You know, it really depends on what type of business you're running. Some people it could be important, others, you know, I would take advantage of prepaying it and taking the discount. Prepay, like I said, $9.95, or we can do install $255 now, $80 for 11 months. If you wanted a new entity, then we would tack on the filing fees on there, which is minimal in most states. So that is something that we offer for the attendees of this event. That was it for the slides.
Can you keep that up a little bit longer there? That
Yeah.
last slide.
I thought there was one more page on that.
No, that's okay. There you go. Yeah. The corp veil protection. I put the link in the chat roll, everybody. Got a couple questions from folks here. Tamika asked, does the LLC operating agreement have to be notarized?
What? One more time?
Does an operating agreement for an LLC need to be notarized?
No, it does not.
Exactly. And here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen, if you're selling a piece of property, they're going to ask you for your operating agreement. Every title company is going to ask you for your operating agreement in your LLC. They're going to make sure to check that your LLC is up and running in good standing with the state.
Well, but here, go on to that. You've held this rental in this property for 20 years. You finally go to sell it, right? You're getting out of being the landlord, or you just want out of this property. You go to sell it, and the lender finds out that the company has not been in good standing for 4 years. What happens to that property?
It doesn't close.
Does not close.
Yeah.
You know, I see that probably 30 times a year, and it's usually for a long hold that they shut the company down themselves. They didn't forget. They physically, I don't need this anymore. I'm tired of keeping it. They shut it down. They go to sell the property, and now you have a huge problem because the owner of the property no longer exists.
Mm-hmm. A question. Sam asked a question. I have 3 properties in Pennsylvania in my 401k. Do I need an LLC instead?
Yes and no. Would you be allowed to move those properties out of that? I'm assuming you have a solo 401k is probably what type of 401k it is. You probably would not be able to move it out into an LLC now. That would be a question for your administrator. Hey, I want some additional protection because I don't want to put my whole 401k at risk. Can I move it out? The better solution would have been at the time, this is for self-directed Roth, self-directed LLCs, solo 401ks. Your solo 401k, your Roth IRA, your self-directed LLC could have formed an LLC that it owns and put the property in that to provide that insulation from your retirement plan. Now, in your 401k, you do have some ERISA protection. So you do have some federal law there that gives you some protection, but there has been instances where ERISA has been set aside and somebody was allowed to go after the assets inside the 401k to satisfy a judgment. But you do have some protections there. So I would ask your administrator, would you allow me to form an LLC that's owned by the 401k to put these properties in to provide another layer of protection?
Mm-hmm. Shelly asked a question here, would that corporate veil protection only include one LLC? I have 2 LLCs. One is a self-directed Checkbook IRA LLC?
This price includes one, there is a discount for second, third, fourth, and fifth. So to answer your question, Shelley, if you wanted to enroll this in for one, it's $995. If you have a second entity, it's $595.
Mm-hmm. You have any opinion about checkbook IRA LLCs versus just a traditional IRA, self-directed IRA?
I love them. I love the flexibility of them, especially in what you do. I mean, there are times when you need to pull the trigger now.
Yeah.
If you go into a bank and he has some notes that he's willing to get rid of that you can get, how many people are behind you? Right? And
Yep.
He's willing to say, hey, I'll give you these 10. There's some good ones, some bad ones, but you're buying all 10 and you're going to do it today. If you have to go back and ask your custodian to make a payment, right? Are they going to do due diligence? Do they want to know what each asset is? Do they want to see workups on that? So, hey, I'm behind you. I got cash. I'm taking them from you. Self-directed LLC with checkbook control. What do you have in your hand? Your checkbook.
Yeah.
You know it's a good investment. You write that check. Another thing is, do you have to ask permission if you wanted to go buy a rental to form an LLC to put that rental in that is owned by your self-directed LLC? No, you don't. You do it. So you're not asking permission. You're not being nickeled and dimed, every time you turn around the corner. The thing I can tell you about the self-directed LLC, it's very, very important to have the corporate compliance. You want it spot on clean. You don't want to commingle, because what happens if you get caught commingling?
You lose the protection of all of it gets taxed too. Yeah.
You're getting taxed right then and there on all of this. Penalties, self-directed LLCs, I love them. I think they're great. I don't know why everybody doesn't do it. But you want to make sure everything is extra, extra clean, because the financial ramifications of it being disregarded and being penalized could be huge.
Mm-hmm. Norm asked a question: which entity would you recommend it's best or correct for the business that is selling the time of the principal, like consulting or project management, et cetera? S Corp, C Corp, LLC, what would you recommend?
That's an open-end question. For something like that, I'd probably do an LLC. Depends on the revenue that's coming in. I'd probably have it taxed as an S Corp. Reason, the very simple reason is, let's say it earns $100,000 in the year. A reasonable salary is 50. So I'm going to take a $50,000 salary, a $50,000 distribution. I'm not paying self-employment tax on the $50,000. What did I just save myself?
Yeah.
Now that rule, that 50-50 rule it's not the rule. Your compensation has to be reasonable for the work you perform, but that's just an easy example. If you can save 15% on $50,000, why not have it an LLC taxed as an S corporation?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I was in a very high liability, I'm transporting hazardous chemicals, I'm going to probably go with a corporation over an LLC. Why? Because there's hundreds of years of case law instead of, what are we at? 30 years now, 34 years of case law. So very high liability. I'd probably lean over to a corporation. 20 years ago would have said corporation because LLCs didn't have case law, backing them up, especially if it's a single member. Nowadays, if you're doing the proper documentation, I'm not afraid of a single member LLC.
Mm-hmm. Wayne asked a question: can you change a single member LLC to a multiple member?
Yep.
If you need to pay a salary, can you do it in a single, or must it be a multiple member?
No, you can pay a salary to a single member if you elect to be taxed as an S corp. Now, and just to further answer that question, if you wanted to sell one share for $1 in your LLC, are you a multi-member company now? You maintain 99% control. You gave 1% to somebody for $1. You are a multi-member. So it goes off of when we talked about issuing membership shares, which that's one of the things people never do. Why, if I'm 100% owner, what did I bring to this company to be issued ownership? Is it time and service? Is it capital? What did I bring? And to add partners, you would sell shares.
Good stuff. Somebody asked, is there a way to avoid the high California registration fees other than leave California?
No and yes. If you're doing business in California, you're doing business in California, you're paying it. If you structure business that is not in California, that income's not subject to California if done properly. If you form a new business in California this year, you're not subject to the franchise tax fee. It's been waived for new businesses for this year and next year. So if you had a short-term play in California that you wanted to do something for a year or two and eliminate that $800, that's a great way. But you know, if you're doing business in California, you're paying California taxes. Now, can you mitigate that, you know, and reduce that? Yes, you can, but that's a lot more in-depth conversation, I think.
Right. I call it the good weather tax most of the time.
Yeah. You know, if you look at it, most places that have good weather or have beachfront, right, have higher taxes.
Exactly.
Florida is an exception. You know, Florida is still business friendly.
Yeah. Crystal asked a question. What's the best address to use when forming an LLC? Can I use a UPS box?
It depends on the state that you live in. Let's take California, for example. The address needs to be where you keep your corporate records. Now, does that mean people aren't using UPS boxes? No, people are using UPS boxes in California, but the statute says you must keep your records there. You're not keeping your records there. So would that be a weak link in your strategy? Yes, no, but you know, you aren't following the letter of the law. Most states really don't care. Some states only want the registered address for the registered agent or commercial agent. The one advantage of using a UPS box is on states that post this stuff publicly, it keeps your home address off of record. Another big mistake we see is people act as their own registered agent. That's one of the most common mistakes we do. What address is usually on there? Your home address. A registered agent by statute is declaring that they're going to be at this address during working hours, normal working hours. So you can make an argument that we know normal working hours are Monday through Friday, at least 9 to 5, right? And if you're using your home address, you're not there Monday through Friday during those times. So if you are sued in an LLC or corporation, the registered agent is the person who accepts legal process. So it's not like an individual where you have a process server, you know, chasing you around and you're ditching them in the neighborhood in your truck and you're hitting your garage door opener and hiding so they can't get you. They go to the registered agent. If the registered agent is not there, the process server says nobody home or nobody at the office at this time. They go to the state, they drop the paperwork off at the state. The state will get you that paperwork on their good time. What's the response time for most lawsuits like that? Or you have to give an answer within 20 days would be a good average. The state is not going to get it to you 20 days. So no response after 20 days, you go to the judge and you ask for a default judgment. By the time you find out that you were sued, you have a default judgment. So having a professional or commercial registered agent, it's low cost. It's everybody should have one.
Yeah, exactly. Frank asked a question. What's the initial cost for corporate veil after year one?
After year one, it goes to $50 a month, or you can prepay for $4.95 for the year.
There you go. David asks, how do you feel about series LLCs like Texas has?
I like series LLCs in Texas if they're maintained by a professional who is an expert in maintaining a series LLCs. And you will find a few people in Texas that are very, very good at it. Series LLCs were very hot for about 1 year.
Yeah.
And now you have, and it changes. You have 6 to 8 states that recognize them now. So, you know, it went from like 24 down to 4, then back up to 8. And the problem with a series LLC is go ask 10 CPAs on how I should keep the records for this. Go ask 10 attorneys on how I should structure each cell, and you're going to get 10 different answers from everybody. So what is the real answer? That is my problem with series LLCs. It's why I've personally avoided them. Do we form them? If somebody wanted one, I would form one, but I would not maintain it. I wouldn't maintain it for you. There's no consistent answer to how are they properly structured. And I've probably seen more series LLCs pierced and all of the cells be attacked than any other entity. But I'm not saying it's bad. It's just, if you do it, I mean, make sure you have somebody that really, really does understand it. And there are some people in Texas that truly do understand it.
Yeah. Then it's a different price if you're going to use the LLC with a corp veil protection, correct? It's a different.
I won't do corporate veil for a series LLC.
Okay. That answers it right there. Yeah. Need somebody there locally to do it. All right, cool. For checkbook, who do you, what company does he recommend for checkbook LLCs?
I personally work with Specialized. I work with multiple ones, but I have a very good relationship with Specialized. Their answers, their strategies, their fees, I think, are competitive. I really like Specialized, but there's Horizon and there's others out there like that. It's just, I do checkbook or self-directed LLCs for multiple trust companies, but Specialized is kind of, I think, my preferred go-to. We can make an introduction on that behalf and kind of make it seamless if that's something somebody's looking at.
Sure, that looks good. One of the things, guys, I want to throw this out is if you get signed up for the corp veil protection, you're gonna get a phone call from Debbie or somebody over there who's gonna walk you through. You're gonna send you a form to fill out. What did you do this month with that LLC? It makes it really, really easy. It's a matter of, frankly, sometimes it's so easy you forget about it. You need to go on there and do it. This itself will helpful just to make sure you're in compliance. You'd be surprised how many people I talk to that have never gotten the binder there. They just went out and formed it, the LLC to state, got a tax ID number, but they didn't issue themselves their own stock certificates or take notes or anything like that. And that's the beautiful thing about what you guys do is when you send this out, you literally schedule a phone call. Let's go through, let's get these things tagged. Let's go ahead and fill this out. Let's issue your stock. Let's make sure you're a true entity, not just something that you thought of, right?
And we create the documents for you. All you have to do is communicate. We create them, we email them to you, you print out, sign it, and put it in your book. You lose it, you call us, hey, I lost my record book. We have a copy of the records we created for you on file. And more importantly, in the beginin, what steps did you miss?
Right.
Here's one the other day. Do you have an EIN number? Yes, I do. What was the EIN apply under the LLC name? I don't know. I got this EIN 4 years ago. Well, this company was just formed last month. How did you get it? Well, I got it thinking I was going to do it, but I put it off for 4 years. Well, that EIN, you put on there the start date of when this company started doing business and the state it was formed in. So the EIN pre-existed this company by 4 years. You don't think that's a red flag? That those are the things that we can identify sometimes of finding those initial mistakes in there or answering you'd be surprised. Are you member managed or manager managed? I don't know. Well, it makes a big difference because you have different roles, So, tracking that done and getting you straightened out so you are managing your company how you're supposed to. I mean, there's just a lot of little things that are found initially besides just keeping up the maintenance of it.
Mm-hmm. Got a question here for you. I'm in California, went to a webinar where they say to form an LLC in Wyoming to avoid FTB fees and utilize a trust for asset protection. I'm confused. Please help. I'm a newbie. That's what I would say is pick up the phone and schedule a phone call with that, right, Brent?
Call the number down there. There's you know, if you go look at Laughlin Associates, we're an A+ business rating. You're not going to find us on rip-off reports. You're not going to find us in chat rooms of doing these crazy strategies. Now, is having a Wyoming company and a trust, can you avoid FTB in California on a rental property? Yes, you can. Okay. So that is the legal answer. So a domestic security trust typically would be used in California, and you can transfer title to a domestic security trust and not have your Prop 13 taxes reevaluated. A lender cannot deny you from doing that. And then the beneficiary is the Wyoming company. So yes, there are proper ways to do it. So it could be very legitimate. But I would look at the motive of it and then weigh, is potentially saving $800 worth it? But then you run into, if it's a rental property and rents are being collected, and we got this thing domiciled in Wyoming, are we subjecting now to have a Wyoming company registered in California because it's the beneficiary and pay the ultimate taxes or something? So there's, could be a lot more involved into, a little webinar, throwing some nice tidbits out there to try to get somebody to call you. I can tell you nobody on my staff will ever draw hundreds of circles or 20 circles to tell you this is where you need to start out. When we were in Austin last, I met with a gentleman that lived a little north from Austin, that guy that had the ranch.
Yep.
He went to one of these companies, and I want to say at the time he was dabbling at just getting started in notes. He had one operating business on the ranch. They sold him 3 family limited partnerships, a land trust, and 6 entities. And we went in there and eliminated all of that, kept him with the one entity for the notes, the one for the operating business, saved him, thousands of dollars a year in maintenance and stuff like that. It wasn't necessary. We want you to send your friends. We want you to stay with us long term. I don't want somebody who just wants to come in, form an entity, not take it serious, and go do something. My staff, if I find somebody overselling or trying to make something overcomplicated, we'll eliminate them on the spot. I mean, if I see something out like that come from any of my staff, they would be removed on the spot. It's not how you stay in business for 50 years doing stuff like that.
Amen to that. Amen to that. What other questions do you guys have? You got 100,000 plus business entities structured, created, helped out there for you. I mean, you're on a wealth of information here at your fingertips. Now's the time to ask the questions. How far back will you go with the corporate bail protection? I don't know if people realized, if you mentioned that before, how many years will you guys go back with your the corp bail?
I'll go back 100 years if you want me to. So 995 goes back 5 years. If we're on the borderline, you're at 6 years. I'm not going to penalize you and stuff like that. But if you have a 10-year-old company, 15-year-old company, for $14.95, we would go back for an additional $500. We'd go back 15 years if necessary.
How many of you have an old LLC sitting on? Come on, everybody. Everybody's got one that's been sitting around, they've not taken care of. Now's the time to do it if you want to use it. Otherwise, shut the thing down. Start.
And again, if you want to, talk about how to plan for future growth, so you know what to do, call the number. If you have more than just one entity, and you want to know what do I do, call the number. If you've made it, you've built your wealth, and you want to know how to protect it, call the number. Kevin Day on his that's going to be next. He's going to go into that. We provide the pieces to that. Kevin does the legal work on that. You have the founding father of the trusts that are being used for these types of strategy going to speak with you guys next. And Kevin is somebody that he doesn't pick up the phone free and talk to you like I will. That's somebody, if he picks up the phone, you're being billed $700 an hour. So the knowledge you're going to get from Kevin coming up, it's from the founding father of setting some of this stuff up. So If you've already made it and you're there, or you have considerable assets to protect, that you think you'll really enjoy the next session.
Yeah, that's why we made it back to back. It worked out really well.
Yeah, I was bummed out I didn't get to do the Rockefeller. I even went and got my hair cut today thinking I was going to do the Rockefeller. And
What'd you
then-
do? You pull out a pair of scissors and clump off one? That's good stuff there. Well, Brett, thank you so much, guys. Take advantage at corpveilprotection.com. The great things, if you do the monthly payments on that aspect, they'll report credit bureau, so you start building some business credit there for you while you get rock and roll for your LLC and stuff like that. So some great ways there for you guys to really do some great stuff and expand your business, get things rock and roll. Look, you don't want to be up at night worrying about what you didn't do. And one of the best things I will always say, I have never regretted paying money for asset protection.
And you're never too small to form an LLC or a corporation. That's a misnomer. If you're dealing with the public or your financial dealings with others out there, you have stepped into the realm. You should have something.
Yeah, exactly. Especially don't be doing anything in your own name, your DBA. That's a recipe for getting sued and a recipe for losing a lot of stuff really fast. So good stuff. Brent, let me get another question, comment from somebody on here. Does that cover people living in Canada doing business in the USA? Leanna says, or asked a question.
So do we set up U.S. companies for Canadian citizens?
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
There's some challenges, but a Canadian citizen can own a U.S. company. That's the easy part. We can get a tax ID for the company. That's the easy part. Banking is a little different from a Canadian citizen, but yes, we have a lot of Canadian citizens. More and more since COVID, actually, we have a lot of Canadians jumping and trying to do business in the U.S., either real estate, notes, or even moving some operating, branching out their Canadian business to hit the U.S. market. So.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've got quite a few foreign investors, especially Canadian investors doing stuff here in the United States. Got quite a few students they've set up with you guys and love it. Question is this, she'll reach out to you guys. Good. Don't write that number down. 1-800-648-0966. Monday through Friday. There's somebody in the office there in Reno. Somebody to help answer your questions. It may be Brett, it may be somebody else there. But trust me, one of the things we talked about big is that you guys, it's a nationwide network of people here. Brett and Laughlin and Aaron Young and Megan Cole and everybody over there at Laughlin are part of our trusted advisors, people we reach out to for questions, and you're in good hands with Brent. So take the opportunity. Brent, man, hope you have a great rest of your Friday. Got big plans this weekend?
Nothing really big. We'll probably hit Tahoe, have some Mai Tais on the beach up there. It's supposed to be like 89 degrees in Tahoe, crystal clear water. Maybe migrate down and do some fly fishing, the next day. So
there you go. Good stuff.
enjoy summer before winter comes.
There, yeah, exactly. Well, hey, buddy, it was great seeing you in Denver a few weeks back. Look forward to seeing you again sometime soon, buddy.
Okay, thank you for having me.
Thanks, bud. All right.
Bye.
Thanks, Brett.
Thank you.
See you later. All right, everybody. Don't go too far. Our next speaker should be right up. You heard Brent make light of him. Kevin Day should be joining us here in just a couple minutes. I'm just going to go see over here. He may actually be online here. Should be joining us here momentarily. They're usually pretty good about it. Wasn't that insightful? Maybe it scared some of you out there, but that's really the first step, is setting up an entity, getting rocking. Oh, there he is. Kevin Day is there. All right. I just get down all the way to the K's. Hang on a second here. Oh, there you are. I'm going to bring you on over here real fast. Thanks, Kevin. There he is. Ask you to mute. We're going to start your video.
Hello.
Hello, my friend. There he is. Green.
Kind of.
So they can't see what you're doing when you think it's turned off, right?
Green for Note Camp. Green for green.
Green, green, green. I love it, man. Well, hey, I am loving I like the haircut, man. Looking good.
Oh yeah, summer haircut. Make it easy.
Well, hey, man, we're honored to have Kevin Day here, who's one of the founders here of Trust Data Associates. As you heard Brent talk about, our buddy Brent Busquet from Laughlin, talking about how we are lucky to have the man, the myth, the legend here join us to help answer your questions about advanced asset protection. We talked about the Corp Veil protection a few minutes ago with Brent from Laughlin. Some of you may have heard Kevin speak on Note Night in America a few weeks ago. Kevin, man, thanks for joining us here on Note Camp, man. Appreciate it greatly.
Oh, love being here. Love your whole tribe.
Yeah, we've got really good. Now let's talk a little bit about, first of all, let's talk a little bit about what you do, what your focus is, then we'll lead into more questions and Q&A stuff for that. How's that sound?
Yeah. Our law firm, we're all about trusts. And so we have litigators that handle litigation disputes between beneficiaries or between estates and other people that are claiming to be beneficiaries, that sort of thing. We do trust administrations. And then, and I'm not one of those evil teethed litigation attorneys. I'm over on the drafting side. So we draft trusts. So we have essentially three departments: the living trust and normal estate planning sort of thing, gift planning for larger estates so you can get the best tax advantages. We have 3 tax attorneys on staff. And then we have the asset protection department, which is about lawsuit protection and privacy planning. Privacy in itself is not lawsuit protection, but it can be 70–80% of the job. If people don't see what you have, you don't look as appealing for a lawsuit. So we get it all coordinated. And as Brent was saying, we coordinate a lot of things with them. They're actually cheaper than having us, the law firm, form companies sometimes. And so we do trusts, and then we'll say, hey, is it okay if we use Laughlin? And we just have them form it because it's a little bit cheaper.
Good stuff. So we have a variety of people on here, like we did the other night, people that are new investors or leaving, they're working at a JOB, they're moving into thinking of retirement or wanting to leave. And we've also got some very advanced investors on here. We've got quite a bit. Why don't we talk about, because we talked about this last time, a little bit of the phases as people grow their assets, they grow their wealth. What's kind of the transition period or transition amounts we're talking about that they really need to start diving into being a little bit more protective in what they're doing?
Well, estate planning, living trust, and I've got a couple slides for that if you want to show those. We're all on that conveyor belt. So everybody needs estate planning, and you can go to some, I don't care, you can go to somebody local, but we're blue skied. So if we're doing other work for you, it might be good to have it all in one basket so you know where everything is. But we can do living trust in every state. You want to do a living trust because if you just have a will, you still have a probate, and lawyers get lots and lots of money. Instead of spending, $2,500 or $3,000 for a living trust, you're essentially are going to end up paying $26,000 or $56,000 to some lawyer to name the exact same person to control the estate that you would have named anyway. It's an archaic system and costs too much. On the asset protection side, our job is really to make sure that you are legally protected in advance of when your legal seas are calm. And there's little steps, we can build a little picket fence to keep your garden from being ridden over by the neighbor kid's bike, or we can put moats up, we can put towers up, we can put things in that shoot back. So the whole thing goes there. It's a little bit, although I've always had my own practice, once I got out, I was a dean of students for about 10 years and everything. But once I got into practice, I was kind of had feet in both camp. I was a W-2 employee to myself. But once you start to get a little bit of disposable income, I looked around, all the people of major wealth, whether they were still W-2 employees or not, had real estate. And I said, I don't know why, but that's the thing. I'm going to copy the big dogs, right? And so we started buying single family residences. And that's kind of the normal thing, is to buy notes or buy properties. And then when you have too many doors, you buy apartment complexes. And then if you're really good at things, you might do syndication. But real estate just is the most stable investment that you can have in an economy, really.
Makes a lot of sense there. Yeah, definitely. Because of the opportunities and the advantages, stuff like that. So let's talk about, you got people that own businesses. They own, let's say they own a trucking company and they're starting to invest on the side layer, or they have some sort of company they own. I think you mentioned that there's specific kind of price point, not price points, but levels, like $1 million up to $1 million that you kind of would recommend people their assets to do one thing. They get beyond 4 million, there's another aspect that they should be doing with it.
Great. Yeah, over 4 million, we really at about 3.5 million, we found that people, I was very hesitant. People said, what dollar mark should I do an offshore trust versus a domestic trust or just a company? And I was always hesitant because how do you quantify that? But I started to get feedback from where my clients were saying, no, I really want an international trust versus a domestic. And it's about 3.5 million where people's creature comforts are taken care of. You know, they've bought their little upgrade in their truck or their car. They've done a little bit more vacationing than they normally would. And then they start to have some money. And at that point, they have disposable income that starts making money for them instead of them pushing the ball. And once that happens, they start to get some freedom and they don't want to start all over. Right. So certainly at 4 million, we're going to highly encourage a person to truly try on for size and get all the education they can from us on how offshore trusts work. If somebody's under 2 million, 1.5 million, 2 million, we're going to say that's too big of a hammer, no matter how much risk you have. Like if you have a trucking company, that you got a lot of drivers, how old are they? You know, you can't be in the truck with them. You can't buy enough insurance for a mishap, you know, death is better than maiming. So you definitely want to do domestic. The question would be, if you were at 2.5 and growing, you probably want to stretch. But it goes back to education. Our job, I'm a salesperson like anybody else, but my sales event is education. My job is not to have any hidden, oh, trust me, I'm a lawyer, I've got a black box, and you qualify. You don't want to go back to law school, but you want to know that I'm a smart, good lawyer. Our firm is in the top 2 in the country for this kind of planning. We're not going to lead you down any bad paths, and we can answer your issues and problems to make sure if something blows up, you still have your home and you still have your nest egg. But we also do road mapping for $350. What we will do is look at you and say, you're not, you know, you're ready for this, this, and this, and you can do it all at once, or you can do it in stepping stone fashion, or just, I always take the approach, if you were my brother or you were my sister, what would I be advising? And you need to buy business cards right now. Let's not do a trust. You need a company though. You need that little Nevada or Wyoming company to get that first insulation of lawsuit protection.
It makes a lot of sense. Now, you being also a real estate investor, and I don't think we answered this question to Brett, as an attorney or as also an investor for it, is there a dollar amount in LLCs as far as property value or real estate that you hold in specific LLC that you recommend before they need to add a second LLC for more assets or things like that?
That's another one of those hard ones. If you lived almost in any other state other than California, it's fairly inexpensive to do an LLC, so you can put a single family residence in every single one. I personally favor, well, there's 2 answers to that. I usually recommend putting maybe 4 properties in one LLC, but more importantly, you can put 12 properties in one LLC if you do the strategy that I'll be outlining later that Brent was talking about, the Rockefeller strategy, where you have a separate LLC that encumbers, not to a third-party bank, but to your own estate plan. And in that case, you can put 12, 16 properties in one real estate holding company, like in California. So you're only paying one $800 franchise tax instead of 16. And the real lawsuit protection comes from the friendly liens that we put from your own estate to your own estate.
Putting basically a note on
Yes.
your property.
Yes. Yeah. A second note on your commercial note.
Exactly. Now, guys and gals, feel free to jump in and ask questions and things like that. We'll try as best to answer them depending on what we can take from your information and provide, because everybody's a little bit different. And that's one of the big things too. We got Kevin, I guess structures are different out there for a lot of people. You got some people that focus on note investing and they're using, they're raising capital. Most people out there are raising private capital from other investors out there. Maybe it's not through a syndication, maybe it's partnering or borrowing money. Any type of structure that you would recommend to, because at some point we all know if you're in real estate, at some point you're going to get sued by somebody.
Yes.
Yeah.
If
you're using other people's money, anything that you would recommend structuring wise or to help
Yeah.
people avoid stuff?
Yeah, what we would do is create this with or without a trust as an ultimate owner. We would create this little privacy company in Nevada that we call a Rockefeller, and it doesn't have your name in the public record, and it's only going to hold zero and low liability assets. So it's going to have cash, portfolio, and notes, but it's not going to be the one that raises the capital. What we want to do is have the operating company that is going to interface with third parties, which means it can get sued. We're going to assign the note or the portion of the note that our client, your clients, have to this privacy company once all the smoke is cleared. So if a lawsuit erupts, the real money's over in the other pocket. And there'll be some money there, but the real lion's share and the future income stream is going to this privacy company, the Rockefeller company.
Awesome. I think it might be a good, if you've got a slide in Rockefeller, why don't we bring it up there and share people so those that are visual might have a little bit more better understanding of that.
Okay. Are you able to see my slides?
Not yet. You just got to hit on the Zoom, the control panel. You should see a button that says share screen.
Oh dear. You're talking about technology there. Okay. Share screen. I found.
Pop up what you have open now, and then just pick the slide that you have open or the PowerPoint you have open on share screen. Look at you. Look at you. There we go. Estate planning must include lawsuit. There we go. Yeah, we're seeing your slides now.
Yeah. So this essentially is the Rockefeller strategy. The example on the one side is you, your home, your operating company, which includes right now your notes, and then little LLCs that are holding properties that you own. On the right-hand side, whether the APT means Asset Protection Trust, and it's a lawsuit protection trust that's legally not you. And I think Brent mentioned, even under penalty of perjury, to a direct question, do you own the piggy bank company? Do you own Rockefeller? You're legally able to say no, because trusts are considered ultimate owners. And so what we do is make this little safe haven, and there's a big black line between it. So if somebody's suing you or your world, they don't have a legal right to sue the bank. Just like if I got a judgment, against John Smith, and John Smith's, their property has a Union Bank on there, I'm going to go sue Union Bank because I've got this judgment. Union Bank is going to say, you don't have any legal relationship with me. It's called privity is the legal term. You don't have privity with us. You don't even allowed to sue us. And we're secured, so we're first in line. So we'll get every penny before anybody else, even though there's a lot of creditors out there, we're secured. So what we're doing is making sure behind Union Bank that Golden Mountain Funding or whatever, Wheelwright Camp,
Funding Corporation or whatever, right?
Whatever is going to have that second lien behind the bank. So there's no equity in your properties or notes to be taken. It's a powerful. We've been doing this since 1972. This strategy has been around. We have even through the real estate debacle 2008 through 2015. We had all kinds of people coming to us and saying, "Hey, I have these investments in these 3 other states. I'm upside down on several of them. I know I'm going to get a deficiency judgment, but I've got these 4 other properties that I have tons of equity. My home is free and clear. What the heck can I do?" And we said, let's do this strategy, hold on as long as possible, and lead them along, and let's see where we can go. And ultimately, most people did not even get deficiency notices sent to them. The ones that did, we wrote back, fired back and said, "Hey, did you look at our clients?" And they went away. We only had 5 out of several hundreds of these deficiency judgments. We only had 5 that tried to bring them into the state, and all of those were settled out very beneficially to our clients. So even in a very, as long as you set it up, prior to the legal C's already changing, we can put you in a lawsuit protected position.
Now let's run a little different scenario than somebody suing you, because I've seen this happen before. I bought a property, or I said bought a note, foreclosed on the note. I was the bank, took the property back, and then over a matter of 90 days, there are people out there looking for REOs, new foreclosures, and somebody filed a lien against my free and clear property at that point.
Right.
If I had put an encumbrance or put it in to my Rockefeller strategy, there would have been no equity there. They could have slapped a lien on there, but it would have been a lien that could have then been wiped out and foreclosed out by the lending company technically at that point, correct?
Which is your right pocket. Yes, absolutely. So when you buy the new property, you immediately put the lien on there, and then you're in first or second if you got financing.
Exactly. That's the thing that most people realize. How many of you guys are walking around with property that have a ton of equity, or your equity has exploded in the last year or two, and you only owe so much money on it? Kind of walking around with a loaded gun a little bit, huh? What do you think of that, Kevin?
Yeah, you want to get out there and really put yourself in a position where your equity isn't out there for people to see. I don't know how many people have been through a lawsuit themselves on either side, whether they've sued or been sued, or a close enough friend that got sued so they know how agonizing it is. And the lawsuit process is really about the other side. The lawyer says, I wonder if this is a good case. I'm a contingency fee attorney, so I don't want it just to be a good case. I want gold at the end of the rainbow. And I go out and do my research, and I come back to the client and say, oh yeah, normally we could get, $2-3 million on this, but this guy's a turnip. I'm not going to take the case. An hourly lawyer is going to do the same analysis, and they're going to come back and say, you've got a great case, but I don't think I can collect from this, but give me $5,000 anyway, and we'll do some more research, and give me another $5,000. But ultimately, they're going to be telling the client, you better take what's on the table. They don't want the client spending $150,000 and getting a piece of paper and not being able to collect. They could face malpractice for not having done the proper analysis at the very front end of the lawsuit to say, why are you suing this person that drives a Yugo and rents a flop house down in PB?
$1 million flop house, right?
Right.
Down in Pacific Beach. Now, you got the analyst, the pleadings, the discovery, the trial, the collection. You want to walk a little bit about through those a little bit with folks?
Yeah, there's a thing that most people have heard called a statute of limitations, and that's a time period in which somebody can sue. And if you have a written contract, that's going to be 4 years. So somebody has 4 years to look at you and see whether you're a good candidate for a lawsuit. Once you're sued, and I think Brent mentioned this, you've got 20 days, to respond, 30 days to respond in some states. You're off to the races. Your head is spinning. You didn't know these people were gunning for you. Now, what people don't understand is once a lawsuit occurs, and people say this all the time, they voluntarily tell us, I know why they're ticked off. I know why they're suing me, But once it started, and I disagree with that, but once it started, it has nothing to do with that. It's that, oh, the possibility of my losing my business. It's the possibility of my nest egg that I've been working for, 15 years to collect and build. The prospect of losing my home. It's all about this extortion process. Now, what they don't understand is during the discovery, that's when they have debtors exams and interrogatories. They don't get to ask you what you own. The court, in very few cases, not the type of cases that the people that are in Note Camp are dealing with, they don't get to ask, where's your money and how much is in your bank account? The court is only concerned, was there a duty of care? Was it breached? And was somebody harmed? And it's not whether they drive a Bentley or drive the Yugo. And so that's why that analysis stage to the lawyer, nobody thinks about that, but that's a big critical step that lawyers are always going to take. And if they go, wow, Bank of America's on first and Golden Mountain Funding is on second, there isn't any equity there. This is not a good case. Let's shoot across the bow and see if there's some insurance money, but we better get when the getting's good. Then the trial. And if people are taking notes, this is the one thing that I want you to write down. Less than 1% of cases go to trial. Less than 1% of cases go to trial, which means everything is settling out. Does it settle out early because the plaintiff doesn't think it's worth spending all the money, or they might not get anything? Or do they wait to the very end because they say, oh, wow, they have 15 properties and there's a bunch of equity in them. Why am I going to stop extorting? I'm going to continue to make them sweat. I'm going to continue to drive a horrible wedge between spouses under all this stress. I'm going to make their business plummet because they can't concentrate and they have to spend so much time on this lawsuit. I'm going to wait for another $1 million to be anteed up. And they settle late. But even the people that have all the cards, they're afraid to go to trial because weird things happen in our court system. It isn't until after they get a judgment, that 1%, that they get to ask, where are your bank accounts and how much is in it? We want to do till taps. We want to do judicial foreclosures of properties. We want to go and assign the notes to the new owner away from you. So what we make you look like, and having that irrevocable trust, even if it's a domestic version of where if they, do you happen to own or have any ownership interest in Golden Mountain Lending? You can say, no, I don't. I go to them for funding, or I go to them for intellectual property, and I pay them a licensing agreement. And it'd be the truth.
And it'd be the truth, exactly. Yeah. Good stuff. And that's the most important. That's really the most important. Here we go. You get some more stuff you're going through there. Okay.
Yeah, just what, and then we'll get back because your questions are actually better than my slides. Corporations are the LLCs, limited partnerships. They're the first defense because they separate eggs into different baskets. But and they keep things from getting out of the box. So if you have a kid electrocuted on one of your fences in one of your rentals, they don't take your home and your other rentals. But if you get sued personally, people get to come down the ownership chain. They say, do you own any real property? No. Do you own any LLCs? Yes. What do the LLCs own? Real property. Those are all truthful statements. You don't own any real property. You own an LLC that owns real property. They're going to come down that ownership chain to take it. And that's why having and those are called external attacks versus the internal attacks from the LLCs. That's why the Rockefeller strategy works so well, because the things that can own things are corporations, LLCs, and limited partnerships. Trusts are an ultimate owner. Just like nobody owns a human, nobody owns you. An irrevocable trust is an ultimate owner, which one is true lawsuit protection. I shouldn't be telling people behind closed doors what I can't tell a judge. But if we have that legal deniability, we just saved you $30,000 of not explaining why they can't touch the stuff that's in the trust.
Right. But that's an important thing there. You are not the entity. The corporation is not me. I am not the corporation, as Aaron always like to make everybody.
There you go. You bet. I noticed that we had some Canadians on for the international trusts. Were the U.S. and Canada are signatories to the Hague Convention. So under U.S. and Canadian law, it removes jurisdiction from that country. So if they wanted to sue, they have to go to the Isle of Man, Montserrat, or Cook Islands, wherever we set it up. And then we have a 3520 filing in the US. It's called a T3 filing for Revenue Canada. And it's one of the best parts of the defense files. But there's these little US copycat trusts that came up, 12, 13 years after the Hague Convention, which Canadians can also avail themselves of, that create this third-party owner, and they're a fraction of the cost to have that legal deniability.
Nice.
Back to your wonderful questions.
All right. What should people own in their name, if anything? What would, depend on the state a little bit.
You want to look normal. So I wrote the reason, I'd love to say that I was particularly brilliant, but the reason why our firm is at the top of the heap is I wrote a bunch of books on offshore money strategies and offshore trusts right after the Hague Convention was signed. And all these entrepreneurs said, oh, for the first time in the United States, we can have an irrevocable trust and I can name myself instead of my kids. I want that. And they went to their lawyers. Their lawyers didn't know anything about it. So they went to the continuing ed people. They didn't know anything about it. And they found me and this little guy, a guy named Arnold Goldstein down in Florida. And we were the only people that had books. He actually beat me out with a little Nolo Press book, but I got 5 on the back of that. So Arnold and I became the continuing ed seminar gurus and went all over the United States. And this is way before there were any practice guides or anything. And so it's not particular brilliance, but thank you very much. I'm blessed and I accept. But what really occurs here in creating this separate ownership is just golden, and entrepreneurs get it right away. That old Rockefeller, one of his last interviews, he was asked, what is the formula to your success? And he says, own nothing and control everything. But I also have a book on privacy, and privacy freaks came out of the woodwork and they said, I don't want my name on anything. I don't want it on my car. I don't want it. And lawyers aren't as clever as they are on TV and as clever as they want you to think they are. But even a dumb lawyer will say, this guy says he owns nothing. We can't find anything, but he's driving a Bentley. He's got so much money. There's going to be big pots of gold at the end of the rainbow. He was able to hire somebody to bury everything. So it's actually good to, have your home, have your operating business, because that has your neon lights. That should be Kevin Day's,
Pizzeria,
shop, right? All over it. And real estate is higher liability. It's lower than some things. So there's not one diagram or formula that we use. It's got to be customized, but typically we're going to keep it on your camp. But as long as there's no equity in it, that's fine. But we take, as you see on the right-hand side of this, under the piggy bank company, the Rockefeller company, the liquid assets, the notes, the portfolio, any metals, precious metals that you have. So those are the things that a lawyer wants. A lawyer doesn't want to take over an operating business. They're thinking, well, I had to sue you because you were a screw up. If I take over that company, even for a little while, I'm the owner, I can get sued now. My client can get sued. Real estate's the same way. How did they maintain this? We're suing them because they didn't maintain the property, properly. That's what we're alleging. That's why there's these fire sales. It's not, everybody goes, they sold it so far under market. They're just trying to screw me again. No, they want their money. They're afraid to hold that property for too long because they could get sued. They're the new owner. So they want cash and portfolio and notes, and that's what we're going to move out. We're going to keep your home and your operating business in your name. We're just going to make those lawsuit proof also.
Mm-hmm. Can you touch base a little bit more on that privacy stuff you're talking about? You've got a couple alternative privacy besides your personal and your business and your car. What are other things that what are some other things that maybe should be keep quiet or whatever?
Yeah, your second homes that you use personally. If you have a boat in Baltimore Harbor and you have a little cabin up in Lake George or out in Vail, Colorado, maybe some of your staff use it, friends use it. That's pretty low liability. So we want to not even show that property as being in your name. We have physicians, however. This diagram right here is a little bit different. I think I have one. It's actually what we've done is move the real property over to the lawsuit protection side, because the operating business or occupation is such high liability. Not all physicians have high liability, but one of our doctors, she was an obstetrician. They get 8, 9 threats of lawsuits or lawsuits each year. It's just an emotional area and things happen. And so she wanted to go to depositions and say, I own a home and my practice and my car. And as you can see, I'm up to my nose in debt. Do you own any other real property or notes? No, I don't. And it be the truth. So that's a rare situation where we're kind of moving the real estate over to the other side. But we want to use that Rockefeller or privacy company to not only equity strip the assets that remained in her name, but also the real estate investments that she was keeping out of the public eye.
So I'm going to ask you a question here. As you grow your wealth, you should probably, as you get more successful, tune back what you're sharing on social media and different, platforms like that, I'd say, huh, Kevin?
Oh, yeah. It's you want to bring that full circle, and as you build, start with an operating or holding company that you do business, sell notes and that sort of thing, and then a privacy company. At some point, add a lawsuit protection trust, whether it's offshore or domestic. If you start domestic, you can migrate it internationally. It's called a decanting provision, so we can take care of clients in that regard as well.
What kind of investment are we talking about as far as the different levels of trust there for? Because it really is an investment in your future and safety.
Yeah, well, a little privacy company is going to be $1,500. Rockefeller type company. Brent already quoted the things to maintain it. If you want an outside secretary, they are great. They will so you can stick to your knitting and do the business you do and not worry about running the company, because they'll call you. Most people, it starts every month, and most people say, hey, once a quarter is good. They'll call me every single month after they get into it. But they'll call and say, did you buy anything big? Did you write any big checks? And if that's the case, we're going to write some promissory notes or the second deeds of trust or minutes to make sure that your company stays legal and live. The domestic asset protection trust is going to be around $8,000 to $10,000. So it's not a small check, but even a small coffee cart business, they can't buy enough insurance. They have one bad night of E. coli, they're losing their home. So to spend, $8,000 or $10,000, depending on the type of provisions that are in there, they can have something and say, my home can't be taken and my savings can't be taken. Offshore trusts are a big bucket. Our average is around $25,000. That's why we're looking at usually somebody over 3.5 or so. We have some jurisdictions that are as low as 18,000. And just to give you a bearing, there are maybe a handful of quote unquote experts in my area, and let's say there's about 8 of them. They sell domestic asset protection trusts for $20,000. And so we're actually pretty reasonable at that 8,000 level.
Yeah. And Any particular offshore countries or offshore trusts that you recommend as far as your preferred St. Kitts, John's Island, whatever?
Yes. We have about 10 that we work regularly in. I like the Isle of Man and the Cook Islands for two reasons. People don't know where they are. If you say, oh, I've got a Cayman Island trust, even though they're one of the most conservative jurisdictions now, not in the 50s and 60s, but now they're the third largest financial center. They're all buttoned up. They're still smarting from their days in the 1950s, so they're more conservative. But you say that in a deposition, there's a few sniggers around the courtroom. But if you say Isle of Man, where's that? It's in the UK. It's Cook Island. Oh, it's a New Zealand protectorate. But we do use Nevis, Belize on some occasions. There's particular laws that are actually pretty beneficial in Belize. Gibraltar is a good one. I like Cook Islands and Isle of Man also because the trustees have enough of a US market that they come here about every 6 months. So it's not just me saying, hey, you can really trust these trustees, they're deep pocket, they're barristers, they're a big operation, they have hundreds of millions of dollars under direct management. We want the client to start meeting them. And another good point here, we're importing foreign law. We're not exporting assets. We do form offshore companies and so forth, but it's rare. We're usually importing foreign law. All your assets and investments stay here. We're the biggest tax haven in the world, and the safest. Foreigners from all wealthy countries are trying to get their wealth into the US.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Well, it's obvious when you looked at what happened. I go back to 13 years ago, and then how Miami, when you look at Florida and that neck of the woods, how honestly 40 cents out of every dollar spent in real estate was foreign investors buying stuff in the United States, putting their money into the market.
Right.
Still to this day, we have a lot of investors, not just a Canadian or Latin America, but overseas quite a bit.
Oh yeah, we have a lot of German and English investors, Italian, when they can.
Very much so. What questions you guys have? Now, mine's probably blown here for the last hour and a half with Brent Busquet here, Kevin going through some things here. What mistakes do you see people make pretty commonly that just drives you a little crazy, Kevin?
Well, actually, a very foundation. It isn't that heart-wrenching of a mistake, but they kind of go by the seat of their pants, and then they come to us and they've got this real hodgepodge of things. And that's why this road mapping is so important, because if you have to build in stepping stone fashion, you want to spend the money that builds up to a proper wall rather than just having a bunch of blocks sitting around in your front yard. And so doing a plan of where you want to get to at the end of the story will help you get there faster and super efficiently. We have so many people that come in and, oh yeah, I've got this holding company, I've got this company, that company, and yeah, your name's all over it. We can't use any of those for privacy,
That's important. It's an important thing.
That's kind of a basic one. The other one, particularly for larger estates, is starting a gifting plan. So that's a different type of lawsuit-proof trust where your children are beneficiaries, but we can make sure you control it and can access all the funds until your demise, but you're taking advantage of gift tax exemptions that are going to go down in 2025. Also, and I think Brent mentioned this, we like land trusts. We do those, but they are really a privacy function and no lawsuit protection. Where LLCs have privacy and you've got charging order protection. So we actually favor them, but there's a lot of people that still know how to use LLCs, and they are recognized in all 50 states, even though it's eroding. So that's a little privacy mechanism. You just want to make sure you handle it right and know that it's not true lawsuit protection. Privacy is important though. They don't see what you own. They're not coming after you as hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the truth. If you look like you're not broke or don't have much, there's a lot of motivation that goes out the window there for you.
Right, right.
David asked a question for those whose primary residence is in Texas, who have homesteaded. Is this in itself enough to truly perfect one's property?
Yeah, homesteading, the only place, for those people that don't know what homestead is, it's from the old days that if you had the family farm, you had some kind of liability that couldn't be taken, and unless it was the cause of the liability. And all states have eroded it. So it's really, let's say here in California, you get $100,000, but your property was, had, $1 million of equity in it. That just means you're not going to be a ward of the state. Here's 100,000, you can go out and start renting an apartment. But Texas and Florida have always been well known as having full homesteads. That was eroded in a little bit in Florida because OJ came down, and it got a lot of notoriety how large it was. So it's still unlimited in dollars, but it has to be a certain square foot lot. But you can get a mansion on the, on one of the K sides, and you can have an $18 million piece of property. They also started to restrict how quickly you could become a resident for that purpose. Texas is the same way. It was full homestead until I've forgotten the guy was. It was pretty high profile, and he had a skyscraper, and his home was the penthouse. And it was a pretty nefarious event where he was the bad guy ripping off little grandmas, and the homestead worked because of the way it was written. So they've rewritten it to narrow it a lot. But still, Texas and Florida have by far the best homestead exemptions in the United States.
Well, Shelley asked a question. So for the domestic trust at $8,000, that is the Rockefeller strategy, correct?
Correct.
Yep. Somebody else asked a question, Chris. How about if you have real estate assets and an Amazon retail store? Do they need to be in separate entities?
So you have retail stores.
An Amazon retail store. So they're selling stuff on Amazon, basically.
Right. What you want to do is separate, like in this picture, what we want to do is take intellectual property, the IP that I have there, and your client lists and your procedures and so forth, and we license them, to the Amazon store. So when $1 comes in, you have to pay 98 cents of it over to your Rockefeller. So it's a pre-existing contract to a third-party company. So there isn't any money there to be taken if the lawsuit occurs. There's going to be you reverse engineer it. How much do I need to keep here to pay me for my mortgage and so forth, and to continue to operate and buy materials. But the rest, I want to shuttle it out as soon as possible.
That makes sense there. Do you recommend putting your residence and your rental properties LLCs in the same trust? Shelley asked.
No, our home, for most people, our home is our castle. And people that are visiting you on your home are friends. If they break their jaw in the front yard by tripping over something, helping them out with their deductible is going to be usually sufficient. But renters, that example that I was saying about the child, the 10-year-old that got electrocuted, is a true story of a client of ours. He just acquired an apartment building. The tenants came with an on-site manager. The tenants were complaining that there wasn't any light outside, so the kids couldn't play after school. And he went up and above that. He not only had the manager put lighting in, but also a little half court to play basketball. And it was put in properly, and here he was doing the best he could for his tenants, and the kid got electrocuted to death. Luckily, we had already put our stuff in place, but things happen and they're out of your control. Yeah.
Sad story. David asked a question. What about money in retirement accounts? Is the money in there automatically protected?
In ERISA accounts are fully protected, qualified plans. IRAs aren't protected per se. However, they tend not to be invaded because you'll end up becoming, out of public policy, you'll become a ward of the state at some point, unless you were really, really bad guy ripping off the grandmas, and then they might invade it. But you can treat them as lawsuit protected. You don't want to get over thinking things.
What about insurance? What about life insurance, like whole life and cash value or cash policies?
Yeah, cash value in most states, that's state by state, but in most states, they are not protected. There are states like Michigan and so forth that the cash value is protected, but usually not.
Okay. Sam asked the question is, my home is in a California Prop 19 trust. Would it offer any protection against lawsuit?
Not loss. It's protected for taxes, but not for lawsuit.
Okay.
I would have to look at the particular provisions. Some things like, oh, you want a dynasty trust that runs for many generations, and then you get out of the, so it's called a homestead, or called a dynasty trust. But I can put dynasty provisions in an offshore trust, in a living trust, and anything. So the Prop 19 trust that you particularly have might have provisions that means it's lawsuit proof, and we'll be glad to look at it for no charge and tell you what you got.
What that takes us, for those that have more advanced questions or aren't asking on here, what's the best way for people to reach out to schedule some time with you or one of your staff members?
Whoop. There we go. We're about twice this size. That's my partner, Elizabeth Tress, sitting next to me. And there's our phone number. Michelle Fishbein is the head of our lawsuit protection department. And she's kind of my right-hand person. And I'm mostly out of the office speaking at conferences. And so she would be the right person to contact. Michelle at trespday.com, or giving us a call. We're in, as I said, we're in a little town called Solana Beach near San Diego, or Del Mar, California. But the work we do in the international arena, asset protection, and even our revocable living trusts and stuff are blue sky. We can work in every state.
That's the beauty. That's why, guys, we brought him on here, because he can work with all of you, because we've got people in 35 states, 36 states.
In a couple countries.
Yeah, exactly. Besides you work, we also have people from 10, 11 different countries in on today too. So it's kind of interesting.
Awesome.
Another question here, it looks like from somebody. So Shelly asked, so the self-directed checkbook IRA LLC should be in the trust to protect it from a lawsuit? ? What if the assets in it are JV rentals and private loans?
Yeah, we have to treat each client and each asset separately. So in the big brush of things, we're looking at, is this zero liability or low liability? Is it high liability, or is it something that's high value but also high liability? And how do we treat each one? And then, are there co-owners? And we can't encumber an entire property if you own 50% of it, only 50% of it. The partner might say, oh, I can ride on your coattails and I get equity stripped also. But if they die, the lawyers, representing people are going to say, oh, something's, no, that it wouldn't be encumbered unless he owed me something. So it's better to have real clean lines, and we can equity strip up to a fractional interest in properties, and we can also move a fractional interest of assets.
Nice. So if somebody's partnering up with their IRA or multiple IRAs coming in to purchase on a deal, you can do that as well. Okay.
Correct.
Good stuff. Now I have a question, something that popped in. I know that you work with some cannabis investors or stuff like that out in California, some other things like that. What impact is it going to have if they do legalize it across the country with some of your holdings or some of your clients' holdings? I mean, for the most part, dramatic effect, or is it going to make it a little bit easier for some things for you?
The dramatic effect is that they're going to get very, very wealthy, wealthier than they are actually. They're all doing pretty well. But the problem is, because of the restrictions in the federal rules, particularly that market base, we want to make sure that the non-cannabis assets, their home and other acquisitions, are segregated from that high liability business. Right now, it's not. It's don't ask, don't tell. It's we're not enforcing things right now, but you never know. And so they're in a precarious position. Obviously, once it becomes legal, then we just have to protect the streams of income. Right now, we're really trying to protect the stream of income, but also protect the existing estate as it grows, but keeping it kind of clean and separated.
Have you run any issues where the profits from that have been difficult to invest or purchase other assets?
Yeah, they do. Luckily, not only blockchain stuff, but people that want to trade. But it's a weird market. It's such a difficult space to work in at the moment.
Now, do any of your clients dabble in Bitcoin, and has that affected in any form or fashion?
Well, we want to make sure it's very valuable. It's asset that has all kinds of upside. It's ultimately going to be commercialized or legalized or approved by the government. Other governments have approved it, because in third world countries, you can't walk around with cash and you can't get to a bank. And so it's here to stay. But right now, the biggest thing is making sure, even though you might be the custodian, we want to do the proper paperwork that Brent was talking about. We want to do the proper paperwork to make sure that it is on the roster of assets inside a company away from you. Because again, it's low-hanging fruit. It's just like cash portfolio or a note. And it's low liability and it's cash. So you want to make sure, just like precious metals, you might be the custodian, it's in your safe, but we've done all the proper documentation to say, no, Kevin doesn't own it. It's Golden Mountain Funding that owns that. They have the proper resolution saying he's the best custodian for it.
Good stuff. Somebody asked, could you repeat or outline what the 350 roadmap includes or does include?
Yeah, we look at what you have now. We look at each of your assets. We look at the structuring you've done, and then also your priorities, because even though we might have the perfect plan instantly when we see your stuff, but you say, my biggest concern is privacy, estate planning, and asset protection versus asset protection, estate planning, and privacy. We're going to have a different configuration. And then we're going to say how we would, what the ultimate plan, what you have now, and we do boxes and arrows. I'm a big fan of boxes and arrows. What you have now and what we ultimately think you should have. And if we need to take baby steps, what are those baby steps?
How soon can, what's the fastest you've seen a trust put together in a lot of cases, as far as being, I know it's a vague question a little bit. Obviously, the more assets that you're putting in, the longer it takes. If somebody's a property owner, obviously you're filing UCCs and other things like that as well too, Bory. But to get the ball rolling, what type of frame to get the ball rolling?
Usually we can put a bow on it and everything in 4 weeks, and that's just normal. We have people that have certain circumstances that say, I'm about to do this new investment, rollout, and it is a big dollar amount. It's high liability. And I just heard about this. I'm rolling out in a week and a half. Can you get it done? And we'll get it done.
Nice. I love it. Are you headed over to the Inner Circle later today or this weekend there in San Diego?
Actually, tomorrow I'm actually speaking at a prosperity camp with Greg, And so I'll be meeting up in down at the Inner Circle tomorrow.
Make sure you tell Greg Reed I said hello. All
I
right.
will. I will.
It's such a small world. I tell you that. It is.
I-
It gets smaller every day, doesn't it?
I know. We fly over to Scottsdale, and somebody's saying we only have 85 attendees because we have 65 others that are going to so and so's whatever. It's funny.
It's definitely funny. Once again, guys, the website. I was gonna say the lawsuit. The website's Trust Day and Associates. There's a schedule appointment on there. Look, if you've got assets of any sort, the 350 to have them do a roadmap for you, well worth it. I don't make anything off it. I just want you guys to be in the right position, have things structured. Look, I've been sued in the past. I've gone through that. It is not a fun thing. The best money you can pay is the stuff to make sure that your stuff is protected and you look like a pauper. Not, or you don't, maybe not look like a pauper, but you don't have stuff out there. It eliminates the motivation of, as our buddy Aaron Young, like I said, nefarious ne'er-do-wellers and chasing things down at some point. Because it's, in today's society of litigation, people are looking for reasons to sue each other for crazy things all the time. Right, Kevin?
Yeah, malicious lawsuits. People, they see lawsuits as a lotto. A landlord is rich. People that are investing are multimillionaires. They don't realize the sweat, blood, and tears that we put into it to get to a position.
Have you seen anything pop up on the real estate side coming from what's happened with COVID, with people not paying their mortgages or not paying their rent, or people? Do you have any stories that have popped up you heard from?
I don't have any good stories in that arena. I've had a lot of people that have had some good real estate investments in this climate. I've have people that also feel that there's a bubble in some markets, and there's others that, this has to be the biggest bubble, and I don't think that it's a bubble. It's just the way the market's going, and it's going to continue to go.
Yeah, I just saw an alert pop up. We're talking about that the Dow closed above 35,000 for the first time out there after having a couple of days where it was kind of below numbers. So it's interesting. It's a crazy time, man.
Crazy times.
Crazy time. Well, Kevin, we will let you get to the rest of your weekend. Thank you so much for coming on Note Camp and spend time with us, guys. You don't know how valuable this was. Hopefully it was valuable for all of you, but Kevin's a guy that I've flown to San Diego just to talk to Kevin for 5 minutes before about different things at different events. And thank you so much for coming on time and doing a great job, not only for us, but for our clients as well, Kevin.
I'm so grateful to be here, and I've always enjoyed your tribe. They're a high functioning and fun group.
Yeah, we got a pretty good note family, as I like to say. So, well,
okay.
Go on, have a great weekend. You say hey to everybody for me, all right?
You.
Great. Thanks, Kevin. Bye. All righty, everybody. Our next session, let me do that there, is going to get started here in a few minutes. I want to give you guys a little bit of a break, get up, stretch, because it's been some heavy material. Obviously, the last hour and a half, 2 hours there for everybody about the corporate veil protection and, of course, Kevin. And I hope you guys see what we're talking about. Obviously, content, obviously, great. Actions is another thing. You can choose to keep doing business as normal, but as you evolve as an entrepreneur, you've got to grow. You got to put the tools in place. I hope you see what we've built so far here for you at day one so far. Day two, day two is not over yet for you. Whether you're watching this live or you're listening live or you're watching the replays, we've all got different strategies and they're all at different positions. Some of us have more assets than the others. Others are just getting rock and roll. The biggest and best thing I can tell you to start with the end in mind. We have a lot of opportunity coming up here in the next 6 to 12 months, if not 2 years beyond that. And every market's a little bit different. And I don't know what your background is or what's going on there. And I will tell you this. The more you put in place to protect your assets or your future assets, the better off you'll be in the long run. And the more you can sleep at night. So at a minimum, you need to look at the corporate veil protection. If you've got an LLC, start there, build your assets as you go. But I wanted to make sure in introduce you there to Kevin and his team at Trust Day and Associates there in San Diego, Solana Beach. And they work with clients, like I said, all across the country, all across the world as well for you. They're a great advisor. They're one of our inner circle clients that we refer business to because they just do such a great job. And while you may not have Kevin handling everything there for you, he is a knowledgeable person there, and we got an amazing staff there to train. They work so well too with Laughlin and Associates and different IRA companies, whether it's Quest, whether it's the Rocket Dollar, whatever. They work very well with your self-directed IRA companies and your other entities. And then, of course, too, one of the great things, if you've got accountants or looking for things, you can always, too, get on the phone with them and or a Laughlin to have your accountant walk through with them or talk about things as well there for you to make sure it's a fit or not a fit. And like I said, like Brent said beforehand, he's come across clients that had this way complicated thing you didn't need. So it's worth at least the call with Laughlin, if not road mapping it out there and seeing exactly what Kevin would give. It's worth a bit of advice and counsel from somebody who's one of the premier experts in the nation, or actually I'd say in the world, based on what our asset protection strategies are out there for everybody out there. So definitely knowledgeable, good hat to have or good card to have in your wallet there for you if you're playing poker. So go out there. What we're gonna do, let's take let's just do a quick 15-minute break. We got some other things we're gonna go on before we get into our final session tonight on day 2 of Note Camp 2021. Sorry, not 2020, Note Camp 2021. See you back in 10 minutes.
Getting the right rent for your property. Getting the right rent for your properties is important. It can reduce investment risk, increase occupancy, and your income. That's why real estate professionals use Rentometer, the fastest and easiest way to find current local rents in the U.S. Go to rentometer.com, enter an address, number of beds, and click Analyze. You'll get easy-to-read rent comps, trends, and more. Sign up for our free pro trial and grow your rental business smarter with Rentometer.
Want to know what the going rents are in a particular area? Rentometer's Quick View feature gives you this information, and this short demonstration will show you exactly how. Both our free trial users and pro subscribers get unlimited access to Quick View. I'm already logged in and I entered an address, so I'm ready to run a rent comm report. Time to click on the Analyze Address button. Rentometer can now deliver our rent analysis faster than ever with QuickView. QuickView gives us the key rent metrics for the address that we searched. It includes the average and median data over here and the helpful map showing you the address you entered, which is indicated by this orange bubble icon, and the surrounding comps in the area. Sometimes this is all the information you need. Pro customers have unlimited access to QuickViews, so with a Pro account, you can run as many of these as you'd like. After reviewing this information, you may determine you'd like to edit the search filters and rerun the search. So up here, you can change the filters. You might want a different bedroom or bathroom count or explore other aspects about your area. Then click the Analyze Address button, and that will rerun the Quick View with the new information you entered. From there, you can determine if you want the more detailed analysis provided in the full Pro report. The full Pro report is only a click away. Pro customers are given a certain number of Pro report credits based on their specific price plan. We want you to maximize your full report credits, so we recommend running a few quick views before clicking for a full Pro report, especially for an area you're not familiar with. Now I want to see the split between 1 bathroom and 1.5 baths. There are 27 1.5 baths, so that means there are 31 baths, pretty even split. In addition, the average rent for one bath is $2,100 and the average for 1.5 baths is $2,140. So not too big of a difference. So I'm going to reset the bath filter to any and use the larger sample size of 57. Now I want to test the predominant building type by selecting apartment condo. Apartment condo is 54 out of 57, so I'll leave it set to apartment condo. With all this information I filtered through, now I'm ready to run a full report. In our Rentometer Quick View tutorial, we ran through several scenarios using Quick View before running the Pro Report. We ran the Quick Views to save time, conserve report credits, and not clutter the My Reports folder. So now we're ready to run the Pro Report. But before doing that, I want to point out a couple things. First, you can see your Pro Report credit balance right here below the View Pro Report button. And second, Pro Reports are saved as PDFs in the My Reports folder, and Quick Views are not saved. So I have the address and Quick View already loaded. I'll click the View Pro Report button and we'll be presented with the Pro Report. The first section of the report includes the address and filters we set for the search, the Street View image, and the summary statistics. Having the data we input on the screen is handy as a reference, but also in case we want to run a variation of this report. For example, if we decide to change any of the filters. It will not run the full report. It will take you back to Quick View and you can choose to run another full report. Also, you can toggle between Street View and our Rentometer gauge by clicking the Toggle Gauge link. The Rentometer gauge will highlight the average rent. Now let's move on to the summary stats, which are included in the Quick View report as well. To quickly review, the average rent is the sum of all the rents in the area divided by the number of samples. The median rent is the middle value in the list of rents, and half the rents are above the median and half are below the median. 25th percentile represents the lower end of prices in the area, and 25% of the rents are below this threshold. The 75th percentile represents the higher end of prices in the area, and 75% of the rents are below this threshold. Percentiles can come in handy when evaluating a property or a market. For example, you can test your all-in cost assumptions in an investment property. Let's say you are evaluating a property near 404 North Curtis Ave. The current condition of the property places it in the lower end of the market, so you can use the 25th percentile and apply the 1% rule to estimate your all-in cost should be no more than $185,000 to $186,000. If you want to reposition the property by including renovations to move into the higher end of the market, then you can use the 75th percentile to estimate your all-in cost should be no more than $233,000 to $234,000, again, applying the 1% rule. The historical trend line provides historical context for the current rents. The blue line of the chart plots the average rent on the first day of each quarter going back to January 1st, 2017. So the average rent on July 1st, 2018 was $2,005. And you can see the median, the standard deviation, and the sample size as of July 1st, 2018. The orange line of the chart plots the rolling or moving for quarter average rent. It is meant to smooth out changes that could be attributed to the time of year and/or seasonality. So you can see the rents in the area of 404 North Curtis Ave have fluctuated over the last 3 or 4 years, with the last year and a half proving some sharp increases in rents. The average rent by bedroom type chart provides content for 1 to 2 bedroom units so that you can quickly compare your bedroom type with other bedroom types, and you don't have to process another report. The chart also provides 1 year ago rents on all the bedroom types to provide a quick snapshot of the direction of rents in the last year across the bedroom types. The summary stats table provides more in-depth information about the data sample and the statistical calculations. Right next to it is the rent distribution chart. This is a histogram that provides an approximate visual representation of the distribution of the data samples. For example, for 404 North Curtis Ave, there are 16 rents that are between $1,710 and $1,926, and that's the tallest bucket of data on this histogram. The map and sample list are designed with visual cues to help you to digest the information as quickly as possible. The map and sample list are also loaded with handy tools and links so you can perform additional research and analysis as you need it. So let's dive in and start reviewing all the great features. The blue shaded circle is the radius and the area covered by the analysis. The small orange house icon represents the address being searched. The sample list is represented by pin drops on the map, and each pin drop is assigned a letter and a color. The letter assignment is based upon the distance from the subject property, with the letter A being assigned to the property closest to the address being searched. In addition to the alpha coding, each pin is color coded. The rent legend identifies and defines the color coding over here. The green pins are the lower rents or the bottom 25% of the rents. The blue pins are the moderate or middle rents, rents that are between the 25th and 75th percentiles. And the red pins are the higher rents or the top 25% of the rents. The pin drops are interactive, so you can click on them to get more information. The address, the rent, the date we last saw the listing, and link to Street View. Moving from the map to the sample list, the default sort order of the sample list is the distance from the subject property with the closest listings at the top. You can sort the list by other variables, for example, the last seen date. You can always go back to the default sort order by sorting by distance. You can download the sample list to a CSV file for further analysis. You can activate a Google search by clicking on the G icon here. You can activate a Street View for a particular address by clicking on the little person icon here. And you can get more property details on each of the sample addresses by clicking on the Property Details button. The Property Details report is a compilation of publicly available data presented in an easy-to-read format. The tax, the sale, and other property information are provided so you can utilize as many details as needed for your analysis. For example, knowing the year built can help you assess the overall condition, amenities, and potential maintenance costs of a property. That's a deep overview of the Pro Report. Now you're ready to fully take advantage of what this amazing Rentometer feature has to offer. You're welcome to reach out to us via email at feedback@rentometer.com. Thanks for watching.
Boom, 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 boom. All right. Yeah, Rentometer. Hey, there she is. She can't hear me. Or she can hear me, but she can't see me. Let me bring it up there. Let me start my video here. Hey, everybody. Yeah, Rentometer is a tool that we use on a regular basis for when we're pulling rents and stuff like that. They're a sponsor of NoteCamp. They're also offering a special deal on the Pro services. So you get so many free pulls. But then after so many free pulls, you've got, it's a charge like a lot of different websites are there for because they're pulling information. Oh, hang on here. If you use this link, it's worth going to, and they're offering a big discount. Let me put that in this chat roll here for you, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Sam, you had a question about that. Let me put this to all panelists and attendees. We'll be sending an email out, obviously, that as well, too, for you. But there's the link. If you'll click on that, and then you can get signed up there for Rentometer. Great service, guys out of Boston. They do a great job. I've known them for a while. They've been a sponsor of the podcast before for what we do. But I'm in ROM or Rentometer, however you want to pronounce it, depending on your accent. It's a great tool, very accurate when you're looking at rents and rent rates and things like that, and kind of seeing what the market rents around an area there for you too. And it's good stuff there. But we are excited for our next speaker here. Let me hit the record button because this is important. Here we go. Now we're going to start this a few minutes early because Kevin wrapped up a little bit early. I don't think anybody will have an issue getting off a little bit early on a Friday evening for it, but I am so excited for this session and glad to have this first time NoteCamp, as we call them, our NoteCamp counselor, but somebody who's a due diligence expert because they're out buying assets, they're out looking at deals. And she does a bang-up job when it comes to looking at assets and doing due diligence. And she's going to teach a spot on here today about doing some due diligence on your assets. So we have the always lovely, intelligent, and rock star Bethany Humphreys join us from sunny San Diego or Southern California today. You've got your microphone still muted, Bethany. Oh, there we go. welcome to NoCamp.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice today. So just bear with me.
Patrick, go get her some iced tea. Get her some tea and honey right now there for you. All right.
I know it's bad. I'm sorry.
No, sounds good. Sounds good there for you as well. So, hey, Bethany, before you bring up your PowerPoint, stuff like that, you want to talk how you got into the note industry, or I want to say forcibly arm bent into the note industry a little bit, but what attracted you to buying and investing in notes?
So I got started, I think it was about 8 years ago now, with my dad, as you know, and he was already previously in real estate. I was always really interested in real estate, being a business owner. I never went to college, honestly. I really wanted to follow in his entrepreneurial footsteps. And so when he was introduced to notes, it was just, I never knew anything about investments in general. And so for me, it was new, but it made sense to me. And it was relating to real estate. I was like, I can go with this. And so when he got started, I was handling like all of his due diligence for him and his own portfolio. And that's just really how I got into it initially. And I was kind of part-time. I was actually a loan officer for a while over the last 8 years. I helped him with other real estate related things. So I've been in real estate in general. And so when I learned about notes and how money works and all of it, it's just really interested me and I love it. You know, it's just what I live and breathe now. It's just all I do. So,
you know, I love it. And the person she's referred to is our good buddy, Desi Arnaz, is speaking to Sunday morning on the power of performing notes. And Desi was a regional realtor. He attended one of my classes. It's hard to believe 10 years goes by so fast, doesn't it? 8 years, whatever it was. And done a great job with it. And second generation now, and of teaching, potentially probably a third here before too long. Who knows? I don't rush on anything, but kudos. You guys do a great job at ACI Legacy Group. You guys are buying active. You've got a fund that you're working through as well too, correct?
Yep. Yep. So we have a fund that we just started recently. And so ACI Legacy Group, that's my company. And we started it about 3 years ago, officially LLC this year. But just over the last 8 years, I've been able to establish like a really robust, in-depth due diligence process and checklist, just from a lot of trial and error, a lot of mistakes, and a lot of learning from my dad too, and all of his expertise over the last 30 years. And so I've really been able to build something great with our due diligence system. So
I love it. I love it. Well, I will shut up. I'll let you bring your PowerPoint up and share the screen. And do you want to take questions as we go through, or do you want to wait till the end for Q&A, Beth? And what would you prefer?
I would prefer probably at the end, just because I can go down rabbit trails and lose my train of thought easy. So it'd be easier if people could just write their questions down, and then I'll be happy to answer at the end.
All right, then we'll leave the crazy rabbit trails to the end there for you. So you got your PowerPoint on your screen there?
I do. It's on my second screen.
Okay, so you may hit your share screen. Hit your share screen there.
Okay, and I see here I could share my PowerPoint.
Right.
Okay. Oh wait, wait. Let me put this. I have to put it in slideshow mode, right?
Well, yeah, you got to have it open on your screen. So if you got two screens, it may not recognize the second screen. So when you your screen, it should pop up what you have open. Then you just select it from one of the 6 or 5 boxes.
All right. Let's see. PowerPoint slideshow. I'm gonna go with that. Oh my gosh, my voice is killing me right now. Okay, I don't know. Can you guys see it?
Perfect. Due diligence basics. That's it right there.
Okay.
Love it.
Okay, great. Okay, so you guys can see it. So, all right. Well, I will get started. So as I mentioned, I gave my little background a little bit. Hang on a second. I'm trying to figure out there we go. Okay. So this is my company, as I said, ACI Legacy Group. And as I mentioned, I've been doing due diligence now for 8 years. I have a really in-depth, thorough, just very extensive due diligence process and checklist. And so I'm really excited to be here today, just to be able to share with you guys just educate a little bit on just the basics. I could probably talk about due diligence for 3 hours, but in an effort, with the amount of time I have, I wanted to keep it pretty basic with what I believe is going to be the top things that need to be done no matter what you're going through on an asset. Some assets are really simple and clean and easy, and some, have a lot of work with them. So for today, we're just going to keep it basic and just kind of the general kind of things that you guys should be doing as you're looking into buying notes and things you don't want to overlook. So I'm sure everyone knows what is due diligence, but I'll kind of just give that anyways for those of you who may be super new. But it's basically just the examination and analyzing of data and information that's associated with a transaction with what we do. And, you want to make sure that you verify everything and have all your I's dotted and all your T's crossed before you wire your money. We do diligence and we do due diligence in everything that we do before we buy a car or hire a realtor or send our kids to a new school. So it's the same concept with your investments. So there's just certain things that we want to do before we pull the trigger and get into bed with somebody. So before I even really get into due diligence, for those of you who maybe have never purchased a note before, I think it's really important for you to establish your criteria first. So that way you're not just making offers to make offers on things that will never fit what you really like. And so it's important for you to have an idea of what you would want to own as an investment. Some people only invest in certain states or certain areas or, within a certain, term criteria. So you'll want to figure out what's good for you. And I'd say a lot of this is kind of built just over time as you're making offers, as you're going through due diligence, you'll kind of determine what is a good fit for you and what's not. Some people want, the clean and pristine paper, just passive income. They don't want any kind of problems or non-performing people, this passive income type of situation. So if you're coming from a background of being a landlord and you like the mailbox money and you just don't like the headaches of being a tenant, then, maybe you would prefer something that's simply that performing. You get your mailbox money, you don't have to deal with it. Other people like myself, I like to dabble in both, but maybe you like the damaged goods where, you have to get your hands on it a little bit more opportunity with exit strategies and kind of workouts, and you can help homeowners that way as well. So again, just as you're establishing your criteria, you're going to want to determine what your exit strategy is, how you want to see your portfolio build. It's just a personal preference. Something that you think looks like a diamond is going to look like dirt to someone else. So it's just really what is going to be your long-term goal with your portfolio. Your own personal expertise in the industry, your background is going to all play a part in that. But as you're building your criteria, I'm just going to share with you guys a few, main points when it comes to building it. So determining your location is one thing. So I look all over the US, kind of, I don't really like East Coast and a lot of the more judicial states, but whatever area that you would want to buy, if you want to focus on a specific state or region, or you want to avoid, you want to keep an eye on judicial or non-judicial states. I'm not going to get into the educating of what those are. I'm assuming if you guys don't know, just, talk to your coach, your mentor, Scott, whatever, to get educated there. But just determining what area, location wise, that you would want to look at. Also lien position, of course. I only look at first position, but I couldn't say anything good or bad about second or any subsequent junior positions. But again, that's something you want to determine before you go make offers. What is going to be a good fit for you and your portfolio based on your expertise and all of that. So next will be your collateral, of course, determining when you buy a note, do you want it to be collateralized by residential? Or would you be looking at commercial land? I see a lot of land. I'm not interested in land. I wouldn't know what to do with it. So for me, that's not a good fit. So if you have a background in real estate in any of these different areas, if you're a land, maybe you're an investor on land, maybe you would like to own a note on land. So again, your personal preference and your history and expertise and all that.
Your land stuff, you need to call me. All right.
Yeah, talk to Scott. Yeah, talk to Scott about that. I know.
No, I'm talking about you, Bethany.
Me. I'm not ready to expand that yet. I will talk to you when that time comes. Absolutely.
All right, when you see something.
Yeah. Okay, so next I would say is the grading or performance of your notes. So again, like me, I like performing and non-performing, but again, it's going to depend. I mean, the exit strategies are different. Performing, unless something out of our control happens to a good performing buyer, you know, a car accident, who knows what can happen. You're not really going to have much happen except for just collect income there. And then non-performing, of course, like I said, it's more hands-on. I would say if you've never purchased a note before, you probably would want to buy a non-performing note with a partner or a coach or someone to help you, because they're a little bit more complicated, more hands-on, and a lot more moving parts. So again, expertise comes down to that. Whatever your desired yield is as well is something you would just want to consider as you're kind of, you know, developing your criteria. You won't always be able to get the yield you want, but if you at least have an idea of, you know, the range that you're looking in, then that will also help you as you're looking at notes and you see what sellers are asking and how flexible they are, you know, whether or not you would even want to pursue it. Seasoning is another criteria factor I always look at. I just had someone call me the other day asking if I was interested in green deals. And at first I didn't know what green deals were, but I understand, you know, newly originated, and that's ideally what it is. So if, you know, you have to look at that too. Do you want a note that has 6 months seasoning, or would you prefer something that can show, you know, 2 or 3 years of pay history? So again, that's something you'd want to consider. UPB range. And you don't need to really include all of these in your criteria, but these are what I think, this is always what I look at whenever I'm looking at notes. I always consider all of these things. And I would say the UPB range would also depend on how much money you have to invest. So for example, if you only have $30,000, sorry, I shouldn't say 30 only, but if you have $30,000 to invest, you probably wouldn't want to look at loans that have a 500,000 UPB. So just kind of having an idea of kind of the range that you would be looking at. And also the security instrument. So we have mortgages and our land contracts and contract for deeds. Again, if you don't know the differences between the two, I'm not going to educate you guys on that, but it is something you want to look at. I know a lot of people that don't want to invest in CFDs at all. Again, it's just a personal preference. There's pros and cons, you know, with land contracts too. So that would be something you would want to consider before you go making offers. Is it have the right security instrument that you're okay with? So now that you've established your criteria and what you're really looking for, now you can start to take a look at notes more closely. And before I go right into due diligence, I always do some preliminary research, kind of just like a mild, cheaper, just quick overview. And I guess you can call it mild due diligence before you get into it, before you make offers. And, you know, when I first got started, I used to do my whole due diligence before I'd even make offers. And that not only was that a mistake because we would go to make offers and they'd be gone, but we would also just end up saying, oh, we're not interested. Even though we didn't know everything, we felt we knew enough to pass, but not really. And so during pre-search, that's what I call it, you can kind of get a feel for which ones you want to move forward with. So for many of you, maybe you won't be getting large tapes or pools of notes to look at. Maybe you only get 1 or 2, but either way, the pre-search is the same. And so what I always do when I first get either a tape of assets or even if it's just a handful, I want to first scrub it based on criteria. So I'll look at all the states that I'm not interested in. If their values are not where I want them, or if the UPBs are too high, I'll first eliminate all of those and say, I'm not even interested in pursuing those. And then whatever's left over is where I'll go a little bit deeper and see if there's still viable that I want to make offers on them. So I also like to reverse engineer the terms, and I highly recommend everyone do this, especially if you're looking at performing notes. So again, I'm not going to train you guys on this, but there's a calculator, the 10BII calculator, where you can do this super easy. But it's a really good way for you to be able to tell if a performing note is performing as it should. So you can just put in all the original terms of the note, and based on how many payments have gone by, you can see if the UPB is close, to what the UPB is that you're being told. And so that's a way that you can also determine whether it really is a good performing note, or maybe there's something questionable going on. You see that the UPB should be lower than what it is, then that's just going to allow for you to ask more questions once you get into due diligence, or even at this point. During pre-search, if I see that if I reverse engineer everything and I see that the UPB is higher than what it should be, I typically like to ask sellers for the pay history, even just for the last 12 months. So I could just kind of get a feel for what's happened, because if someone's trying to sell me a note saying, oh, this is a great performing note, you know, I want to be able to make an informed offer. And especially if I could see just from basic, you know, due diligence, such as reverse engineering, I could say, you know, something's off. So I'd like to just see what's going on. And that will also help you when you go to make an offer. You can make an informed offer, and it'll just kind of help with the back and forth of having to reprice when you find out things in due diligence. I also do during pre-search a crime check as well. So when I look at performing notes, I don't really stress too much on the collateral. That's just my personal preference, because that's not my exit strategy and that's not my number one focus. Whereas with non-performing, you're at a higher likelihood of getting the property because you just don't know what your exit strategy is going to be. But it's always nice to know that my collateral is not, you know, right smack dab in the middle of a gang zone, or, you know, the houses are falling down, or super undesirable area. So you can go online to like Trulia and just do a quick crime check on it and just see if it's even, you know, an area you're okay with. Again, these are not necessary, but these are just some additional steps you could take so you can kind of weed out the stuff that you're not going to be interested in, and it'll just kind of save you time in the long run. And same with the street views and pictures. So as I look at crime, if I'm able to see a recent street view, it's always nice when you see 2019 or 2020. So you could look up and down the street. If you see bars on the windows or abandoned homes, boarded up homes, that can kind of indicate that maybe the house is located in an area that's not really desirable. Maybe it's lower end or whatever. So it just kind of can give you an idea of where your collateral is. So now where we're at now is you've determined your criteria, you've scrubbed your list down of notes, so you have your select few that you want to continue and pursue. And so at this point, when you make your offer, you want to determine, is this a clean and pristine note from what I could see, or is it damaged goods? So you can price it accordingly. Of course, we would love to buy a clean and pristine note for damaged good prices, but that's just not really how the note game works always. So when you make your offer, you do want to, this is just my opinion on kind of the things you want to factor when pricing, so you can price fairly and accordingly. And that is like the performance. And so you're able to do that up front if you could see pay history when you reverse engineer it. So that's just, you know, if you're able to actually see that, then you can validate your reason for pricing. Same with the remaining term. Obviously, if that long of a term left, then you're mainly going to be getting back principal. Whatever your desired yield is and discount, you know, you can price it how within your range. But again, you want to price it according to just the true status of the note. You don't want to be unfair and you don't want to under offer, you don't want to over offer. So by doing your pre-search, it kind of puts you in the right playing field. And same with seasoning. So if it's obviously a note that has 5-year seasoning is going to be worth more than a note that has 3 months seasoning. So with all of those considered, it's going to allow you to make a fair offer. And by doing your pre-search, you're being fair, you're being thorough even up to this point. And this is what I do with every single note. And so every time I have a reprice, or when I price things the way I think is fair, I always have a reason. I don't just like to lowball, or I'm not willing to just overpay. I want to be fair to everyone involved. So we'll get right into our due diligence now. So now that we have, let's just say, for example, we're good. We're going to start due diligence on our good note. Okay. So when my offers get accepted, I go right into the deep dive when I send out my email with what we need to do for due diligence. This is kind of the categories that that we're working on. So we get our digital collateral file. So you won't get your originals. So if you've never purchased a note before, they're not going to send you originals at this point. It'll just be an e-file. You'll do your collateral review, so of the property or whatever your collateral is, and I do a review on the seller as well. So I'll get into that here as well. I'm going to break down all of these categories. So with the digital file review, these are just the main documents that I believe are necessary to conduct your due diligence. As I mentioned, there's a lot of what if situations. I'm not going to get into that. I'm just going to give general. This is what should be kind of across the board, at least with performing. Obviously, if it's not performing, you don't really need to see pay history, but with performing, this is what you want to see. And so I'm going to break down each document and what I look for and why I look for it, so it makes sense. Okay. So the promissory note, security instrument, and the deed. So when I look at the promissory note, I always first want to look at the current note terms, because you want to make sure that it matches what you're offering on. If you see that there's something off, it may be the monthly payment doesn't match, the monthly payment that you made your offer based on does not match the note, then obviously that leads to more questions. Was there a modification, some other sort of agreement? There's obviously something missing. So you always want to just verify that those terms match what you made your offer on. You also at this point want to determine if it's a CFD or mortgage, if you didn't already scrub that out during your pre-search. For myself, I'll buy either, so I don't care at that point. I figure it out once I'm in due diligence. And you want to determine that because there's going to be different documents associated with each, whether it's a contract for deed or mortgage. So just keep that in mind, and I'll discuss that here shortly. I always like to see just what the agreement is in the contract when it comes to late fees, and just what the terms are for the insurance for the borrower. So if you see it in the contract that the borrower is supposed to keep insurance, but the lender has forced place insurance, then that's just something to consider. Once you buy it, you can reach out to the borrower and have them get insurance as the contract calls. So I like to just check for that. This is a big one too, is just simply making sure you have the right file. We purchased some notes that during our due diligence, we were looking at one of the notes. All of the documents were correct to the right file, but the note just didn't make sense. And we saw the address was just wrong. It was the wrong note. So, that's something very simple, but it can be easily overlooked. A lot of sellers have a big portfolio. You're not always going to be dealing with an individual private seller. So it's just important to make sure that your documentation's right, even as simply as just making sure it's associated with the right property. And I wanted to throw this one on there too, just because I'm actually in the middle of buying some non-owner occupied properties right now. And this is something that I always look for as well, which is an assignment of rents. And that basically just states if the borrower stops paying you, you have the right to go around and collect rent from the tenants. So if you're looking at non-owner occupied stuff, that's something you want to just make sure is in there, just so that way it's just another layer of protection for you as well. So that's the main stuff. That's the main stuff I look for when I'm looking at the note and the security instrument. So also now you want to look for the trailing transfer documents. So that's going to be your assignments, your longes, and any transfer deeds as well. Right now, I'm just going to share with you guys with mortgages, because there's a difference between mortgages and CFDs and land contracts. So with a mortgage, there will be an assignment of mortgage, transferring the mortgage, and a longe, transferring the note, and there'll be a promissory note. So those are going to be the documents that'll be associated with the mortgages. And there's a deed, of course, but the deed's going to be in the name of the borrower, not going to be the lender. So there won't be any transfer deeds. And then with contract for deeds and land contracts, you'll have assignment of mortgages still. There typically is not going to be a promissory note, because the terms of the note are in the contract for deeds or land contracts typically. I've run across cases where they have a promissory note with it, but it's a little redundant. You don't need it. And so in most cases, you won't have a promissory note. And so there won't be any allonges needed traditionally. And it's just going to be your assignments and the transfer deeds, because the deed is in the name of the person transferring, because it stays in the lender's name, and the borrower has equitable interest in the property. And so those will be the two types of documents you look for, depending on what your security instrument is. So the next thing we look at is the pay history. And there's a couple things in here I want to share with you guys that I believe are really, really important. And I have two little quick stories. So of course you want to see the pay date and the day that it's due and the day that they paid. You just want to verify if you're looking at performing note, that's obvious. It's simple. Just make sure that they're paying on time. Obviously the amount they paid and interest and principal, if it was how it was applied, the balance due on the note, if there's an escrow, late charges. So you get all of that information. This is from a servicer. So servicers' pay histories are obviously really thorough and they give you all the info. If you're dealing with a self-service person, it's typically not this clean, but again, another topic for another day. But the main things that I really look for, because we've almost run into issues with this, number one is the amount that's being paid. So we just actually recently had a situation, we're closing on a note where the note was originated in November of last year, and the borrower was paying an amount about $60 short. And I was like, so this borrower, this is a new note and they're already not paying their full mortgage payment. What's going on? And the seller told me that there's two entities that own the note, they're in a JV, and that the borrower makes two separate payments. So that answered my question. I had to get a separate pay history. But you want to just keep an eye on that to make sure that the borrower is actually paying what they're supposed to be according to the note. And if they're not, you want to make sure that late fees and things are being assessed as it should be, or if things are being applied as it should be. Maybe, you kind of need to study the pay history and understand how payments are being applied. They're not always very clean, but making sure the amount being paid is really important. And the other one that's really, really important is verifying the balance on the pay history. Again, another example, case story. So we purchased a note, I think it was about a year ago now, and we went in with balance being, I think it was 93,000 is what we were told. We priced it accordingly. Everything was fine. It was a performing note. And when we got to the pay history, we saw that there was a $50,000 amount that was deferred. And so obviously the UPB wasn't what they had told us initially. And so I went back to the seller and I asked what had happened, and he forgot that they had a verbal agreement. There was nothing formal. But they had put that 50,000 on the back burner. And so we had to renegotiate price, and he did it gladly. And so that was when I added that to our list of, okay, this is really important. You don't want to overlook it. You want to make sure that there were no verbal agreements between people and just an email saying, sure, we'll, forgive or defer some sort of amount of money. So that's really important for you to keep an eye on. So that's my two takeaways from this in particular, making sure that the amount being paid and just the terms on the pay history match what's on the note and what you offered on, and making sure that the balance that's indicated is right and that you don't see any large chunks of funds that have been forgiven or deferred or whatever. You want to make sure that's accurate. So that'll save your butt. Okay, original loan documents. So I really like to see original loan documents in a file, and I think it's really important, especially if they've been originated after January of 2014. I'm not going to give legal advice, or I'm not going to really share much about this law, because I've talked to plenty of attorneys about it, that not a single one can really give me a solid answer on how it works. I've really got my education from my own studying and talking with other note investors and individuals who have done their own studying. And I don't know if you guys have heard of the Dodd-Frank law, but it's a really big deal. There's exemptions, so I'm not going to get into all that. There are exemptions. There's ways that people can get around this law, but for the most part, you want to see that lenders who've originated notes have at least gone through good faith in putting their borrowers through the ability to repay. at least getting loan applications and income statements, maybe credit reports, just to show that they went through, as I said, good faith. That's really what it is, that they are able to afford to pay. I actually, another story, I was in the process of buying 12 notes in Michigan that I've since canceled on. They were all originated by an individual guy who's just really old now. He just wants to sell. He doesn't want to have them anymore. And he just kind of did these notes out of the kindness of his heart. And, you know, they were not compliant in any way, no loan applications, no pay history. These were a mess, but I was willing to look, probably look too long, but they were a mess. And so as we were going through, there was no applications, there was nothing for us to see if these borrowers could even afford it. And so we found out that one of the borrowers in one of the properties was actually doing a trade of service to pay his mortgage. He wasn't even paying it out of pocket, which was a huge red flag. And so when we found out how much he made, there's no way he could have made that mortgage payment if he wasn't doing a trade of service. And I get he was being kind and he wanted to be helpful to these people and his friends, but if he ever had to stop doing this trade of service, I mean, then this guy either would have had to been on the street, or he'd just have to give him the house because he couldn't afford it. And so it's still important, even if you have a great heart, you still need to respect them as consumers, borrowers as consumers, that they still need to be able to pay and afford their house. And so you want to make sure that they're not getting gouged by, insane interest rates, and that at least having an application and credit report, pay stubs, just so you can kind of get a feel that, okay, these people could probably afford it. If you ever got audited, I don't know the process of it. I've never been audited by the CFPB, but it's just, you want to have some protections in place too. And, buying notes that are obviously and blatantly done out of compliance, I typically stay away. But in addition to the whole laws and everything, it's also just a good way for you to kind of see how reliable the borrower is. If you could see credit report, if you could see pay stubs, then you kind of get a feel for who your borrower is. But I just want to say Dodd-Frank is a big deal, and I feel that it gets brushed off really easily here in the note space. But I have heard that the fines can be as high as $25,000 per violation. So it's a big deal. Do your studying on it, talk to counsel, do whatever you have to, just to make sure you're protected there. So that's all I'm going to say about that.
I'm going to add a little bit to it. You see a lot of Dodd-Frank issues on the owner finance stuff. Like Bethany said, he had somebody there originating loans who didn't jump through the hoops that they're supposed to. When you're dealing, and I don't buy a lot of owner finance notes because of that issue. I buy mostly institutional debt direct from banks and hedge funds, and they're usually going through all that stuff. And Dodd-Frank is, the loan documents will be a specific thing. You got to make sure that the borrower can afford it 3 years from now. Make sure that everything is uniform in a lot of cases versus like drawn up on a napkin. You know what I mean? So,
Right.
Yeah, if you see it's not institutionally originated, yeah, you definitely got to double check to make sure it's Dodd-Frank compliant. So great stuff. Glad you covered that, Bethany.
Yeah, no, and thank you for sharing that too. And again, this is just, what level of risk are you willing to take? So we're going back to the pristine diamond or the damaged goods. I mean, I'm okay with damaged goods if people are doing it right. I'm not trying to buy damaged goods that are damaged and also, illegal and where I might have to give a property back to somebody. I'm not trying to lose my business. I'm not trying to lose money, and I just don't want to put myself in that. So you just want to make sure that you're covered, just get educated, and you'll be fine if you just know what you're doing, and just be aware, don't ignore it. So that's all I wanted to share there. Okay, so another thing that I always ask for with sellers as well is servicing information. I like to know who it's being serviced by, contact information, everything. I just like to have it. But what I mainly look for with servicers, I want to see their notes and communications with the borrowers and just amongst themselves. So back when on pay history, when I was talking about that, and I was telling you guys how we found out that there was $50,000 deferred. I also read that after I saw the pay history, I read that in the servicing notes when I went through it, and I said, oh, so it's right here. This conversation was had. There was nothing, formally done. So it's nice to have servicing notes so you can go through and see what the conversations have been. You will see stuff like borrower called in, they're going to miss this payment, but they'll pay next month. So you get a feel for, again, who your borrower is and what you're going to be getting into. I also like to see the servicer dashboard. So just, wherever a lot of servicers will have just their dashboard where it has all the terms of the note. So you can go on there and again, compare that information to the information you have and just making sure that everything connects. So whatever you made your offer on matches the note, matches what the servicer has. So that way, again, if there's any discrepancies, you need to piece it together, because that's really what you're doing when you do due diligence. You're trying to find a reason not to buy it. And so if you see all these, discrepancies, fix it, try to figure out what's going on to get it, where you want to see it. So that way you feel confident when buying it. And so that's kind of what you're doing with due diligence, and especially confirming with a servicer that they have the right terms is really important. And if it's self-serviced, I was going to just mention that's again a different topic for a different day. That's a whole totally different kind of dynamic. I know a lot of people, that's a conversation for a different day. We have a whole system for what we do with self-service people and private sellers and stuff like that. So I'd be happy to talk about that another day.
I'll throw something in there. If it's self-service, it's a whole lot less valuable of a note.
Absolutely.
Because a servicing company can cost about a performing notes $20 to $25 a month. It's so well worth having. And then there's a lot of states out there that you have to have a debt collector's license to be servicing even a one-off note. And a servicing company is often going to be licensed in that state that it's collecting on. So that's the big thing. You got to make sure that everything's been collected properly to that. If it's being self-service, there are a few states that would allow that, but I think it reduces the value of the note, because if everything's on, you don't have a third party in a party where you can actually pull a servicing portal. You got to take somebody's canceled checks and looking at the bank accounts. That's a whole different story when it comes to things, and notices and notifications and statements. It's worth the $25 a month.
Oh, absolutely. I don't know why people don't. And typically that's why I like to know up front, when I start my due diligence. And even in pre-search, sometimes if I know it's not self-service or if it's not professionally serviced, that is a reason, like you said, it does reduce the value of the note. So, you can factor that in with pricing too, because that is a big deal. And so that's why if we find out later it's not self-service, we have just kind of our own thing that we do to see if we even want to pursue it. And part of it also is getting the detailed pay history. So that's one thing I like with servicers, so you're able to get that good detailed pay history. It's not a mess. You're not looking at bank statements and stuff like that. So there's that. So, okay. So now that we've gone through the e-file, that's pretty much just the documents that the seller will provide you. You still need to do your own due diligence on the collateral itself. And so the first thing that we order is our BPO, or broker price opinion. And that is just where you get a property valuation from a realtor. It's not an appraisal, but it's kind of like a CMA. I don't really know what you call it, but it's just a price valuation from a realtor. So what I look for is not just the value. Don't just take that as gospel. I always want to look at the comps first and just see how close are they, just getting an idea, just using common sense of, okay, this comp is, 20 miles away. Why? Is this super rural or just there's nothing out there? So you want to just look at the comps, see if they seem, within a few blocks, if they seem similar. A lot of realtors I've just seen, I've had to get duplicates and triplicates because they just throw these things together sometimes. So you might need to double check their work. If you're a realtor and you have access to the MLS or whatever, NAR, the different websites, you can maybe pull your own comps, or if you know how to, you could do them yourself, of course. But I always like to get a second opinion. We always do a desk review of our own pricing, but I like to get a second opinion just to see if we're close. Determining the location of the realtor as well. So if you have a realtor that's 30 miles away, I'm in San Diego. I'm not going to call a realtor 3 hours up in LA County to do a BPO for me out here. So you want to find someone that's local in the town, especially if you're looking in rural areas. You might just need to look yourself and just take the time to see what office is closest, to see who might be familiar with the area, who can give you a more accurate valuation and opinion of value. Always reading the comments, because again, if the comps are far, a lot of the time they'll just at least tell you, that they, it's really rural, there's just no comps available. So it's important to read the comments and of course, look at pictures. it's sometimes I've had BPOs where it looks like they just took the pictures off the internet. I've had realtors go back out and get me some fresh ones. So all of that is just what I look at. I don't just look at the value. And another story, this is why you don't want to just look at the value. So we were going to buy a note, which we ended up canceling on because we couldn't come to a new price agreement. But when we offered, we were told the value was, what was it? I think it was 160. And we got our BPO and it came in at 180. And we were like, wow, this is great. Like, let's go. We're good to go. We're not like, let's just get ready to close, because that was our last piece. And we decided to take a look at the seller's BPO one last time. And we noticed that the seller's BPO said the value was 80,000 the year before. And we were like, that's kind of weird. The value just doubled in, a year. That just doesn't seem right. And so we decided to call the realtor on the BPO for our BPO. First of all, they were over 20 miles away. They said, actually, you know what? The property's probably closer to like 130. And so I don't know why they told us 180. I don't know why they would have done that. They didn't give us a reason. It was just, okay, then we need a new BPO, but not from you. So I actually found 3 local realtors that were right there. And we found one that was closest. We called, they said, oh yeah, we know that area for sure. That property would probably be valued closer to 90,000, maybe 100. So we didn't even get a new BPO. We said, okay, that makes more sense. It falls in line with the BPO from last year. I don't know how it would have gone up to 180. And so of course we tried to reprice it. We couldn't come to an agreement or anything, but had we just taken that as, okay, great, it's 180, then we wouldn't have realized that, no, that's actually not right. We could have really, kind of screwed ourselves there, lost some money. So it's important that you call the realtor. I just say, just call, even if the value comes in higher than you think. I just ask, like, how close are you to the property? How confident are you in this valuation? Is this a desirable area? Are houses on the market for a long time? If I had to foreclose, could you sell this for me? Like, would you be willing to? Like, is this a decent looking house? Is there pride of ownership? Just take the time to interview them when they give you your BPO, so that way you know that you have a solid, valuation, and you can move forward confidently. And if you need to reprice, then you have like a surefire, evidence of, hey, I talked to the realtor, I got the BPO, this is where we're at. So if you don't take my reprice, someone else is going to deal with the same thing, and you're going to deal with this all over again. So it's just, I like to double check and triple check things. So this is important just to call. All right, on to the next one is the title report. So we order our title reports. Right now I order through a third-party service. You can get them through Pro Title, and I don't know where else, but you can order title reports on the property. And just see the ownership of the property, past ownership, if there's any open mortgages, things like that. And so I always like to look at the current owner on title to make sure that they are the correct owner on title. So if you're looking at, again, like a CFD or a land contract, it'll likely be the borrower's name. It'll likely be the lender's name on as the current owner, because the lender holds the deed to the house still. And so they'll be listed typically as the owner on title. And so I always like to see that it matches who I'm buying from, because I have been in situations where we'll pull our title report and it will still show a previous lender's name. And it typically ends up being that the person I'm buying from just has an assignment that hasn't been recorded yet, but you still want to verify that and make sure that they have the interest to sell it to you. So you'll want to just see that assignment if it hasn't been recorded. And if it, like I said, if it's a mortgage, then it will be likely the borrower's name on the title report as the current owner. So you just want to verify that it's correct. This is also when I tend to establish our chain of title and our chain of assignments and allonges and things like that, as I'll go through the e-file and just make sure there's no unrecorded stuff, and just putting the chain together, just point A to point B to point C to, like that, just making sure you have your chain and there's no breaks in the chain of title, so you can see everything that was recorded. I also look to see if there's any additional mortgages. I had a situation once where that showed there was another open mortgage, but we just needed to get the release. So something simple like that, you just need to double check that, make sure that you're not in, second position. So that's important to look for. And you can also see the tax status as well. So if there's delinquent taxes, you can see that on the title report as well. So again, these are just some of the main things that I look out for, that you'll want to look out for as you order your title reports as well. Okay, so the last thing that I
love this
do.
photo. I love this. This is hilarious.
I was hoping that people knew who it was. My dad didn't know who it was. He's like, oh, that's an actor? Oh, okay. I'm like, you've never seen Matilda? But yeah, I like to also do my review on the sellers as well. So let's see here. Okay, so especially when I'm working with new people or private sellers especially, but when I'm working with new people, I take it more seriously. If I've done business with people, obviously, we've built that trust and that relationship. But I mean, this is important. You never know who you're buying from in the note space. You want to make sure that you do your due diligence on them as well. And so what I like to do, and I've done in the past, is get like references from sellers, and not like their mom and dad, but people they've done business with or attorneys that they've worked with, just to find out, how long have you known this person? Have you done business together? Do you have a good relationship with them? And just kind of build that level of comfort there that, you're dealing with someone who's honest and credible, and, you could probably trust, who you're working with. Also checking if they're an entity, you can check their good standing as well, and just make sure that they're in good standing with their state. And so that's super simple to get as well. I always like to know, again, if it's an entity, I'm going to start with entity. You want to know if they are the authorized signer on behalf of the entity. And I always like to see documentation showing that they have the authorization to sign. So you want to just make sure that the person who's signing on behalf of the entity has the right to sign on behalf of the entity. You don't want to buy a note from someone who signed it who was not authorized to, because then you technically didn't buy it, but you gave them your money. So it's really important that you verify who you are, that they have the authorization to sign. And then I also want to verify that they are the holder in due course currently. So verifying that who they are is who currently holds title, or on the most recent assignment, you want to make sure that it's the same entity, the same person. And with other parties as well. So I had mentioned earlier that I was working with the seller right now who it was a JV. So you want to know if it is a JV, if both entities are selling their interests in the note, first of all, but also just verifying everything that you do for the other seller. I mean, I do the same thing with both sellers, just verifying they're both in good standing. Of course, verifying they both want to sell their interest, and that they both have authorization to sign on behalf of their own entities. So that's really important. And I was going to mention too, if you're working with a private seller, I forgot to mention this, to verify if they're authorized to sign. I typically like to get an estoppel or something drafted that they have to go get notarized. So that way they have to show their driver's license to someone. I had thought about before just having someone, take a picture of their driver's license and send it to you, but you can't verify it if you can't see them. So having it notarized is one way that you verify their identity. I guess I was going there anyway. So that's a way you can verify their identity. And then the other aspect of this as well is using a closing company, which I highly recommend anyways. If I am ever using a private company, I always insist that we use a closing company to protect both of our interests. You don't know them, they don't know you. If I don't use a closing company, I would expect originals to be sent to me first before I wire, which people won't do. So we always end up agreeing on a closing company. And so that's going to be really good. So if you use like an attorney, then your money will be sent to the attorney. The collateral documents will be sent to the attorney. The attorney will verify that all the originals are there. And then once, everything is good on both ends of it, then they'll disperse the funds to the seller. They'll disperse the collateral documents to you. So that's a really good way to protect yourself as well, is using a closing company. Even if you're using an entity, I do all the time. We tend to just do it just because it's safer and easier and there's not a lot of questions or anything like that. So it's important to use the closing company as well. So just to kind of recap, with the basic due diligence general rule of thumb, what we kind of went over today is truly just the basic things that you should be doing on every file, regardless of how complicated it is. Determining your criteria first, conducting your pre-search, making an informed offer, and then reading the documents, going through the e-file collateral docs. You're buying the note, read the note, analyzing the collateral. Don't overanalyze it unless that's your exit strategy. I wouldn't stress it too much, but be happy with it, feel confident with the value and the condition, and checking out the seller. Make sure who you're working with is someone that is credible, someone you want to do business with that's trustworthy. And I guess I should have added on here, close with a closing company. So it's kind of the gist. And I just wanted to mention too, to trust your gut. I have been in so many situations where I felt like, oh my gosh, I've invested so much time in this. We're at the very end. We just found this one issue. Now I either have to cancel or reprice or something. I don't even know. Maybe we should just buy it. I would never do that, but it's gone through my head. And I just want to say, just don't do it just because you feel bad or because you feel like, oh, I've, invested all this time and money. It's part of the business, and you're gonna spend money and you're gonna cancel on deals. And that's the best thing to do. You don't want to get yourself in a situation or an investment that's no good and something that's you're gonna regret. So, pass if you need to, trust your gut, and understand that if you do this, what we just went over with due diligence, you're gonna check all of you're gonna dot all of your I's and cross all of your T's. So you're not gonna miss anything. And if you're not comfortable with it, just don't do it. There's plenty of notes out there. So that is all that I have for today. And I'm happy to answer any questions on any of that.
Great stuff. David asked the question, what does she mean? Don't overanalyze the deal unless it's your exit strategy.
So what I was referring to with that is for myself, when I'm buying performing notes, if like just a good performing note, my exit strategy is not automatically you can't get the property. If they're paying it, then you're just going to collect monthly payments. If I'm going in to buy a non-performing note, I like to analyze the collateral more because my exit strategy is likely it could end in foreclosure where I'm going to end up with that property. So there's a higher likelihood of ending up with the collateral with a non-performing note than there is with a performing note. Right. So when I look at performing stuff, I don't over criticize the property is what I'm saying. I want to be happy with it, but that's not my biggest concern with the performing note compared to non-performing. So that's what I was referring to.
Yeah, got a couple questions off of YouTube here. Eugene asked a question, do you like to make your offer based off of the UPB or the fair market value?
It depends. I always go off of whichever one is lower. So if the value is lower than the UPB, I base it on the UPB, if the value is lower than the UPB, I base it on the value.
Right, exactly. If the fair market value is higher, you're probably going to be paying a little bit more because you pay a little bit more of the UPB because the fair market value is a lot higher, right?
Right. Yes. But if the value is lower, it's definitely going to be based on the value.
Yep. And when you're buying direct from a bank, ladies and gentlemen, you have to often put it in terms of UPB for a banker versus a private seller too. So we'll pay 95% of UPB or 90 or 80% UPB, even though it's at 70% of value. You just got to know those two numbers back and forth and make sure. Like if a seller comes and tells you, oh, I want 60 cents of UPB, you got to make sure the value still makes sense of what you pay off there, right, Bethany? So you're not overpaying
right.
90 cents on the dollar for an asset. Doesn't make any sense on the non-performing side.
Right, exactly.
Let's see here. Kind of quick ask. He goes, it's Humphreys is Bethany's last name. People are asking there. It's right there in the slide for you. What's your best source for leads for finding note deals?
I just make phone calls.
But other note sellers and network. I mean, it really is a small network, right?
Yeah, it really is. It's networking. Before everything shut down, going to events was a big way of connecting with people. I miss in-person events. I'm not a big online event person. I really wish we had more in-person again. It's just, I feel like in our business too, it's nice to connect with people that way. But events, connecting with people online and just I just do research and digging and phone calls, and that's about it.
I agree there.
Yeah.
Would you want to see the original note?
Yes, always.
But you're not
As in-
going to get the original note though. That's the thing, is always going to be a PDF copy, soft copy versus
Right.
copy. Now, Bethany, can you touch a little bit about what something happens and they don't send you the original loan docs? What happens then?
So you're saying like after you wire and you close and you don't have it?
Yeah, they can't find the original file.
Well, for me, I've put protections in place for us in our agreement. And that, again, you could save this from happening by hiring a closing company.
Right.
So that protects you there. But if you don't, another protection you can do is have wording in your LSA, which it traditionally is. And like I know our LSA, we have that added in there, is that they are, like certifying that there are all originals and that they have
Right.
all originals. That's something I also ask from the beginning. Can you please send me an email confirming you have originals? But if they don't, I've never really run into that situation. The only situation I've really run into is where they take forever to get me stuff. They
Right.
take forever, like 4 months to get me the originals. But I mean, I think that there might be something in an LSA that they have to buy the note back. I mean, you probably have to fight, and go to court if they won't send it to you. But if they don't have the original note and you bought it, you could get, I think as long as you have a copy of the note, and you might have to get a lost note affidavit.
Yep.
Don't quote me on that. You probably want to speak to legal counsel per state. But from my experience, when I've purchased a note with no original note, we had to get a lost note affidavit, and we had to have a copy of the note, and then that was sufficient. So.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You're going to have reps and warranties in most loan sale agreements. And usually there's a 30 to 45 day period for stuff to turn in. If they don't have it, they either pay you off or substitute collateral, substitute a different asset. It's people ask me, but what about MERS? MERS hasn't been an issue for years, everybody. It's a big thing there for you. But that's the thing. You can recreate a collateral file most of the time, but if you can't, this is why you always review collateral file before funding. I've seen some shady sellers out there try to get you to fund before providing soft collateral file. And that's usually a big red flag that screams.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I would never know. If in the beginning, if they don't give me what I need, then I'm not working on the file. And I just say, I'm not doing anything on this, FYI. So if you're thinking I'm going to buy it from you, I'm not, because I don't have anything to do. So it just, again, like a protection for you is just use a closing company. It's worth a couple $100 just to close it safely, and have the attorney call you and say, yes, I'm looking at the original note right now. You're fine. So, you can close. So it's just safer to do that.
Yeah, exactly. It's called it's also referred to as a Bailey letter in there, where the seller agrees to ship it to an attorney, and that basically you wire the money to the attorney. It's an escrow, basically. They don't release the funds till the original docs show up there for you. So
Right.
Mary asked a question here because Bethany mentioned a site she uses for crime in your due diligence as far as crime stats. Besides checking online pics, what website do you like to use for crime?
Yeah, I just go to Trulia.com. It's just I think it's like a home, valuation type website, like a Zillow.
Yeah.
And so they give you just an idea. They do like a color scale of like 6 different like shades of blue, and it'll just give you an idea of the crime, and it kind of tells you if it's theft or larceny or whatever kind of, crimes are there. Just give you an idea.
It is. And then also in some big cities out there, you may want to do a search for crime map. Like Chicago has its own gangland crime map. You type in the address, it will pop up in Southside Chicago and tells you which gangs, or whether it's the Latin Kings or the Cobra Kings or whatever, on a street by street, literally neighborhood by neighborhood. So and then also obviously you could always pick up the phone and call the local police department as far as number of crimes committed, or frequency that they've been called out to specific zip codes and things like that. They're glad to share that with you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We'll definitely make calls as well. And once we're in due diligence, that's something that we like to do, is call.
Yep, crimemapping.com. Shelly says is a website. Yep. Okay.
Cool.
Let's see here. What else we got saying here? Good question. Yep, that's answered. Can you post? Yeah, Doug, I'll be glad to email that out to you again. I'll be emailing that out to everybody for the Rentometer link again, for sure. No problem. Bethany says there's plenty of notes out there. What does she like to use? What does she like to use? I mean, as far as finding deals, I guess, Shelly, I think we already discussed that. It's word of mouth. It's connecting. Are you guys contacting banks? Will buying any notes from banks, or are you buying mostly from other investors, Bethany?
Primarily other investors right now is primarily, but we're always creating new relationships. So again, we just constantly calling and just building new relationships.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, I mean, there's relationships like, you guys have bought notes from me. I've looked at your notes for sale before. We've referred, hey, go buy this buyer, go buy from this guy. You have such a variety, because every note investor, especially if you're buying non-performing, it gets performing for a while, the value goes up.
Right.
And at a period of time, if we're raising capital to take on something new, we may sell our performing notes to raise capital to purchase another deal. So
Right.
This is why, as I said, Bethany said that you like going to local events, because you'll find out what those other entities are, those LLCs. And that's one thing I always like to ask people, hey, where are you buying at? If you got an LLC, and I'll see if they've bought anything like contract for deeds. I go to the major counties in the, on the county records, and I'll do a search for a Harbor portfolio to see who they sold to.
Right.
and reach out to those people for better time. So,
Right.
But what are the questions you have for Bethany? This is a great job. Did a really good job, Bethany.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I hope it was valuable and informative, and I didn't talk too much.
Oh, you did good. You did good. And you did, and most people know this is your first presentation at an event. Is that correct?
It is. Can you tell?
No, you did a good job. I think
Okay.
you did a good job. All right. Let me, I'm trying to post this one link here for Doug really fast. Best way for people to get a hold of you, Bethany, you've got it on there, just your email address?
Yeah, I would just say shoot me over an email. That's my best form of contact. Yep.
Perfect there for you. She was very good, Scott. I know, Mary, I know she was good on there. Perfect. Okay.
Thank you.
A says Bethany rocks smooth, informative presentation. See, you're building, got a fan club there. Are you? Awesome.
I'll do it again. I'll do it again.
There you go. Awesome. Well, hey guys, any other questions? I think, Bethany, let's talk to something here, because a lot of people overthink a lot of things. You're going to learn more from breaking down your first asset versus trying to learn everything, correct?
Oh yeah, yeah. Sorry, I'm sorry. Do you want me to take this off my screen?
No, leave it up. It's fine for a couple more minutes. Leave it up. Fine.
Okay. All right. I'm
You
sorry.
can't see my face. That your contact information is good there for you. But
Okay.
when you first started, if you can think back, and it's been a few years, what did you start doing due diligence on? Did you start doing like sample deals you looked at some listing websites and started breaking down assets off other websites? You remember kind of that, individual deals that you'd already bought, you double checked? How did you kind of get started?
I think it has been a while, and I'm trying to remember the first few deals that my dad got. And I think that he did mailers to private sellers for a while. I believe that's what he did. And I'm pretty sure that's what he did. And so that's how we initially had started, which I still think it's a good way. I don't know. I don't do it that often. So I don't know, if it's worth it, like how much of an outcome you get from it. But I know people do it, and that's how he got his first few deals, I believe. And again, when we first started, and I think we were using online sources too, but when we first started, I mean, like I said, I was doing like all of our due diligence, like before we'd even offer, where by the time we're like, okay, this one looks good, let's offer, it was gone. So that was kind of what we did. And that's when I was like, okay, this isn't a good idea. We should probably like not do due diligence first. So it was like a lot of trial and error and going back and forth and like getting into deals and finding things out and then having to cancel and like, oh, sorry, like I'm new, I'm learning still, So that was kind of like the dynamic of, my time initially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you got to be fast a lot of times with offers, and you don't need to do all the due diligence on the front end before making an offer, because it may not be available. Focus on a few things, and then when you get your offer approved, that's when you start writing checks or paying for BPOs and O&E reports and stuff like that. Okay.
Oh yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Do you do due diligence services for people?
So that's in the works right now. It's something I've been thinking about for a while. Right now, I've been only doing it for my own portfolio, but it's in the works right now, and it is something that I want to do.
Awesome. Well, cool. Keep us in mind when you start.
Yeah.
All right. So, all right. Well, hey, we're gonna wrap it up here. Bethany, thank you so much for coming on and sharing your due diligence checklist and what you go through. It's been awesome having you on. You did a great job. We're gonna have you come back another time. Alrighty.
That would be great. I really do appreciate it. This was great.
Awesome, guys. All right, everybody. Way to go. Way to show up there for due diligence on everybody. Thank you again so much for being on Note Camp 2021. Hope you got another question there. Sorry, I didn't see it pop up there. You want to explain what Note Investors University is about?
Oh, my Note Investor University. Oh, sure. We have a university that where we're teaching people who want to get into notes, into either learning for their own portfolio just to invest, or if they want to get in and actually get in as a business. And so that's more so my fiance's territory. So I would say go check out the website and you could schedule a consultation with him to learn more. But yeah, we work with people that just want to learn, and that's about it.
Awesome. Great stuff.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, everybody. Good stuff there. Thank you for being here on time for day 2, everybody. We got a full day 3, day 4 tomorrow. We can start right back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Don't be late, and we'll see you guys all tomorrow. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Great job, Bethany.